Chapter 1706. Ever since rebirth, Feng Yuan's strength had been rising rapidly. His speed was shocking. Especially during this period of time, his cultivation level rose to rank 8, his immortal goo were extremely abundant, they were rare in the world. However, his current strength was not enough to take Dragon Palace. The ones fighting for the rank 8 immortal goo house Dragon Palace were Duke Long, who had pseudo-immortal venerable strength, as well as many Eastern Sea rank 8 goo immortals. They could be said to be the strongest goo immortal experts in Eastern Sea. Feng Yuan had risen up too recently, in front of the peak experts of a region, in front of Duke Long. Feng Yuan could not snatch the immortal goo house, especially when this immortal goo house had the ability to retaliate. But Feng Yuan knew that he could not stand by and watch. If the Celestial Court obtained Dragon Palace, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Especially that mysterious dream path immortal goo. It was not simple. It was likely created by the luck of heaven and earth. It was the catalyst for the dream path era that the heavenly Tao gave to Eastern Sea. At this time, if the power of longevity heaven was drawn in, the situation would become even more chaotic. But only with more chaos could Feng Yuan take advantage of the situation. Feng Yuan had advanced to rank 8 now, but against any rank 8 goo immortal in Eastern Sea, he did not dare to be careless. Rank 8 goo immortals had deep foundations, they could be hit by their killer moves if they were careless. As for Duke Long, Feng Yuan knew that his battle strength could not compare to him. After all, Feng Yuan had personally witnessed how Duke Long defeated Zishan Makoto. In order to protect Feng Kim Hong, Duke Long did not use his full strength. I have never seen him use chi path methods. Even so, with just his transformation path methods, he is still the strongest expert here. He is constantly being attacked by the combined forces of others. Bai Ningbing and the rest are still cultivating on Red Lotus Island. Even with future self, they have peak rank 7 battle strength. It is a pity that I lost the incomplete immortal goo house. If I had it, after this period of development, it would definitely have rank 8 battle strength. It would be of great help to me. If I can steal adaptation immortal goo from Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, I can use Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation. It will also temporarily increase my battle strength. Unfortunately, the timing is too late. Heaven form is still being investigated. Feng Yuan felt regretful. However, this was the reality. Not everything could go smoothly and be just right. Dragon Palace did not show any signs of fatigue. Eastern Sea's rank 8 goo immortals were not all out yet. Duke Long was clearly waiting for reinforcements from the Celestial Court. Thus, the final contest for the immortal goo house would take some time. Naturally, Feng Yuan's attitude toward longevity heaven had changed drastically. However, even if they harbored ill intentions towards him, luring them into this battle would do more good than harm to Feng Yuan. This would help him obtain Dragon Palace, deal a blow to the Celestial Court, and even probe longevity heaven. It was killing many birds with one stone. But a few days later, Feng Yuan did not wait for Bing Sai Chuan. He only received a crucial piece of information. Celestial Court found a stone lotus island in the River of Time. It was now under their control. Bing Sai Chuan suggested to Feng Yuan, "You have spring-autumn cicada. You are the legitimate inheritor of Red Lotus true inheritance. If the Celestial Court takes away your fortuitous encounter, it would be detrimental to you, but it would also be a huge boost to them." Red Lotus Demon Venerable damaged Fate Goo. It is likely that his true inheritance contains a shortcut that can help us destroy Fate. Bing Sai Chuan's words were not wrong. He did not know that Feng Yuan had already obtained a Red Lotus true inheritance. Feng Yuan did not obtain any shortcut, but what if another Red Lotus true inheritance had it? That was hard to say. Of course, this could also be fake information from Bing Sai Chuan. It was a trap for Feng Yuan. Right now, Feng Yuan had two choices. One was to continue paying attention to Dragon Palace. The other was to go to the River of Time and fight for Red Lotus true inheritance with the Celestial Court. The former was chaotic and filled with danger. The latter was the same. It was risky. Feng Yuan acutely sensed that this was a crucial choice. He could not help but think, in this situation, what should he choose? Southern border. Moral paradise. Two rank 8 goo immortals ascended the mountain side by side. Their auras were concealed, they were like mortals. The one on the left wore a gray hemp robe. It was very simple. He had a strong physique like a bear. He wore a conical hat. It was wide and large. It covered his face. Only his chin was exposed. He was famous in Southern Border's Gu immortal world, the current generation inheritor of Paradise Earth, Lu Wei-yin. The one on the right was a woman. Her skin was white as snow, her hair extended to her waist, her eyes were like deep pools, her brows were filled with sorrow. She wore a purple silk dress. She was beautiful and mysterious. It was the leader of the Celestial Court, the person in charge of Star Constellation chessboard. She was probably the #1 wisdom path great expert in the world, Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle actually appeared in Southern Border silently. She even interacted with Lu Wei-yin. Why? Along the way, Lu Wei-yin and Fairy Myrtle conversed. Even though they did not speak much, the atmosphere was harmonious. After a turn on the mountain path, a red pavilion appeared in the lush greenery. Lu Wei-yin pointed at the red pavilion and said, "Lady Ziwei, we have climbed the mountain all the way here. Why don't we rest in the pavilion before setting off?" "Good suggestion." Fairy Myrtle smiled, moving forward happily. The two entered the red pavilion. There were stone stools in the pavilion, but Fairy Myrtle did not sit on them. She stood at the side of the pavilion, looking at the vast mountains and rivers. This pavilion was built at the edge of the mountain. It had a good view. Fairy Myrtle looked over at this moment. She saw that Virtue Paradise was filled with green mountains and clear waters. There were tree houses and villages at the foot and waist of the mountains. There was smoke coming from chimneys. Chickens were crowing and dogs were barking. It was a peaceful atmosphere. And in the sky, there were many small mountains floating. These mountains were made from floating soil. They could float in the sky naturally. They had their own unique characteristics and environments. Some were intertwined with vines that hung down like hair. Some were drizzling, reflecting rainbow-colored red lights. There were also waterfalls that poured down. Water flowed down until it merged into a wide river on the ground. White cranes flew, spirit apes cried. It was full of vitality. All kinds of immortal materials were dazzling. Desolate plants and desolate beasts could be seen everywhere. But what made Fairy Myrtle the most concerned was the harmonious coexistence of the mushroom men and humans in the villages. The children played with each other, the husbands and wives took care of each other, the elders were kind and filial. This is truly a paradise in the mortal world. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable wants such a world, but unfortunately humans are the orthodox race. How can variant humans be on equal footing with humans? But even so, I still admire Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Because for this dream of his, he has completely dedicated himself. He has never had any desire for benefits. Fairy Myrtle said slowly. The Celestial Court had humans as the main race. They were superior to the other variant human races. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, however, wanted equality for everyone. In his opinion, not just variant humans and variant humans, all life forms in the world should be equal. Precisely because of this difference in ideals, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable did not stay in the Celestial Court. He created a paradise in the 5 regions, creating his ideal homeland. Lu Wei-yin nodded. Even though we have different ideals, we have the same attitude towards the demonic path that is wreaking havoc in the world. Lord Ziwei is here to borrow Gu. It would be fine if it were other immortal Gu, but to borrow benevolence Gu to benefit the world, why would we stop you? But if outsiders want to borrow Gu, according to the rules left behind by the Immortal Venerable, they need to climb the mountain and reach the peak to have the qualifications to borrow Gu. Climbing the mountain is tough. The higher the cultivation level, the more difficult it is. I hope Lord Ziwei can understand. This mountain is not easy to climb, but this is also because of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's good intentions. Reaching the peak is also very beneficial to me. Fairy Myrtle smiled lightly, her eyes shining with rippling light. All right, let's continue. The River of Time. The 4 immortal Gu houses of the Celestial Court were in different directions, surrounding the immortal formation. The atmosphere among the Gu immortals was very lively. Lord Fengjoga, we have already trapped this Red Lotus Island. We only need to explore it. Shang Xianzi reported. Fengjoga nodded. He had wanted to use the River of Time to consolidate and strengthen his inspiration towards Destiny Song. But not long after he entered, a stone Lotus Island appeared and was trapped by the Celestial Court. The Red Lotus Island was personally created by Red Lotus Demon Venerable. I should go personally and see the methods of this world-shocking Demon Venerable. Feng Jioge was about to enter the immortal formation. Boom! With a loud sound, the immortal goo house he was in shook intensely. Enemy! Who is so daring to attack our celestial court? The immortals were shocked and furious. The newcomer appeared. Who else could it be but Feng Yuan? The heavenly court side was stunned. Someone immediately shouted, "What a demon! You escaped last time, but you still dare to come back this time. Then come and die." Feng Yuan smiled lightly. After thinking about it, he decided to come to the River of Time and stop the Celestial Court from getting Red Lotus' true inheritance. After all, Dragon Palace's situation was very chaotic. Everyone was not using their full strength. There were too many variables. As for the Red Lotus Island, if he did not stop them, the Celestial Court would definitely succeed. Feng Yuan had Spring-Autumn Cicada. He had a huge advantage in inheriting the Red Lotus Island. Feng Yuan, we meet again. Feng Jioge's voice came from the immortal goo house. It was filled with emotions. Chapter 1707. Feng Yuan, we meet again. Feng Jioge's voice came from the immortal goo house. It was filled with deep emotions. It has been a long time indeed. Feng Yuan sighed. After so many years, Feng Yuan and Feng Jioge met again. They were like old friends. There was no emotion in their tone. But they were not old friends. After saying that, they became silent. At once, only the sound of the River of Time's water could be heard. It surged forward. Feng Jioge still remembered the first time he met Feng Yuan. Back then, Feng Yuan had not even become a Gu Immortal. He was only immortal, but he obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Right now, Feng Yuan was famous in the world. He had rank 8 cultivation level. His growth speed was unprecedented in history. It was shocking. No matter what, Feng Jioge had also become rank 8. His battle achievements were even more impressive. His strength was no longer the same as before. He had rank 8 Fate Armor Immortal Gu. He knew that as a Dao Guardian, he was greatly supported by Heavenly Court. Feng Yuan had once saved Feng Jioge's life. Feng Jioge had returned the favor. Because of their different factions, Feng Jioge chased after Feng Yuan but failed time and time again. After fighting many times, Feng Yuan and Feng Jioge knew each other very well. They had a deep understanding of each other. Both sides were wary of each other, but they admired each other's abilities and talents from the bottom of their hearts. Feng Yuan, you loser, I let you escape last time in the River of Time. To think that you would dare to come back and court death again. A voice broke the silence. The person who spoke was wearing blue star armor. He had a rough appearance. His body was overflowing with rank 8 aura. He was standing on shark flow lever. Feng Yuan took a glance and recognized that this was the person who chased after him last time. But last time, he did not know this person's origin, but now he knew about it. This person had also awakened from the Celestial Court's immortal graveyard. He was a veteran rank 8 star path expert, Xingyi Wang. Feng Yuan then scanned the Celestial Court's lineup. The 3 Xuanzi occupied the present and past pavilion and looked at Feng Yuan with eyes that seemed to be spewing fire. Their faces were filled with hatred. Last time, Feng Yuan had used the time-flying blade to kill Sun Guizi, causing the 4 Xuanzi's revival method to fail. Now, only 3 of them remained. Rank 8 Gu Immortal Qingyi had the same status as Xingyi Wang. He controlled Eternal Yacht with a grim expression. Hoshino Wang stood on the shark flow lever and glared at Feng Yuan. Feng Jioge, on the other hand, was guarding the 3 Autumn Yellow Crane Terrace and did not reveal himself. 4 Time Path Immortal Gu houses, 3 rank 8 Gu Immortals, and many rank 7 Gu Immortals led by the 3 Xuanzi, as well as this super formation. Feng Yuan assessed their strength. Overall, it was not bad. Because the Celestial Court did not send any more manpower. Thinking about it, Central Continent's earth veins were moving. Other than maintaining stability, the Celestial Court's focus was on repairing rank 9 Fate Gu. It involved a lot of manpower and resources. To the Celestial Court, Feng Yuan was not their main enemy. The Celestial Court's strategy did not include Feng Yuan. Thus, Fairy Myrtle had once tried to recruit Fong Yuan in Langya Blessed Land. The Celestial Court's goal was the whole world. It was the great era of Dream Path. It was the overlord of Human Path. This was the Celestial Court's magnanimity. Thus, the Celestial Court's focus had always been on repairing Fate Gu. Moreover, last time, Fong Yuan escaped in a sorry state and narrowly escaped death. Afterwards, Fairy Myrtle used the Celestial Court's foundation to purchase Time Path immortal materials. She severely suppressed Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan had been concealing his tracks. Even when the earth veins moved and countless immortal goo and immortal materials appeared, he did not show himself. Because of all these reasons, the Celestial Court did not send more troops into the River of Time. Of course, there might be other forces lying in ambush. Fong Yuan smiled coldly. No matter what, as long as the battle continued, the Celestial Court's trump cards would be revealed one by one. With a loud roar, Fong Yuan used Familiar Face and turned into the immemorial Year Monkey again. The Year Monkey's body was like a mountain as it charged towards the nearest 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform. Feng Jioge was guarding it. Such a brave demon, let me fight you. Xing Yi Wang moved Shark Flow lever at an astonishing speed as he intercepted. Fong Yuan moved on the water as he pointed with his finger. Immortal Killer Move Spring Scissors flew out. Spring Scissors was green and agile. It was as large as an elephant, but it shrunk in front of Shark Flow lever. Xing Yi Wang was slightly shocked. He was already familiar with Spring Scissors, but it had such a transformation. The shrunken Spring Scissors charged down, but when it got close to the giant sharks in front of Shark Flow lever, it grew bigger again. With a soft sound, the scissors closed cleanly, cutting off the head of a giant shark. With another soft sound, another giant shark lost its head. Xing Yi Wang was shocked. He quickly stopped Shark Flow lever. He could not care about obstructing Fong Yuan anymore. He was thinking about how to block Spring Scissors. Fong Yuan blocked Xing Yi Wang with one move. He moved like the wind and arrived in front of 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform. Inside the Immortal Goo House, Feng Jioge had an indifferent expression as he controlled it calmly. 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform burst out with a bright light, blocking Fong Yuan's attack. He felt like he had crashed into a metal board. His momentum was completely nullified. Fong Yuan turned into an immemorial Year Monkey. He snickered as he punched with his fist. The fist landed on 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform, causing the pavilion to shake. Debris flew everywhere as it was pushed back. This Fong Yuan's strength has increased by leaps and bounds again. That's right, at least he modified Spring Scissors and Winter Coat. The former changes in size, it is hard to defend against, while the latter fused with his immemorial Year Beast transformation. His monkey skin is like ice, his fur is like frost, his defense is incredibly thick. 30 Xuanzi sat in present and past pavilion. They discussed with shock on their faces. Ever since Fong Yuan escaped pathetically and exposed all of his trump cards, Celestial Court had deduced all of his killer moves. To think that in this battle, all of their deductions were outdated, Fong Yuan's modification far surpassed Celestial Court's estimation. Celestial Court was caught unprepared. Not just that, Fong Yuan had also made many deductions about the 4 Immortal Goo houses. The fact that he had easily dealt with the Shark Flow lever and forced the 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform to retreat was proof of this. Fong Yuan's Wisdom Path attainment was high, and most importantly, he had Wisdom Goo's secret help. Celestial Court's side had not deduced this. Fong Yuan, who had the light of wisdom, used his information to deduce the background of Celestial Court's 4 Time Path Immortal Goo houses. He made great progress. In the previous battle, Fong Yuan exposed his trump cards, but at the same time, Celestial Court's trump cards were also exposed. Fong Yuan understood all of them. It was not easy for Goo Immortals to create immortal killer moves. Modifying them was even harder. And what were Immortal Goo houses? Immortal Goo houses were the combination of countless immortal killer moves. Thus, modifying Immortal Goo houses was even harder. Fong Yuan could modify immortal killer moves because he had Wisdom Goo. Celestial Court's modification of Immortal Goo houses did not have Wisdom Goo. It was even harder. Thus, these 4 Immortal Goo houses did not have many changes. they maintained their current state. Fang Yuan had gained a lot from his previous defeat. He now had a way to deal with these immortal goo houses. This was also one of the reasons why he gave up on Dragon Palace and chose to attack the River of Time. Northern corner is destroyed. We cannot retrieve the goo worms. 3 layers of Autumn Light shield have been broken, only 1 layer is left. Immortal goo Autumn Light has cracks on its surface. Several goo immortals in 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform reported they had anxious expressions. Feng Jioge was sitting at the main seat, but his expression was calm. He did not show any signs of taking action personally, because he knew that his sound path cultivation was useless in the River of Time. Only by relying on time path immortal goo houses could he resist Feng Yuan. Feng Jioge thought, Feng Yuan can suppress 2 immortal goo houses, but Celestial Court still has 2 more. This battle has just begun. Feng Yuan's barrage of attacks caused him to pant heavily. Even though 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platforms' exterior was damaged, its base was undamaged. It only lost a large number of mortal goo. Moreover, the rank 7 goo immortals inside the immortal goo house were trying their best to repair it. After the initial burst of energy, 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform got through the early stages. Feng Yuan's fierce attacks weakened rapidly. Xingyi Wang, who was on Shark Flow lever, had already dealt with Spring Scissors killer move. He rushed over again. At the same time, Present and Past Pavilion and Eternal Yacht formed a net from the left and right. Feng Yuan, I want to see how you deal with the alliance of 4 immortal goo houses. Xingyi Wang shouted. Feng Yuan saw that he was surrounded. His eyes shined with bright light as he suddenly laughed. Bing Sichuan, are you still not going to make a move? Before he finished speaking, Bing Sichuan's figure appeared behind Present and Past Pavilion. Who is it? The 3 Xuanzi were shocked. Because Present and Past Pavilion was most proficient in investigative methods, they still found Feng Yuan but not Bing Sichuan. Bing Sichuan shouted lightly as he pushed with both palms. Cold winds blew as frost energy surged, enveloping Present and Past Pavilion. At the next moment, the entire Present and Past Pavilion was sealed in a huge piece of profound ice. The 3 Xuanzi did not move in the ice. Their expressions were frozen with fear. They looked extremely lifelike. On the deck of Eternal Yacht, the calm rank 8 goo immortal Qin Ye's expression finally changed. This immortal killer move is instant freeze. You are the time path great expert of Giant Sun Immortals era, Bing Sichuan. Bing Sichuan cultivated time path. He was most proficient in stopping time. His time path killer moves could imitate the power of ice path. He was a rank 8 legend. His battle strength was at the peak of rank 1, on par with Li Huang. But now that Li Huang was sent away, he was replaced by the newly advanced rank 8 Feng Jioge. And most importantly, this was the River of Time. Even if Li Huang was here, he would not be Bing Sichuan's match in a 1-on-1 battle without using a time path immortal goo house. Bing Sichuan had been preparing for a long time. His first move was earth-shattering. He attacked the weakest enemy, sealing a time path immortal goo house and eliminating the battle. Good moves. Feng Yuan could not help but praise. Bing Sichuan looked at Qin Yi. I am Bing Sichuan of Longevity Heaven. To think that someone in this era can recognize me. He said this with a smile on his face, but he did not hold back as he attacked the rank 8 goo immortal Qin Yi on Eternal Yacht. With Bing Sichuan's help, Feng Yuan suppressed the remaining 3 immortal goo houses of Celestial Court. At the next moment, the 5th time path immortal goo house appeared. This was a gatehouse. It had a simple structure but was beautiful. The pillars were red in color. It was very festive. The plaque on the door had 2 shining golden words, New Year's End. Chapter 1708. Year-end Gatehouse's appearance in the River of Time shocked not Feng Yuan's side, but Celestial Court. This was because Celestial Court only had 4 time path immortal goo houses here. This 5th time path immortal goo house, Year-end Gatehouse, came from Northern Plains. It was owned by one of the Huangjin tribes. When did an immortal goo house sneak in? Oh no, what is it trying to do to the river's suppression lotus ceiling formation? Quickly stop it. Celestial Court side shouted. Even the rank 8 goo immortals had shocked expressions. Bing Sichuan laughed loudly. Frost energy burst out from his body as he slammed Eternal Yacht to the bottom of the river. Fang Yuan shouted loudly, using all his strength to attack 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform. His fists danced like a torrential storm, forcing the latter to retreat again and again. Present and past pavilion was already frozen. It had sunk into the river of time, vanishing without a trace. Xing Yi Wang, who was on Shark Flow lever, had an ashen expression. He tried to go back to stop Year-End Gatehouse, but it was too far away. Under the gazes of the immortals, Year-End Gatehouse approached the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Formation. The gate started to shine with a pure white light. Next, a voice could be heard from inside. "Watch closely, this is my 5 elements profound light." Buzz. With an ear-piercing buzzing sound, a 5-colored light shot out of the gatehouse, hitting the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Formation. The 5-colored light was like 5 streams of light that fused with each other. Wherever it went, the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Formation dissolved layer by layer. A huge hole was formed in the blink of an eye. Quick, quick, repair the formation. What method is this? The River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Formation has no resistance at all. The rank 7 Gu immortals controlling the super formation were shocked and furious. Feng Jioga's pupils shrunk. He recognized it. The one who attacked should be a Northern Plains rank 8 lone immortal, 5 elements grandmaster. This person cultivates formation path. He is skilled in imitating metal, wood, water, fire, earth, the 5 paths. He is a formation path great grandmaster. He was actually recruited by Longevity Heaven. After 5 elements grandmaster used this move, he gasped for breath, and his momentum suddenly fell to the bottom. His 5 elemental mystic light was best at breaking immortal arrays. He had prepared this move for a long time, and when it was unleashed, the results were shocking. A small part of the entire River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Array was destroyed, and it was on the verge of collapse. Of course, it was also because Fang Yuan had given Longevity Heaven crucial information. Fang Yuan had a deeper understanding of the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Formation. After all, he had been locked inside and had personally broken the formation to break out. With this information, the 5 Elements Grandmaster was able to modify the 5 Elements Cave Light, which happened to be able to restrain the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Array. Once the formation was broken, the Stone Lotus Island was immediately exposed to the immortals. Fang Yuan laughed heartily and leaped up. Boom! He used all his strength and stomped the 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform into the river, causing a huge wave. After that, he shot into the formation like a cannonball towards the Stone Lotus Island. The Gu immortals inside the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Array were in chaos. They were covered in sweat as they tried to maintain the formation and prevent it from breaking apart. Once this super formation breaks apart, the person controlling it would suffer a huge backlash. These Gu immortals were maintaining the formation. They were also saving themselves. The formation was busy trying to save itself. It could only look at Fang Yuan, who had come in. Red Lotus True Inheritance. Fang Yuan looked at the Stone Lotus Island as his eyes shined with bright light. Spring-Autumn Cicada was shaking inside the Time Path clone. It was no longer the same as before. Spring-Autumn Cicada was rank 7 now. With the immortal killer move that Fang Yuan designed personally, he could immediately determine the authenticity of the Stone Lotus Island. It couldn't be any more real than this. Last time, Red Lotus True Inheritance gave Fang Yuan huge gains. He managed to turn Fang Yuan's situation around. If he were to obtain the true inheritance of the Red Lotus sect, just how much would he improve? Fang Yuan, don't think you can escape. At this time, Xing Yi Wang shouted as he moved Shark Flow lever to attack Fang Yuan's back. Get lost. At the crucial moment, Bing Sichuan appeared and blocked Shark Flow lever. Fang Yuan, quickly go and obtain Red Lotus True Inheritance. Bing Sichuan shouted at Fang Yuan while fighting. Fang Yuan looked at Bing Sichuan deeply. It seemed that Longevity Heaven was very sincere in cooperating with him. He did not stop for even a second. He got closer to the Stone Lotus Island. Don't even think about it. Eternal Yacht carried the rank 8 Gu Immortal Qin Yi as it circled around Bing Sichuan and Xing Yi Wang's battle, charging towards them. You want to chase? Hee hee, you'll have to get past me first. The Year's End gatehouse suddenly appeared without any warning, blocking Qin Ye's path. Qin Yi frowned as he sneered, "My eternal yacht is the fastest, it can travel through the river of time, your year-end gatehouse can stop me?" Suddenly, Qin Ye's expression changed as he looked at Eternal Yacht. An immortal formation appeared around it. He created a time path formation so quickly? Qin Ye's heart shook. He finally experienced 5 Elements Grandmaster's shocking formation path attainment. This Red Lotus true inheritance is mine. With Longevity Heaven's help, Feng Yuan obtained the most crucial time. He got close to the Stone Lotus Island and was about to step on it. But at this moment, a change occurred. The Stone Lotus Island burst out with a formless force that pushed Feng Yuan far away. What's going on? Feng Yuan was suspicious. I have Spring-Autumn Cicada. Don't tell me, if this Stone Lotus Island accepts me, the island's defenses will fail? Or will there be a loophole that others can take advantage of? Boom boom boom. At this moment, a storm of attacks rained down on Feng Yuan's mountain-like immemorial year monkey body. The river suppression lotus ceiling formation was finally stabilized. Even though it was still damaged, the hole was shrinking rapidly. At the same time, the rank 7 Gu immortals controlling the formation had the strength to deal with Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan was obstructed by the formation. He could not get close to the Stone Lotus Island like before. This formation was likely designed by Celestial Court to deal with the Stone Lotus Island. The Stone Lotus Island resisted me earlier because of this formation? Feng Yuan was thinking when 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform, which was guarded by Feng Jioge, finally arrived in front of him. The formation between the two erupted again. They fought back and forth, attacking and defending. The situation fell into a stalemate. At the same time, Eastern Sea. Li Huang pays respects to Lord Duke Long. In the sky, flames scattered as an old man appeared. It was Celestial Court's reinforcements, the rank 8 Gu immortal expert Li Huang. Duke Long nodded as he patted Feng Kim Hong, who was beside him. Feng Jin Huang's entire body was shrouded in a spherical chi wall. At this moment, she slowly floated to Li Huang's side. "Protect Huang Heir. If anything happens to her, I will hold you accountable," Duke Long said plainly. Li Huang had a solemn expression as he said confidently, "Lord Duke Long, please don't worry, I have Verdant's Sunflame Cloak. Who in the world can injure Feng Kim Hong?" Duke Long did not look at him, he looked at the horizon. In order to take care of Feng Kim Hong, there was a slight delay. Dragon Palace had already flown out of sight. Duke Long smiled lightly. He was not nervous at all. He clenched his fists. It was time to show his skills. At the next moment, he vanished on the spot. Dragon Palace was obstructed by Qin Yuan again. The other rank 8 Gu immortals were still fighting each other. The opportunity is fleeting. I need to grab it. Qin Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. It had been so many days since he joined the battle. This was the 4th opportunity he had been waiting for. But just as Qin Yuan was about to get close to Dragon Palace, a huge force surged towards him. The aura of death was so dense that it made him suffocate. He quickly turned around and blocked the fatal attack, but his whole body was like a sandbag. He spat out blood and was sent flying. "Duke Long, it's you." Qin Yuan's voice was hoarse. His face was filled with anger. Duke Long floated in the sky indifferently. The 2 horns on his forehead were shining with purple-gold light. His long hair was fluttering in the wind. His body was like a boulder. His dragon eyes were shining with a cold light. Qin Yuan struggled to stop his flying body. He wanted to counterattack Duke Long, but suddenly, his expression changed. A dragon-shaped energy suddenly rose up from his chest and suddenly exploded. Boom! The explosion was not loud, but Qin Yuan's defensive methods were like paper. Qin Yuan was filled with disbelief and panic as he retreated. Blood spewed out of his mouth, his ribs were broken, his entire chest was almost destroyed, his heart and lungs could be seen from the outside. "Duke Long, take this. This immortal Gu house is mine." Song Qiyuan and Zhang Yin flew over. The 2 gave up on fighting. They worked together to deal with Duke Long. Duke Long smiled plainly. "Roar." The dragon roared. Song Qiyuan and Zhang Yin were sent flying with confusion and shock. They suffered a heavy blow, but before they could even see what happened, they were defeated by Duke Long. "Be careful. Duke Long is no longer a burden, he is about to go all out. Is this his true strength? Everyone, attack together, don't let him succeed. Duke Long's powerful performance made the other rank 8 Gu immortals feel a huge threat. They turned around and surrounded Duke Long. Duke Long breathed in deeply. He slowly closed his eyes. He did not move at all. Only when the killer moves came from all directions did he suddenly open his eyes. Immortal killer move, Chi engulfing mountains and rivers. At once, the rank 8 Gu immortals' bodies and minds shook. They felt an unparalleled pressure pressing down on them from all directions. Not just them, even the immortal killer moves that they activated, even the surrounding tens of thousands of li of sky and sea were under immense pressure. Many killer moves broke apart. The rank 8 Gu immortals and Dragon Palace fell into the water like dumplings in a pot. All living beings turned silent, heaven and earth became silent. Only Duke Long was left. He stood proudly in the sky, using his indifferent dragon eyes to look at the pathetic figures of the immortals. At this point in the fight for Dragon Palace, he finally displayed his true strength. Pseudo-immortal venerable battle strength suppressed his opponents. He had the upper hand. Kill. Duke Long, I will kill you. I don't believe you can defeat all of us. A few breaths of time later, huge waves rose in the sea. The rank 8 Gu immortals who were humiliated by Duke Long had ruthless expressions. They attacked Duke Long together. Duke Long snorted coldly. A dragon tail grew out from his back. His body was covered in dragon scales. The dragon horns on his head were as sharp as swords. He roared. It was the immortal killer move Dragon Roaring Wave. Next, his figure flickered around his opponents. His dragon fists smashed their faces one by one. His dragon claws tore through their defenses, causing a storm of blood. Eastern Sea's rank 8 Gu immortals were not his match. They were furious and shocked. Their immortal killer moves were constantly interrupted. Even if they succeeded, they could not do anything to Duke Long. After fighting for so long, other than protecting Feng Kim Hong, Duke Long had also been collecting information. He had already grasped most of the details of Eastern Sea's rank 8 Gu immortals. Old scoundrel, you are going too far. Take my killer move. Restrain him, I have even more powerful methods. Eastern Sea's rank 8s were furious. They were about to use even more powerful methods. Immortal killer move, Chi engulfing mountains and rivers. Puff puff puff. At the next moment, Eastern Sea's rank 8s were pushed into the depths of the sea again. Chapter 1709. Withdraw. Duke Long suddenly appeared above the roof of Dragon Palace. A huge suction force was exerted. The rank 8 Immortal Gu House resisted it as it was dragged into Duke Long's phantom aperture inch by inch. The other rank 8 Gu immortals saw this and quickly rushed over, attacking Duke Long with all sorts of killer moves. Duke Long sighed as he suddenly vanished on the spot. Dragon Palace lost its restraints and shot out from the bottom of the sea, flying into the sky again. Eastern Sea's rank 8s were about to give chase when Duke Long suddenly appeared in the sky, blocking their path. Dragon roars resounded again. Duke Long moved like lightning, weaving through the Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortals. The rumbling of the fierce battle was like a ceaseless thunderclap. A myriad of innocent lives suffered calamity, and enormous waves that were hundreds of meters tall and over 1,000 meters tall arose on the surface of the sea. Without Feng Kim Hong burdening him, Duke Long displayed astonishing battle strength. None of the rank 8 Gu immortals present were his match. However, these Eastern Sea Gu immortals could cultivate to rank 8, they had deep foundations and some skills. Even though they could not defeat Duke Long and were showing signs of losing, their lives were not in danger for the time being. Even though they were wary of each other, against Duke Long, they cooperated when they could. At once, Eastern Sea's Righteous Path, Demonic Path, and Lone Cultivators worked together to deal with Duke Long. Duke Long felt increasing pressure. Earlier, when he erupted and suppressed everyone, it was because he had been enduring and did not make a big move. Thus, Eastern Sea's rank 8s were caught unprepared. As the battle continued, Duke Long's methods were gradually familiarized by Eastern Sea's Gu immortals. They quickly found the correct methods to counter or deal with him. In this world, there were no invincible immortal Gu or invincible immortal killer moves. There were only invincible Gu immortals. Any immortal killer move, no matter how complex and mysterious, had its traces, it had advantages and weaknesses. Duke Long was indeed strong, none of the Eastern Sea rank 8s present were his match. But the current situation was special, everyone was fighting for the immortal Gu house. Nobody wanted to fight to the death with Duke Long. The immortal Gu house continued to fly, the battlefield was moving around, Duke Long could not set up a battlefield to restrain the enemy. Dragon claws swept out, forcing back many Eastern Sea rank 8s. Duke Long crashed into Dragon Palace and grabbed with his hand. In an instant, a pair of giant dragon claws appeared and held onto the Dragon Palace tightly. The Dragon Palace's body shook violently. It shattered the illusory dragon claw and broke free. Duke Long sighed. This situation had happened many times. It was not easy to take the Dragon Palace. He had to fight for a while and temporarily defeat all the competitors. Then, he would have a good opportunity to try to take the Dragon Palace. But Dragon Palace was a rank 8 immortal Gu house with great strength. It was very difficult to take it. Duke Long had tried many times, but all of them had ended in failure. Duke Long is too strong, what do we do? When he attacks, we will not have a chance to get close to Dragon Palace, not to mention taking it. Duke Long is the only one attacking. Thankfully, this immortal Gu house is strong enough. We can't let this go on. Dragon Palace's resistance is getting weaker. It will be subdued by Duke Long sooner or later. Eastern Sea's rank 8 Gu immortals were all injured. They communicated with each other. They wanted others to use their trump cards to deal with Duke Long. At rank 8 level, who did not have trump cards? These immortal killer moves were definitely powerful or mysterious, but no one was willing to expose them. No one could guarantee that in this complicated battle environment, these immortal killer moves would not fail. The stronger the killer move, the greater the backlash. Duke Long was also holding on to triple chi retraction. He did not use it. It was not that he did not want to use it, but it was very risky, he might injure himself. Earlier, when he fought against Zishan Makoto, he tried all ways to probe him. After feeling that the other party did not have any special methods, he found a chance to use triple chi retraction. In this situation, if Duke Long rashly used triple chi retraction and was countered by the enemy, what would happen? These Eastern Sea rank 8s had a lot of people, they had deep foundations, who knew what methods they were hiding. It was like an arrow on a bow, hanging in the air without being shot. It was very worrying. When Gu immortals hid their killer moves, they were often a form of deterrence. River of Time. Immortal killer move, Summer Fan. Fang Yuan was still in the immemorial year monkey form. He successfully used his killer move, grabbing at the air with both hands. A huge palm leaf fan with a long handle suddenly appeared out of thin air and was grasped in his hand. Bing Sai Chuan, move aside. Fang Yuan twisted his waist, his arm muscles bulged as he fanned. Whoosh! Winds blew, sweeping forward. The intense winds swept 3 autumn yellow crane platform and even shark flow lever into it, binding them and sending them out of the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. But at the crucial moment, Feng Jioga and Xing Yi Wang flew out of the immortal Gu house, pouncing towards Fang Yuan and Bing Sai Chuan. Even though they did not cultivate time path, the river suppression lotus ceiling formation did not collapse. Inside the formation, time path was suppressed while other paths were strengthened. The rank 7 Gu immortals sent by the Celestial Court were all elites. During this period of time, they had worked together to repair the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. Even though the hole was still there, it had shrunk by a lot. 5 Elements Grandmaster, quickly use your profound light. Fang Yuan shouted. 5 Elements Grandmaster's voice came from the year's end tower. I won't be able to use the Dongxian light again in a short amount of time. This formation has changed a lot. Using the Dongxian light again won't be as effective. Immortal killer move, Song Warrior. Feng Jioga's body flickered as 4 Song Warriors appeared, surrounding Fang Yuan. Xing Yi Wang's body shined with starlight as he pounced towards Bing Sai Chuan like a porcupine. Bing Sai Chuan and Fang Yuan looked at each other before flying into the sky, abandoning their opponents and attacking the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. This was the wisest tactic. As long as the river suppression lotus ceiling formation broke, Be it Feng Jioge or Xing Yi Wang, they would have to hide in their immortal goo houses. Feng Jioge and Xing Yi Wang quickly stopped them, while Five Elements Grandmaster controlled the immortal formation to trap Qin Ye's eternal yacht. In the intense battle, the river suppression lotus ceiling formation shook more and more intensely, enduring Fang Yuan and Bing Sichuan's attacks. More and more cracks appeared. However, on Celestial Court's side, 3 Autumn Yellow Crane Platform and Shark Flow Lever, which were taken away by Fang Yuan, entered the battle again. Fang Yuan and Longevity Heaven's side gradually fell into a disadvantage. Fang Yuan, you still don't trust me now? The situation was disadvantageous, Bing Sichuan shouted anxiously. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He snorted coldly as he approached Bing Sichuan. Bing Sichuan's arms shook as a spherical light membrane covered himself and Fang Yuan. This was his immortal killer move. It was used for defense. Anything that landed on the light membrane, be it living beings or killer moves, would be frozen in time. Break it! Feng Jioge and Xing Yi Wang shouted at the same time. 3 Autumn Yellow Crane Platform and Shark Flow Lever also unleashed killer moves, attacking Bing Sichuan's light membrane. But any killer move that landed on the light membrane would be frozen in time. They would stop. At once, the entire light membrane seemed to be covered in a layer of colorful fireworks. It was extremely beautiful. Bing Sichuan gritted his teeth. His body shook as he held on to the light membrane. Even though he had peak rank 8 battle strength, inside this formation, time path was suppressed. He was facing the attacks of 2 immortal goo houses and 2 rank 8 goo immortals. It was very taxing. Fang Yuan saw this chance. He dispelled his immemorial year monkey transformation and activated Yama Emperor. At this point, he finally had the chance to change his battle style. Feng Jioge and Xing Yi Wang had too much battle experience. They did not give Fang Yuan any chance to transform. He was constantly interrupted. After Fang Yuan transformed into Yama Emperor, he immediately activated his killer move. His aura rose rapidly from weak to strong, and from strong to a terrifying level. Feng Jioge and Xing Yi Wang had solemn expressions. They were very vigilant. At this point in the battle, Fang Yuan finally had the time to use his trump card. Immortal killer move, Luo Pasil. Pay attention. Bing Sichuan gritted his teeth. He dispelled his defensive killer move and charged at the front. Without any obstruction, the attacks that had stopped earlier surged towards Bing Sichuan and Fang Yuan like a tidal wave. Bing Sichuan stood at the front. He forcefully opened a path for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan held Luo Pasil as he charged towards Xing Yi Wang while enduring the aftermath. Xing Yi Wang retreated. Feng Jioge went to the right and attacked Fang Yuan from the side. Fang Yuan smiled coldly as he flew up. Luo Pasil flew out and landed on the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. The formation's activation stopped. Several rank 7 goo immortals inside died on the spot. Bing Sichuan felt the pressure on him lessening. Swish, swish, swish. Large amounts of water from the river of time flowed into the formation through the opening. Then, with a series of crisp cracking sounds, the river suppression lotus ceiling formation fell apart piece by piece. 5 Elements Grandmaster was extremely shocked. Fang Yuan's Luo Pasil actually attacked the core of the formation and destroyed the core immortal goo. How did he deduce that? Boom. Feng Jioge attacked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's attention was on breaking the formation. He could only take Feng Jioge's attack head-on. Even in Yama Emperor state, Fang Yuan coughed out 3 mouthfuls of blood. A large number of soul path goo worms died and several immortal goo were injured. Without the formation's help, the battlefield changed. Fang Yuan and Bing Sichuan gained the upper hand again. Both sides fought for a while longer. The river suppression lotus ceiling formation was left with a third of its original strength. The remaining rank 7 goo immortals tried their best to hold on, but the formation was just a step away from breaking apart. They had no hope. Protect me, Fang Yuan said to Bing Sichuan. Bing Sichuan used a spherical light barrier again, covering Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used this chance to cancel Yama Emperor and use Immemorial Year Beast transformation. Protect me, Feng Jioge shouted. Xing Yi Wang and the 2 immortal goo houses surrounded Feng Jioge. Immortal killer move, Winds of Assimilation. Feng Jioge took a huge risk and successfully used the number 1 wind in the world. Bing Sichuan's forehead was covered in sweat. He shouted to Feng Yuan, "Oh no, my defensive killer move cannot block the winds of assimilation, we need to retreat." But out of their expectations, the winds of assimilation did not attack the defensive light barrier, they attacked the stone Lotus Island instead. Under Feng Yuan's shocked gaze, the stone Lotus Island was engulfed by the winds of assimilation. It broke into pieces and turned into wind. The winds of assimilation were getting stronger. Whoever went to the island would have to face this destructive tornado. Feng Jioge. Bing Sichuan was exasperated. Feng Yuan's expression was also slightly dark. Chapter 1710. The winds of assimilation rampaged in the river of time. When Feng Jioge used the Song of Gale, it would cause the sound of howling winds. But when the true winds of assimilation blew, it was very calm, there was no sound at all. The silent winds of assimilation made all of the Gu immortals present feel a bone-chilling coldness. The stone Lotus Island was continuously eroded by the winds of assimilation before vanishing completely. The winds of assimilation got stronger. Initially, it was quite large. After destroying the stone Lotus Island, it expanded by several times. It was like a pillar that supported heaven and earth. However, it could not display its might in the river of time. Even though a lot of river water was turned into the winds, the entire river of time was still unaffected. The amount of river water that was lost was negligible. Even though the winds of assimilation were powerful, compared to the entire river of time, it was too small. It was like a bug on an old cow. All of the Gu immortals and immortal Gu houses carefully distanced themselves from the winds of assimilation. Even Feng Jioge was not an exception. The stone Lotus Island was really destroyed. Feng Yuan was deeply shocked. He wanted to enter the island earlier but was repelled by the defensive force of the stone Lotus Island. To think that the stone Lotus Island could not resist the winds of assimilation at all. Don't tell me, this formation played a crucial role in suppressing the stone Lotus Island? Or is the stone Lotus Island already at the end of its tether? It could not resist the might of the winds of assimilation? Feng Yuan looked at the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. It was still collapsing. Feng Jioge had a heavy mood. Even though he destroyed the stone Lotus Island, in his opinion he had failed. In order to find Red Lotus true inheritance, the Celestial Court had expended unimaginable resources and manpower. They finally found a stone Lotus Island and used the river suppression lotus ceiling formation to trap it. But to think that Feng Yuan and Longevity Heaven's power would obstruct it. Feng Jioge had no choice but to destroy the stone Lotus Island. All of his previous efforts went to waste. With regards to his actions, no one could reprimand him. Because the situation was clear. The river suppression lotus ceiling grand array had suffered a blow from Feng Yuan's Luo Pasil. It was destined to collapse. Once the formation broke, Feng Jioge, Xingyi Wang, and the rest could only return to the immortal Gu house obediently. In this way, the Celestial Court's battle prowess would definitely plummet. On the other hand, Feng Yuan and Bing Sichuan were like fish in water in the river of time. Without the restriction of the formation, their battle strength rose once again. The enemy was strong while he was weak. Feng Jioge wasn't confident that the stone Lotus Island would be taken away by Feng Yuan's side sooner or later. So, Feng Jioge seized the opportunity to cut his losses and brazenly destroy the stone Lotus Isle. Good decision. A sharp light flashed in Feng Yuan's eyes as he praised. Bing Sichuan heaved a long sigh, showing a dejected expression. He had placed his hopes on Red Lotus true inheritance. He wanted to find a shortcut to destroy Fate Gu. But now, Feng Yuan only had the key to Spring Autumn Cicada, while the stone Lotus Island was destroyed by Feng Jioge. He was greatly disappointed. He did not know that Feng Yuan had already obtained a true inheritance in secret. Feng Yuan naturally would not tell Longevity Heaven about this secret. The Celestial Court was also kept in the dark. Rumble. With a series of explosions, the damaged river suppression lotus ceiling formation broke apart. Most of the immortal Gu were destroyed. The Gu immortals controlling it died one after another. The river flowed in reverse, creating huge waves. The river of time was restored to its former state. Let's retreat. Feng Jioge gritted his teeth as he spoke. The situation was very disadvantageous to the Celestial Court. Even though they had 3 rank 8 Gu immortals, in this situation, even if Duke Long came, he would not be able to do anything. Feng Jioge and the rest were not Time Path Gu immortals. They could only hide in their immortal Gu houses and fight using the Time Path immortal Gu houses. And these Time Path immortal Gu houses were only rank 7. If they had a rank 8 Time Path immortal Gu house, the Celestial Court would have a chance of winning. Even though the Celestial Court had an extremely deep foundation, it was not without limits. Firstly, after Lord Huangshi died, the Celestial Court could not take out a Time Path rank 8 Gu immortal Gu house. Even though they created 4 Time Path immortal Gu houses, they were only at rank 7 level. To create a rank 8 Time Path immortal Gu house in a short period of time, the Celestial Court could not do anything about it. Actually, there was no problem with Fairy Myrtle's arrangements. Even though Feng Yuan obtained Red Lotus True Inheritance, his killer moves were mostly modified, a large number of immortal Gu were also refined, his battle strength rose by a lot. But it was very difficult for Feng Yuan to obtain Red Lotus True Inheritance alone. The Celestial Court did not expect that Longevity Heaven would suddenly cooperate with Feng Yuan. After all, Feng Yuan destroyed 88-point Shenyang Tower. There was deep hatred between Longevity Heaven and Feng Yuan. This hatred was not simple. Feng Yuan did not just destroy a rank 8 immortal Gu house. He also destroyed Giant Sun Immortals arrangements, the symbol of the Golden Tribe's glory. Longevity Heaven actually gave up on hatred and cooperated with Feng Yuan. Is this a change brought by Bing Sichuan? Feng Jioge returned to 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform and looked at Bing Sichuan with a frown. The 3 immortal Gu houses of Celestial Court were retreating rapidly. Feng Yuan roared as he turned into the immemorial Year Monkey, chasing after them. Bing Sichuan fought alongside him. The two attacked fiercely, attacking the 3 immortal Gu houses of Celestial Court. Even though Heaven Stairway had 3 rank 8s, they could only defend themselves now, enduring the enemy's attacks as they escaped. Present and Past Pavilion finally broke free from Bing Sichuan's killer move. It flew out of the River of Time, leaving the river. The 3 Xuanzi were holding their breaths. They wanted to teach Feng Yuan a lesson, but they saw their 3 immortal Gu houses escaping in panic. The River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Formation broke apart. The rank 7 Gu immortals controlling the formation were all dead. Only a few were struggling in the River of Time. They were not far from death. Retreat! Feng Jioge transmitted. The 3 Xuanzi gulped. They quickly joined the escaping group. Feng Yuan and Bing Sichuan, as well as 5 Elements Grandmasters Year and Gatehouse, chased after them. These 4 immortal Gu houses were very sturdy. They protected each other and were slippery. Feng Yuan and Bing Sichuan got stronger as they fought. In the River of Time, they could display extraordinary battle strength. The tributary of the River of Time is nearby. We are about to escape. Qin Yi shouted, raising the morale of the Celestial Court's Gu immortals. You want to leave? Not so easy. Feng Yuan laughed sinisterly, closing the distance. You guys retreat, we will block the enemy. The 3 Xuanzi came to a realization. They moved the tattered Present and Past Pavilion and stayed behind. Under the 3 Xuanzi's stalling, the other 3 immortal Gu houses successfully escaped along the tributary of the River of Time. Now that Present and Past Pavilion was destroyed by Feng Yuan, the 3 Xuanzi also died. Not a single rank 8 Gu immortal was left behind. Feng Yuan was filled with regret. This was a rare opportunity. Feng Yuan did not want to chase them. In the outside world of the 5 regions, Feng Jioge and the rest could attack freely. He cleaned up the battlefield and stored his immortal aperture, annexing them one by one. Bing Sichuan and 5 Elements Grandmaster did not make a move. They only watched from the side. There were many rank 7 Gu immortals who died. Because they did not have the qualifications to join Celestial Court, they all had rank 7 immortal apertures. After Feng Yuan annexed his aperture, he gained a lot. Let's go to Eastern Sea. After cleaning up, Feng Yuan took the initiative to suggest. Longevity Heaven had shown sufficient sincerity in the contest for Red Lotus True Inheritance. They were reliable allies for now. Both sides had the same goal. They did not want Celestial Court to completely repair fake goo. If Celestial Court had fake goo, it could regain its former glory. It would be a huge threat to the other 4 regions. After staying in the River of Time for a while, Fang Yuan and Bing Sichuan confirmed that Red Lotus was truly destroyed. Even though they did not obtain the true inheritance, they stopped Celestial Court from succeeding. It was a draw. Soon, Fang Yuan and the rest left the River of Time, heading to Eastern Sea to stop Duke Long. But along the way, they received news that Eastern Sea's side had come to an end. There was a result. In this contest for Dragon Palace, the final victor was Duke Long. Duke Long had outstanding battle strength. He suppressed many of Eastern Sea's rank 8s. Next, Celestial Court's new rank 8 Gu Immortal Chen Yi came to reinforce with an Immortal Gu house. At the crucial moment, Eastern Sea's lone Immortal Yang Jun suddenly helped Duke Long, allowing Duke Long to suppress the rank 8 Immortal Gu house's resistance and take it. But Duke Long himself was also heavily injured. At the final moment, Eastern Sea's rank 8s no longer held back. They used their trump cards. Unfortunately, it was too late. After Duke Long obtained the Immortal Gu house, he did not continue fighting. He left immediately. To think that this rank 8 lone Immortal Yang Jun was recruited by Celestial Court. 5 Elements Grandmaster shook his head. He was once a lone immortal, but now he was a member of Longevity Heaven. That might not be the case. Yang Jun might be a pawn of Celestial Court in Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan thought of Northern Plains Prince's Impatience. Prince's Impatience was a rank 8 Gu immortal that Celestial Court placed in Northern Plains, but his identity was not exposed. Chapter 1711. Inside Central Continent's Regional Wall. Go, quickly go. Follow us, don't fall behind. A group of Western Desert Gu masters shouted as they ran. Behind them, the ground split open like a huge beast opening its mouth to devour them. Save me! Amidst the screams, a small group of people fell into the earth trench. Most of them would be crushed to death. Even if they were lucky enough to survive, they would most likely be dead. Father, I can't hold on anymore. Zhang Ping was still a youngster. He had just advanced to rank 2 Gu Master. He was panicking now. The primeval essence in his aperture was almost depleted. Oh no! Zhang Quan was a rank 3 Gu Master. He was sweating profusely now. He had used all his strength. The killer move not only moved him but also his son Zhang Ping. If Zhang Ping did not have primeval essence, Zhang Quan's killer move would be ineffective. By then, Zhang Ping's speed would fall. Zhang Quan would be helpless. He could only watch as his son fell into the abyss. What do I do? Zhang Quan was helpless. He was extremely anxious. He was filled with regret. If he knew this would happen, he would not have brought his son to the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. Earlier, he saw his son's refinement path talent. He wanted to bring him to broaden his horizons and temper his abilities. But to think that when they passed the regional wall, they encountered an earth vein disturbance. Just as Zhang Quan and Zhang Ping were about to despair, their vision cleared up. Zhang Quan was stunned. He reacted. They had passed through Central Continent's regional wall. They were in Central Continent now. The earth vein was shaking. Other than creating an earth trench and losing large amounts of goo materials and goo worms, the 5 regional walls were also shrinking. Right now, Gu Masters needed less than half of the time to cross the regional walls. But what use is this? Zhang Quan sighed deeply. Zhang Ping's primeval essence and stamina were expended. Zhang Quan could only carry him. But this way, their speed fell. They were about to be devoured by the earth trench. At the crucial moment, a mystical light shone, enveloping the surviving Gu Masters and bringing them to the sky. The earth trench continued to expand under their feet. Soon, a bottomless abyss formed below them. Only when they landed at the edge of the earth trench did the mystical light on these Gu Masters fade. What's going on? Who saved us? Such an unimaginable method saved all of us. The Gu Immortal must have taken action. The Gu Masters were very excited after surviving the calamity. They discussed among themselves. High up in the sky where they could not see, a spirit butterfly Valley Gu Immortal smiled kindly as he retracted his gaze from these Gu Masters. The Gu Immortal quickly flew away, continuing his patrol. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention had already begun. Large numbers of Gu masters had arrived from the other 4 regions. The Gu Immortal was a member of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. He had received a mandatory mission from the sect to patrol this area and prevent the demonic path from causing trouble. There were many Gu Immortals with the same mission as him. These people were mostly from the 10 great ancient sects, but there were also other sects, slave Gu Immortals who were recruited by the 10 great ancient sects, as well as some lone immortals who were close to the 10 great ancient sections. This time, the Celestial Court was holding the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. The security was unprecedented. Zhang Quan and Zhang Ping's group luckily received help from Gu Immortals and escaped with their lives. After entering Central Continent, they rested for a while before heading to the nearest registration location. There were many registration locations for the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. They were evenly distributed all over Central Continent. A few days later, Zhang Quan, Zhang Ping, and some Gu masters with the same goal arrived at Scorpion Needle Sect. This sect was only an ordinary force. It was most proficient in raising and using scorpion-shaped Gu worms. The most famous one was Scorpion Needle Gu. This was an offensive Gu worm. Once activated, it could shoot out scorpion needles. The scorpion needles were sharp and fast. They also carried poison. They were not to be trifled with. Scorpion Needle Sect had already made preparations. Zhang Quan and Zhang Ping walked into the registration hall, seeing that it was filled with people. Most of them were natives of the Central Continent, and a small number were like them, from the Western region. Scorpion Needle Sect's location was close to Western Desert, thus many Western Desert Gu masters came to register. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention attracted countless Gu masters to participate. It was a grand occasion every time. According to the procedures, Zhang Quan and Zhang Ping were brought to the side hall to participate in the examination. The examination only had 4 questions. It was not easy, but not difficult either. It tested the basic skills of Gu refinement. Gu masters with a certain level of experience could often pass. Those who came just to make up the numbers would be eliminated. It would save manpower and resources. Unsurprisingly, Zhang Quan and Zhang Ping both passed the test and successfully registered for the academy. When they walked out of the hall, they each held a token in their hands. The token had the names of the participants, the sect, the path, and the time and place of registration. When Gu masters register, they could choose any name they wanted. Their path and sect could also be kept secret. Precisely because of this leniency, every Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, large numbers of lone cultivators, demons, and even Gu immortals would come to participate incognito. 100 yuan stone for one registration. This is too expensive. Zhang Ping kept the token and grumbled. That's why you have to perform well this time. Don't let our efforts go to waste. Zhang Quan looked at Zhang Ping expectantly. Zhang Ping nodded. Oh, right, father. I saw many Central Continent Gu masters registering directly. They do not need to participate in the examination. Zhang Quan smiled. These people obtained a ranking in the previous Refinement Path Convention. They can directly participate in it. Then, father, didn't you also obtain a ranking in the previous Refinement Path Convention? Why did you have to pay for this? Zhang Ping asked in confusion. Zhang Quan shook his head. That is because I am not a Central Continent Gu master. Only Central Continent Gu masters have this privilege. So that's it. Zhang Ping nodded. This was clearly biased towards the locals. It was unfair, but the young Zhang Ping quickly accepted it. After all, this was Central Continent's territory. The convention was also organized by a Central Continent force. Shouldn't they take care of their own people? And this slight unfairness was not overboard at all. Because in the registration test, as long as a Gu master had refinement path attainment, they could pass it. The Refinement Path Convention has begun. In Celestial Court, Duke Long used his investigative killer move to observe the registration scenes in Central Continent. At this moment, his face was still pale. His injuries from fighting for the Dragon Palace had not healed much. This Refinement Path Convention is the most crucial. Red Lotus. Do you know, after this Refinement Path Convention, Fate Gu will be completely restored? Duke Long's gaze suddenly turned perplexed. Scenes of the past quietly appeared in his mind. Spring-autumn cicada? You actually designed such an unfilial immortal goo, Hong Ting, what are you trying to do? After learning of the secret, Duke Long immediately went to find Red Lotus immortal venerable Hong Ting. Hong Ting clenched his fists, saying to Duke Long, "Master, I have already said it, I want to revive them, I want everything to start over again." Duke Long pointed at Hong Ting, his body shivering from anger. Hong Ting lowered his head, "Master, scold me if you want, hit me if you want, but I will not give up." Duke Long stared at Hong Ting angrily, but did not scold him. Instead, after a long silence, he suddenly heaved a long sigh. "Hong Ting, my disciple, you are too naive. Even if you are an immortal venerable, what can you do to fate? Go ahead and try, I will not stop you. You will definitely fail, but I hope that if you fail enough, you will wake up." Many days later. Master? Hong Ting had injuries all over his body, but his expression was very excited as he arrived in front of Duke Long. "I finally found my only hope, I am about to succeed, I will definitely succeed in changing fate." "How can this be?" Duke Long did not believe it at all. "I am relying on this, love goo. This is the inspiration I got from the Legends of Rinzut. The book says, love is also a part of fate. Since that is the case, love can also change fate." Hong Ting became more excited as he spoke. Duke Long was extremely shocked and furious. "Outrageous, outrageous. Hong Ting, don't forget your identity. You are an immortal venerable of the righteous path, but you want to change history. Do you know what kind of unimaginable consequences your unscrupulous actions will cause?" "Oh, Master." Hong Ting suddenly raised his head, his gaze shining as he looked at Duke Long. "Do you still not understand?" "Understand what?" "Times have changed. People's hearts have also changed. Our generation does not need restraints." Before Hong Ting finished, he was rudely interrupted by Duke Long. "Enough. You actually said fate goo is a kind of restraint?" "Hong Ting, enough is enough. If you continue like this, you will fall into the demonic path." "Master. Master does not want to punish you in the name of righteousness." Taking a deep breath, Duke Long's gaze became clear again. The memories in his mind had already been collected, but Duke Long still felt a sense of self-blame. "Oh, Red Lotus, you still don't understand." Duke Long muttered, "No matter how times change, fate goo will always be the protective umbrella of our human race. You disregarded the big picture of humanity for your own selfish desires. It was my mistake in teaching you. You are my disciple as your master, I will make up for your mistake. I do not have much time left. But it does not matter, it is enough to repair fate goo completely. I will not allow anyone to destroy this refinement path convention." Boom. At the same time, a shocking explosion occurred in Scorpion Needle sect. Countless goo masters who were participating in the refinement path convention died instantly. Dust clouds surged. An ancient desolate beast year snake was roaring in the ruins of Scorpion Needle sect. Looking at the ancient year snake that was rampaging and slaughtering goo masters, Fang Yuan smiled coldly as he left. An immortal killer move with fixed immortal travel as the core activated, bringing him to the next location. Celestial Court wanted to repair fate. They needed to hold the refinement path convention to obtain success Dao marks. How could Fang Yuan let Celestial Court get what they wanted so easily? Chapter 1712. Guei sect. As one of the registration locations for the Refinement Path Convention, it was also filled with people. The Refinement Path Convention is finally starting. To think that I would get a second chance in this life, I am truly thankful to heaven. The middle-aged goo master sighed. Some of the goo masters around him recognized him and started to discuss. "Look, it is Refinement Path Master Luo Sheng. In the previous Refinement Path Convention, he lost due to an unexpected situation. He is making a comeback this time. The Refinement Path Convention is held once every 100 years. Luo Sheng should not have a chance. Who could have thought that after 10 years, the 10 great ancient sects would hold it again?" The middle-aged goo master heard all of these discussions, but his expression was calm. He was past the age of vanity, he only wanted to prove himself now. The opponents this time cannot be underestimated. Even though I have been working hard and accumulating resources, Central Continent is too big, the 5 regions are too big, there will always be geniuses. Just here alone, there are already many new geniuses. The middle-aged Gu master looked around. His attention was mainly on 3 Gu masters. One was an old man, he had been famous for many years, he was also a refinement path master. The other was a young man and a young girl with bright eyes. The former had shone brilliantly in the previous refinement path convention, while the latter was a rising genius in the last 10 years. The competition in this refinement path convention is going to be so intense. I need to make good use of this opportunity, I cannot miss it. I need to prove myself, I need to make my wife and son raise their heads high. In the next moment, a huge ancient year beast descended from the sky, crushing the entire registration hall into smithereens. All of the middle-aged Gu masters' grand ambitions vanished into thin air, vanishing into thin air. Those young Gu masters with bright futures, the talented young girl who was the center of attention, died on the spot. They were crushed into meat paste, their blood and bones mixed together, even their corpses could not be identified. Next location. In the sky, Fang Yuan's figure flashed. This was the 15th location that he had attacked. Central Continent's Gu masters had suffered huge losses. These were only mortal Gu masters. How could they deal with ancient year beasts? Even rank 6 Gu immortals might not be able to match these ancient year beasts. Fang Yuan mercilessly slaughtered the lives of these Gu masters, creating a huge tragedy. More and more elite Gu masters were sacrificed. The Celestial Court's immortals felt a trace of heartache. That devil Fang Yuan is truly vicious and evil. He really came to cause trouble. Damn it. Are we just going to sit back and watch? Lord Ziwei, I wonder. Fairy Myrtle shook her head. Fang Yuan is very cautious. Every time he attacks, he only releases wild ancient year beasts to wreak havoc in the world and slaughter Gu masters. He rarely takes action himself. Fairy Myrtle sighed deeply. His wisdom path attainment is very deep. He knows that the more he attacks, the more clues he will leave behind, and the easier it will be for us to discover and track him. It will be very difficult for me to determine his location. I need more clues, and it will take a long time. But where did he get so many ancient year beasts? A Gu immortal frowned. According to Southern Borders information, there is a year essence pool in Xiacha's immortal aperture. It should be because of this pool that Fang Yuan secretly gathered so many year beasts. Fairy Myrtle said. Even though her expression was calm, she felt anger in her heart. As a Gu immortal, Fang Yuan actually attacked mortals without any restraints. He was bullying the weak, he was truly too shameless, he had no bottom line. Most demonic path Gu immortals would not do this. This was the tacit understanding between Gu immortals, but Fang Yuan directly broke it. Fang Yuan is the greatest calamity to all living beings. Fairy Myrtle was furious, but also felt pity for those innocent lives. The longer he lives in this world, the more living beings will be harmed and harmed by him. Duke Long, however, was truly calm. His heart was like an ancient well without any ripples. All right, Fang Yuan's appearance, isn't this something we already expected? Let's follow the plan. This time, even if we have to pay a huge price, we need to repair Fate Gu. Duke Long's tone was firm. Celestial Court's Gu immortals listened to his orders. They felt nothing in this world could shake Duke Long's resolve. Fang Yuan was indeed a problem. Celestial Court could not ignore him. Thus they had a plan to deal with him. Several days later, the people who were shocked by Fang Yuan's attacks obtained concrete information and evidence. Everything pointed to Fang Yuan. He was the culprit. The crowd was in a frenzy. Fang Yuan has already become a Gu immortal? There are really immortals in this world. Fang Yuan, you killed my father. I will definitely take revenge for this blood debt. Even if I am rank 5, if I am not a Gu immortal, I will still be an ant. Fang Yuan is clearly trying to ruin the refinement path convention. For the sake of my life, I will not go. Go! Why not go? If we do not go, won't we fall into Fang Yuan's trap? That's right, even though I am a mortal Gu master and am not Gu immortal Fang Yuan's match. But to take revenge for my wife's death, even if I have to sacrifice my life, I cannot let this demon Fang Yuan get what he wants. Some were fearful, some sighed, some retreated, while some were firm in their confidence. Time passed, days passed. The refinement path convention continued. Fang Yuan was alone. Central Continent was filled with registration locations for the refinement path convention. Even though he had fixed immortal travel, he could not exterminate all of these Gu masters, because many places were secretly guarded by Central Continent Gu immortals. Especially after Fang Yuan's attack, Celestial Court immediately made a move. They sent out missions. Countless Gu masters received the relevant missions and moved around, testing people's participation qualifications and giving out tokens. This way, Central Continent's forces split up. No one went to one location to register. Fang Yuan's killing efficiency fell greatly. Even though Fang Yuan was working hard and over 10,000 Gu masters died at his hands, he could not stop the refinement path convention from starting. The registration phase was over. The competition had already started for many days. Fang Yuan suddenly appeared at a certain place in Central Continent. He was about to attack when his brows suddenly rose. Fang Yuan, where are you going? Hand over your life. A Central Continent rank 8 Gu immortal charged at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan looked at the other party. He had no desire to fight. He activated his killer move again and retreated. These last few days, Central Continent's Gu immortals are getting faster and faster. Is it because I used fixed immortal travel too many times? They deduced it? But even so, they seem to be able to predict where I will appear. What investigative method is this? Time path? At the next moment, Fang Yuan's surroundings changed. He was hundreds of thousands of li away from his previous location. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. He acutely sensed that 3 rank 8 Gu immortals were approaching him from 3 directions. Fang Yuan, where do you think you are going? Celestial Court has prepared more than 10 investigative killer moves for you. You cannot escape. Especially one of them. It was created by primordial origin immortal venerable. It is called People's Accusation. Haha, demon, you did not expect this, right? The more people you kill, the more people will hate you. The hatred of these mortal Gu masters will continue to mark your location. The 3 rank 8s charged towards Fang Yuan. Immortal battlefield killer move, Rumor Cage. Suddenly, a 4th rank 8 Gu immortal appeared above Fang Yuan. An immortal battlefield killer move enveloped Fang Yuan. We caught Fang Yuan. Lord Zhou Xiong Xian's Rumor Cage is indeed the fastest battlefield killer move to activate. Even Fang Yuan could not react in time. The 4 Gu immortals were overjoyed. Lord Duke Long, Fang Yuan has been trapped by us. Within Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle had an excited expression. Duke Long replied plainly. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined. Lord Duke Long, this is a rare opportunity. I suggest you take action personally and eliminate Fang Yuan without fail. Duke Long shook his head. Fang Yuan is just a clown. Repairing Fate Gu is the important matter at hand. It is not time for me to take action yet. Lord Duke Long? Fairy Myrtle was about to persuade him again when her expression suddenly changed. At this moment, all parts of Central Continent, especially the refinement path competition, were attacked by Gu immortals. In fact, not only refinement path venues, even some famous resource points in Central Continent were attacked by Gu immortals. Chapter 1713. Fang Yuan floated in the air, as if he had been standing in a snowstorm for several minutes. His body was covered in a layer of white snow. From afar, it looked like he was wearing a thick fox fur sweater. This was the modified time path killer move, Winter Coat. Fang Yuan had many defensive killer moves. The strongest was Reverse Flow Protection Seal, but because Reverse Flow River was almost dried up, this move could not be used anymore. Other than that, Fang Yuan also had defensive methods like Yama Emperor, Winter Coat, Bloodstained Conqueror's Robe, Purple Thought Light Protection, Hair Armor, Lion Fur Armor, Divination Tortoise Transformation, Ghost Official Garment, and so on. Hair Armor and Lion Fur Armor were mortal killer moves. Even though Fang Yuan had used them for a period of time, they were no longer useful. Purple Thought Light Protection was Zishan Makoto's method. It had once blocked Duke Long's fist during the battle. Its power was not to be underestimated. But Fang Yuan only had this killer move, he did not cultivate it, he lacked the crucial immortal goo. Bloodstained Conqueror's Robe was Fang Yuan's method, he had used it before. Even though the core immortal goo were rank 7 killer moves were still too weak. Divination Tortoise Transformation was also a defensive method, but similarly, it was an ancient desolate beast divination tortoise. It could not participate in battles between rank 8s. Ghost Official Garment had a huge origin. It was designed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to defend against Wisdom Path deductions. With Ghost Official Garment, Soul Beast Token, and Ghostly Concealment, Yama Emperor had incredible defense. It could be used to fight against rank 8s. But its defensive power could not compare to Winter Coat. Yama Emperor was a comprehensive method. It had both offense and defense. Together with Yama Children, it had incredible power in group battles. Winter Coat was focused on defense. Fang Yuan devoured Xiacha's immortal aperture, causing his time path Dao marks to increase sharply. He had the most Dao marks. It greatly increased the power of Winter Coat. And most importantly, after some modifications, Winter Coat's defensive power was even more outstanding than before. Without Reverse Flow Protection Seal, Winter Coat killer move became Fang Yuan's substitute. Boom boom boom. 3 Central Continent rank 8s attacked Fang Yuan one after another, but Fang Yuan did not dodge. He used Winter Coat to block all of their attacks. What killer move is this? It looks like Xiacha's Winter Coat. How is this possible? Xiacha's Winter Coat isn't like this. The 3 rank 8s had different expressions. They conversed secretly. They were shocked by the defensive power of Winter Coat. Then, they all turned their attention to Zhou Xiongxin. These 3 rank 8s came from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, but Zhou Xiongxin was different. He was a member of Celestial Court who had just woken up. Zhou Xiongxin had already activated the immortal battlefield rumor cage. In this battle environment, all other paths were suppressed, only information path was amplified. Fang Yuan's Winter Coat killer move was suppressed. The 3 rank 8s offensive methods were also suppressed. While the 3 rank 8s looked at Zhou Xiongxin, Fang Yuan was observing this immortal battlefield rumor cage. Rumor cage was made of countless silver words. Some were as large as horses and carriages, some were as small as ants. They weaved together to form a huge sphere that covered Fang Yuan and the other 4 rank 8s. Because there were gaps between the words, the entire sphere seemed to be connected to the outside world. It was not completely closed. Fang Yuan had a solemn expression. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, his time path clone was bathed in the light of wisdom, deducing the profundities of this immortal battlefield. But regarding information path, Fang Yuan was not proficient at all. If it was a time path or refinement path immortal battlefield, Fang Yuan could use time path and refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment level to decipher it in minutes. But against information path, he was at a loss. He could only rely on the light of wisdom to deduce it. Undeniably, the Celestial Court sending information path Gu immortal Zhou Xiongxin to deal with Fang Yuan was a wise move. If it were any other Gu immortal expert, as long as Fang Yuan had seen them before, he would have prepared a set of methods to deal with them. But this Zhou Xiongxin was the first time Fang Yuan had seen him. Zhou Xiongxin wore a white robe. He had a square face and a righteous expression. He had a strong physique. Those who could become members of the Celestial Court were elites and experts among rank 8s. Ignoring everything else, just that rumor cage earlier was too profound for words. It was extremely fast. It was the fastest immortal battlefield killer move that Fang Yuan had ever seen. Fang Yuan, since you are trapped by me, don't think of leaving this place alive. You have committed so many crimes. How many innocent lives have died in your hands? Now, I will let you taste the consequences of your actions. Zhou Xiongxin spoke righteously. His aura surged as he activated 2 immortal killer moves. Immortal killer move, Fearsome Gossip. Immortal killer move, 3 men becomes tigers. In an instant, every single silver character in the rumor cage began to emit a bright radiance. The dense light seemed to turn into flowing water, floating in the air as it flowed and gathered. Then, ferocious silver-white tigers jumped out of the silver light. As the tiger group attacked, Fang Yuan's body shot out like lightning. charging towards them. Strength Path Giant Hand. Fang Yuan charged towards the silver tigers and tried to attack, but the giant hand only blocked for a moment before the silver tigers broke it. Fang Yuan's eyebrows rose. The silver tigers were quite strong. Immortal Killer Move, Spring Scissors. Jade green scissors flew around with extraordinary agility. Wherever they went, the scissors would open and close. The silver tigers would either be beheaded or cut in half. Their corpses would turn into silver specks of light that scattered everywhere. Spring Scissors was unstoppable. A peculiar light flashed in Zhou Xiongxian's eyes as he thought, "This is different from the information." Ever since the battle for Red Lotus True Inheritance, Fang Yuan's Spring Scissors killer move seems to have been modified again. Its power has increased by at least 20%. Zhou Xiongxian was an information path Gu immortal. He could notice and collect even the slightest change. Spring Scissors did not change for hundreds of years in Xiacha's hands, but in Fang Yuan's hands, it keeps changing. Is Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment really so high? Maybe his time path attainment level is quite high. After all, this is a rank 8 killer move. It is not easy to modify it. Zhou Xiongxian was inwardly shocked. Right now, under the suppression of Rumor Cage, Spring Scissors killer move was still unstoppable. Countless silver tigers were cut by it. However, Zhou Xiongxian was not flustered. The situation is still under my control. Slowly, you will experience my power, Fang Yuan. Zhou Xiongxian sneered in his mind. A moment later, Fang Yuan's brows furrowed imperceptibly. The silver tigers are endless. They are clearly one with this Rumor Cage battlefield. No matter how many are killed, they will regenerate. And most importantly, these silver tigers are getting stronger. Strange. Normally speaking, methods like the silver tigers relied on numbers to fight a battle of attrition against the enemy. But the silver tigers were getting stronger and stronger at a shocking speed. It surpassed the limits of such methods. Earlier, Spring Scissors killer move was unstoppable, but now, it seemed to be very tired. The silver tigers were not only tougher, they were also much more agile. They often escaped from Spring Scissors and missed. At this time, the Time Path clone finally deduced some results. Fang Yuan looked at Zhou Xiongxian as he said, "So that's it, this is the combination of information path and human path methods. You used the resentment of the people in Central Continent to use this move, right? Just like the previous people's accusation killer move." Zhou Xiongxian's eyebrows twitched. Fang Yuan discovered the profundity so quickly, his heart shook. "Since you saw it, there is no need to hide it. Indeed, the foundation of this killer move is Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's method. He mobilized the will of the people in Central Continent." "Fang Yuan, you slaughtered so many people, the will of the people is in a frenzy. Even though a mortal strength is small, what if millions of people have their strength stacked together? This strength is unimaginable to you. Thus, struggle as much as you want, you cannot defeat the united will of the people. This is the result of your actions, you reap what you sow." Fang Yuan was silent. He started to bombard the Rumor Cage. But this immortal battlefield, before he understood the profundity of its operation, even if he used Luo Pasil, it would have little effect. It would be a waste of rank 8 immortal essence. At the same time, somewhere in Central Continent, Fang Yuan is trapped. He is likely trapped in an immortal formation or an immortal battlefield. My connection to him has already become very vague. It is about to be cut off. Shen Songxing muttered. He was an Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortal, the first supreme elder of a super force, Shen clan. He cultivated Sound Path. When Fang Yuan went to Dragon Palace in Eastern Sea, he unknowingly fell into his investigative method. Now, even though he was trapped in Rumor Cage, Shen Songxing could sense some of Fang Yuan's movements. Brother Songxing's investigative method is truly admirable. At the side, Song Qiyuan sighed. Back then, I was targeted by Brother Songxing relentlessly. I suffered a lot. Shen Songxing laughed. That was when we were young. Who asked you to sneak away and steal the inheritance? We spent so much effort but ended up empty-handed. Fang Yuan taking action and obstructing the refinement path convention is within expectations. After all, he and the Celestial Court have a deep grudge. That's right, several years ago, he and the Celestial Court exposed each other in jewel yellow skies. The Celestial Court wants to restore fate. Even if he is an otherworldly demon, he will not let the Celestial Court succeed. If that happens, the Celestial Court will have too much of an advantage. The surrounding Goo immortals agreed. Some had cold expressions, they were unmoved. Looking at them, these Goo immortals were all rank 8. Song Chi-yuan, Qing Yuan, Shen Songxing, Zhang Yin, Granny Rong, Shi Miao, and others. This was an unprecedented lineup. Alright, isn't this a good situation? Fang Yuan is not a good person. If he and the Celestial Court fight, they will expend their energy. We will have fewer variables. Dragon Palace is nearby, there is no doubt about it. Shen Songxing had been walking in front, leading the way. As it turned out, Duke Long snatched the rank 8 Immortal Goo house in Eastern Sea, causing Eastern Sea's rank 8s to lose face. Chapter 1714. A group of Eastern Sea rank 8 Goo immortals were flying in Central Continent's mountain range at a low altitude. After Duke Long snatched the Immortal Goo House Dragon Palace, Eastern Sea's Righteous Path, Demonic Path, and even lone Immortal rank 8s allied together. It should be here. Shen Songsheng suddenly stopped. He looked at the green mountain below him with a puzzled expression. This green mountain was very ordinary. It was inconspicuous among the surrounding mountains. Here? Hua Kai-yun frowned, shaking her head. I did not find anything strange. I feel that this mountain is different. Qin Yuan said. This is the place. Granny Rong said with certainty. The surrounding Goo immortals took a look at her. Granny Rong was a poison path Goo immortal. How could she have such high attainment in investigative methods? There is an illusion formation here. Song Chi-yuan's eyes shined with a crystal light, he said solemnly. But we do not have anyone who cultivates formation path. Hua Kai-yin said. Zhang Yin sneered. What are you hesitating for? Break the formation and enter. Earlier in Eastern Sea, because we were on guard and hindered each other, Duke Long succeeded. Now that we have an agreement, we will advance and retreat together. So what if Duke Long is lured out? That's right. Let's charge in. Song Chi-yuan laughed loudly, attacking immediately. Boom boom boom. A rank 8 Goo immortals' methods were extraordinary. After a series of explosions, the illusion formation shattered like glass, revealing the real scene. At the foot of the Green Mountain, there was a huge cave. There were natural dragon patterns in the cave. It was like a group of dragons dancing around, entangling with each other. The Eastern Sea immortals only took a glance before losing interest in the cave's dragon patterns. They flew into the cave and found a huge hole in the ground. They followed the hole and flew down. After passing a long underground tunnel, the immortals' vision cleared up. There is a natural earth trench below this cave. This is not a new earth trench. It should have existed for tens of thousands of years. Is Dragon Palace at the deepest part of this earth trench? Duke Long took the Immortal Goo house. Why did he place it here? The Eastern Sea immortals discussed among themselves. The earth trench was so deep that the bottom could not be seen. Compared to the earth trench, they were as small as mosquitoes, completely inconspicuous. Suddenly, a strong hurricane swept up from the depths of the earth trench. At the same time, the entire earth trench shook violently, and rocks fell from the cliffs of the earth trench. The expressions of the Eastern Sea immortals changed. They all felt a strong sense of threat. The tremor left as quickly as it came. After a dozen breaths, the entire earth trench became peaceful again. What's down there? No matter what it is, to be able to make so many of us sense danger, it's definitely not simple. I want to see what Duke Long is up to. The Eastern Sea immortals were about to move deeper into earth trench, but suddenly, earth trench flickered with bright lights. A super immortal formation appeared and enveloped all the Goo immortals. So there was an ambush. What a powerful immortal array. Who is it? An old Central Continent rank 8 Goo immortal appeared in front of the Eastern Sea immortals. He wore a gray robe. His entire body was shrouded in a deep sense of sorrow. Eastern Sea's rank 8s were very knowledgeable. They immediately recognized this old Central Continent rank 8. You are Wind Cloud Manor's Old Man Beifeng? Old Man Beifeng sighed. That is me. Fellow immortals coming together to attack the Hidden Dragon Cave is not a wise move. With me here, no matter what you want, you will not be able to succeed. Hidden Dragon Cave. This is Hidden Dragon Cave? Many Eastern Sea Gu immortals were shocked. Rank 7 lone immortal Xie Baoshu floated in the air with an imposing aura. He bombarded Moonlight Mound continuously. He wore a blue robe, he had a handsome face and was gentle like jade. He had the appearance of a noble young master. Meanwhile, his opponent, the female immortal guarding Moonlight Mound, was in a sorry state. She said angrily, Xie Baoshu, you are a famous lone immortal in Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. You actually dare to commit such a demonic act and rob my Moonlight Mound. If you have the ability, go rob the 10 great ancient sects. We are both lone cultivators, yet you are making things difficult for each other. Back then, I bought your Year Gu and took care of your business. Xie Baoshu sighed. Fairy Moonlight, unless it is absolutely necessary, I do not want to use such a method. My Year Gu business exists only in name, the only way is to change it. If you can give me half of the Moonlight mushrooms, I will leave without a second word. The Central Continent female immortal was about to cough blood from anger. These Moonlight mushrooms are the result of my hard work and effort. I nurtured them for 30 years. You want to take half of them right away, wishful thinking. Even if I cannot defeat you today, I will not give the Moonlight mushrooms to you. Before I escape, I will destroy this entire Moonlight Mound. Can you destroy it? Suddenly, a soft voice resounded behind the Central Continent female immortal. An ambush. The female immortal was shocked. Someone had actually snuck up behind her without her noticing. Who is it? The female immortal wanted to turn around, but at the next moment, her vision turned black as she fainted. Yu Xianzi stood at the top of Moonlight Mound, looking at the fainted Central Continent female immortal before looking at Xie Baoshu in the air. He grinned. Yu Xianzi cultivated Theft Path. He was the Gu immortal most skilled in collecting earth trench black oil in Eastern Sea. He had an ugly appearance and a wretched aura, but he was very close to Xie Baoshu. They were good friends. Xie Baoshu came to Central Continent to obtain resources. Yu Xianzi had to help him. Inside Rumor Cage, Fang Yuan shouted as he used the immortal killer move Myriad Dragon. The flood dragons soared into the sky and tangled together with the thousands of silver-white tigers. At once, dragons and tigers fought. Silver light shone in the eyes as killing intent surged. After a few breaths of time, the dragon group shrunk. They were not the tiger's match. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. He continued to use Myriad Dragon to support the situation. Lord Zhou Xiong Xian's methods are truly amazing. The most amazing thing is that these three moves can be used together. Rumor Cage, rumors are fearsome, and three people become tigers. They get stronger as they fight. The longer this drags on, the more disadvantageous it is for Fang Yuan. But unfortunately, he is in a desperate situation now. He cannot escape. The three Central Continent rank 8s had been watching from the sidelines, watching from a corner. Just Zhou Xiong Xian alone was able to suppress Fang Yuan. Any one of Heavenly Court's Gu immortals was an expert with outstanding talent and shocking talent. Honestly speaking, my battle strength is only at rank 8 upper stage. I am inferior to Li Huang. But with the advantage of Information Path and Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's killer move as a foundation, I can borrow the power of Central Continent's millions of people. My battle strength will continue to grow. As long as the situation continues, Fang Yuan will definitely be exhausted to death. Even though Zhou Xiong Xian had the upper hand, he was not careless for a moment. Even though he had just woken up, his abundant information gave him a deep understanding of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's strength, Fang Yuan's craftiness, and Fang Yuan's threat were deeply engraved in Zhou Xiong Xian's mind. Information Path and Human Path. Celestial Court truly has deep foundations. Just by restraining themselves a little, they are already making things difficult for me. Fang Yuan looked at Zhou Xiongxan as he sighed internally. The enemy in front of him did not have any flaws, he was extremely vigilant against Fang Yuan, he was extremely skilled in investigation, he was extremely sensitive to even the slightest movement. This caused many of Fang Yuan's tactical plans to fail. Even though Fang Yuan had advanced to rank 8 for a short period of time, he relied on reverse flow protection seal, Luo Seal, and other profound methods to stabilize his battle strength at rank 8 upper stage. Previously, in the 5 regional walls, in the 5 regional mountain range, or in the River of Time, Fang Yuan made use of geographical advantages or borrowed the strength of others to greatly reduce the difference in battle strength between him and the enemy. But now that he was deep in Central Continent and fought against a rank 8 expert, he was countered. In terms of information path, his attainment was too shallow. There was no need to mention human path. Forget it, let's stop probing here. It is time to make use of geographical advantages. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a strange smile. At the next moment he activated his ambush method. Rumble. A great formation suddenly rose outside the Central Continent. Rumor Cage was like an egg, it was crushed by the terrifying power of the formation. Why is there a formation? The 4 Central Continent immortals were furious. Take a guess? Fang Yuan laughed loudly, turning into the immemorial year monkey. He jumped and arrived in front of Zhou Xiongxan, his fist slamming down like a meteor. Rumor Cage broke, the backlash caused Zhou Xiongxan to spit out blood. Time path methods were activated to slow the surrounding time. Zhou Xiongxan could not dodge in time, he was hit by Fang Yuan's fist. With a loud sound, he crashed to the ground. Quick, save Lord Zhou Xiongxan. Attack together. The other 3 Gu immortals quickly pounced towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan snickered as the formation activated again, stalling the 3 rank 8s for a breath of time. Using this chance, Fang Yuan's huge body landed in front of Zhou Xiongxan, who was like a toy. Immortal killer move, Spring Scissors. A huge pair of scissors was held by the giant ape Fang Yuan. The blades, which were dozens of feet long, were first deeply inserted into the ground on both sides. Next, the huge scissors gathered together. In front of the sharp scissors, the thick ground was as fragile as tofu. Crack. With a soft sound, the huge scissors finally gathered, the 2 halves of the scissors fused together. Blood splattered. Zhou Xiongxan's head drew an arc in the air before falling to the ground with a loud sound. Chapter 1715. Prisoner Valley's southern flower vines were stolen by a mysterious Gu immortal. More than half of them were lost. The immortal formation at the Red River Beach was destroyed. The red fire rocks inside were all plundered by 3 Gu immortals. Someone wanted to steal the primordial sand in the middle section of Falling Heavenly River, but was repelled by an immortal killer move left behind by Heaven's Envy Manor. Fairy Myrtle sat in the Celestial Court, looking at the situation of Central Continent. As the news came in, her brows furrowed even tighter. She was furious. The huge Central Continent was rich in resources and people. The 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent led by the leaders of the Celestial Court had gone through countless years and countless days and nights of hard work to create this place. But now, it was being robbed by thieves from all over. The place was in a foul state. Meanwhile, Duke Long was still sitting at the main seat, listening to Fairy Myrtle's reports with a calm expression. No matter, so what if we lost some resources? It's just a minor ailment. Duke Long said as he closed his eyes and rested his chin on his hand, pretending to sleep. Fairy Myrtle breathed in deeply, telling herself to calm down, but at the next moment, her eyes opened wide as she shouted in anger. Fang Yuan has escaped. Our 3 Central Continent rank 8s are all injured. Senior Zhou Xiongxan was killed by Fang Yuan. A sharp light flashed in Duke Long's eyes. He stopped pretending to sleep and sat up, muttering. Zhou Xiongxan and the others were specially arranged to deal with Fang Yuan. Among them, Zhou Xiongxan was the strongest, but he was actually killed by Fang Yuan. But the others were only injured and retreated. There must be a reason behind this. Where is the detailed battle report? Fairy Myrtle immediately handed an information path Gu worm to Duke Long. The battle report was very detailed, because other than Zhou Xiong Xian, the other 3 Central Continent rank 8s were still alive. After reading the battle report, the hall fell silent. After a while, Fairy Myrtle spoke. I thought that Fang Yuan used Luo Pasil to kill Senior Zhou Xiong Xian. I didn't expect him to use Spring Scissors' killer move. According to this battle report, Spring Scissors has been modified again. Most importantly, when Fang Yuan transformed into the immemorial Year Monkey, his battle strength had already reached the peak of rank 8. Fairy Myrtle let out a deep sigh. She had known for a long time that Fang Yuan was a threat. If he was allowed to grow freely, he would definitely become a great threat. Fairy Myrtle had expected this, but she did not expect this day to come so soon. How long has it been since Fang Yuan became a Gu Immortal? In the blink of an eye, he became a rank 8. In the blink of an eye, he actually had peak rank 8 battle strength. Even I only have rank 8 upper stage battle strength. At once, Fairy Myrtle felt disheartened. Duke Long took a look at Fairy Myrtle. His tone was still deep and slow. Ziwei, don't look down on yourself. Fang Yuan rose up rapidly. Other than his own talent, he also had the help of various forces. He has Spring Autumn Cicada. He is Red Lotus Demon Venerable's target. He also obtained Spectral Soul's true inheritance and inherited the position of Shadow Sect leader. He even has Ghostly Concealment, that is a Thieving Heaven true inheritance. Don't forget, with the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower, how many benefits did Fang Yuan obtain from Giant Sun Immortal? We have placed enough importance on Fang Yuan. There is nothing wrong with your actions against him. It is just that we have failed repeatedly. Other than Fang Yuan, there are also the influences behind him. We are not just trying to get rid of Fang Yuan, we are also fighting against the forces around him. There are many immortal venerables and demon venerables among them. They allowed Fang Yuan to grow to his current level. Fairy Myrtle had an ashamed expression. I heard this news, my heart was shaken. Thank you, Lord Duke Long, for your consolation. Duke Long smiled lightly. I am not consoling you, I am merely stating a fact. However, even though Fang Yuan has peak rank 8 battle strength, as long as he is not rank 9, he cannot overturn our celestial court. Zhou Xiong Xian's death is clear in the battle report. It was because Fang Yuan activated the immortal formation and destroyed Rumor Cage. Fang Yuan is crafty and sinister. He purposely stalled for time, causing Rumor Cage to become stronger and stronger due to the support of Central Continent's people. It greatly surpassed its original power. After Fang Yuan destroyed the Rumor Cage, Zhou Xiong Xian's backlash became extremely strong. It surpassed his limits. He was heavily injured on the spot. Even though the other 3 rank 8s tried to save him, Fang Yuan was already prepared. He used the formation to disrupt their reinforcements. He suddenly turned into an ancient year monkey. His battle strength rose to peak rank 8, catching the 3 immortals off guard. He killed Zhou Xiong Xian. Fang Yuan had been feigning weakness. He used Rumor Cage to harm our Gu immortals. Even though Zhou Xiong Xian was vigilant, he still fell for Fang Yuan's tricks. Actually, if they fought openly, even if Fang Yuan had peak rank 8 battle strength, he would not be able to kill Zhou Xiong Xian. The subsequent battle proved this. Our 3 rank 8s supported each other and retreated together. Fang Yuan could not stop them. Fairy Myrtle nodded. Duke Long's analysis was exactly what she was thinking. She agreed. There is no strongest immortal Gu, there is only the strongest Gu immortal. Fang Yuan is well developed, he has great strength, and more terrifyingly he is crafty and ruthless. He often has extraordinary battle achievements. Right now, he has peak rank 8 battle strength. Our previous arrangements have been disrupted by him. Should we send Li Huang to deal with Fang Yuan? Duke Long shook his head. Li Huang still needs to defend the Refinement Path Convention. Repairing fate is the center of the situation. We cannot send anyone away during this period. If we send Li Huang to deal with Fang Yuan, not to mention that Fang Yuan has fixed immortal travel. Even if his teleportation method fails and he gets pestered by Li Huang, that is something Fang Yuan would like to see. Fang Yuan wants to deal with us and destroy Fate Gu's repair. Don't tell me the others don't want to as well? We cannot lose our footing now. Yes, Lord Duke Long. Fairy Myrtle had already calmed down. Even though Duke Long was not a Wisdom Path Gu immortal, He presided over the celestial court, he had an extraordinary presence, he was like a giant pillar that supported the heavens, he controlled the situation steadily. Not to mention that Feng Yuan had peak rank 8 battle strength. Even if he was a pseudo-immortal venerable and had the same battle strength as Duke Long, what could he do? Duke Long believed that with Celestial Court's foundation, they could definitely ensure the repair of Fate Gu. No matter how much Feng Yuan jumped around, as long as he was not a rank 9 venerable, he would not be able to turn the situation around. Duke Long was most concerned about the Refinement Path Convention's progress. He looked at another person in the hall, asking, Lord Zheng Yuan, how is the activation of Enemy Hatred United going? The person being asked was an old man. He had many age spots and wrinkles on his face, his body was thin and dry. He looked like an old man with one foot in the grave. He was sitting on a stone bench. Because his back was hunched, it was as if his entire body was curled up. His breathing was very light. His aura was so weak that it would not be strange even if he died at the next moment. But his seniority was higher than Duke Long. He had a lot of seniority. He only had rank 7 cultivation level, but he was a member of Celestial Court. He was old man Zheng Yuan. Because of the repair of Fate Gu, he had awakened from the immortal graveyard. Normally speaking, Celestial Court only recruited rank 8 Gu immortals, and they were all elites and experts among rank 8s. But old man Zheng Yuan had rank 7 cultivation level. He was recognized by Celestial Court and was recruited. The main reason was that old man Zheng Yuan chose to cultivate a special path, human path. The concept of humanity had been put forward a long time ago. It came from the Ren ancestor, who was known to everyone. The legends of Renzu left behind by the human ancestor could be said to be the largest, longest-lasting, and most unique inheritance in the history of the human race. The legends of Renzu contained the profundities of human path. Many talented people read it and obtained some results. Often, these results had amazing effects and shocking power. Celestial Court had always thought of itself as the leader of humanity, the orthodox of human path. Celestial Court's accumulated human path methods were one of Duke Long's greatest reliance. Old man Zheng Yuan replied with a weak aura. Back then, the 18 variant human demonic immortals attacked primordial origin immortal venerable. He was invincible. The 18 demonic immortals lost miserably, but they were unwilling to accept it. They used demonic words to confuse the immortal venerable. Primordial origin immortal venerable was troubled. He sat in the killing formation for 3 days and 3 nights. His thoughts were in a mess and he could not control himself. After reading the legends of Renzu, Immortal Venerable saw through the obstacles in his heart. He created countless living beings, people's united hearts, common hatred for a common enemy, and many other human path killer moves. I am only a key to activate the methods left behind by primordial origin Immortal Venerable. I do not deserve the title Lord. Duke Long, you can call me by my name. Old man Zheng Yuan was very humble. Right now, myriad living beings has already been activated. The killer move common hatred for a common enemy has also covered the whole of Central Continent. As long as the human will accumulates to a certain extent, we can use people's united hearts. Duke Long smiled. That's good. With the common hatred for a common enemy, Central Continent's people will be united. They will be filled with righteous indignation and hatred. The Refinement Path Convention will definitely continue. Central Continent, Dharma Body Sect. This sect was created by Wind Cloud Manor's Supreme Elder Wu Fa. It was also the competition venue of this Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. After the qualifiers, those who could compete here were all experts in Gu refinement. There were thousands of Gu masters in the square, each of them occupied an area and refined Gu. The whole square was covered in a thick layer of light. The rank 7 Gu Immortal Wu Fa was personally guarding it, protecting everything. Half of the time had already passed. Those who were not Gu masters had already failed. Some had black faces, some were in a worse state, their hands were destroyed, their chests were corroded, bloody holes were formed. Gu refinement was a very dangerous process. If one was not careful, they would meet with a disaster. Another Gu master met with an accident while refining Gu. He fainted on the ground. The formation under the tiles of the square activated. teleporting this Gu master out of the square. Several healing Gu masters quickly gathered and treated him. It turned out that this person had made a mistake when handling the Gu materials. The poison in the Gu materials invaded his body, causing him to faint. Soon, he was treated properly and woke up. His life was spared. Even though you woke up, your limbs are sore and your mind is muddled, you cannot participate in the competition. The healing Gu master felt pity for him. This person was not weak. Many people thought highly of him. This person laughed. So what if I fail? According to the words of the superior immortals, even if I fail in the refinement path convention, it is beneficial to Central Continent. It is beneficial to the righteous path. Those demonic immortals tried all ways to destroy our refinement path convention. They killed so many innocent lives. Even though we are mortals, we cannot give up on resisting. Participating in the refinement path convention and allowing it to continue, that is the best revenge for them. Even though his tone was weak and powerless, his words were firm and intense, like swords colliding. Good man. The healing Gu master beside him gave him a thumbs up. I think so too. Those murderers are unworthy of being immortals. They have no compassion or benevolence. We need to resist to the end. We cannot let them get what they want. Right at this time, there was a change in the square. Two young Gu masters stood up at the same time, holding Gu worms in their hands. One of them was Hong Yi. He shouted, I succeeded. Good, both of you succeeded at the same time. You are at the top of this round. According to what I said earlier, both of you can get a small prize that I left behind. Gu Immortal Wu Fa's voice came from the square. Everyone was envious. The two young Gu masters looked at each other. They were not far from each other. One was at the center of the square while the other was at the northeast corner. You two, report your names. Wu Fei said again. He did not show himself, but he had already observed these two winners. The more he looked at them, the more he liked them. These two young Gu masters were handsome and had high cultivation level. I am Hong Yi. Hong Yi replied. I am Yi Fan. The other young man also spoke. Chapter 1716. White clouds flew around him, winds howled in his ears. Fang Yuan flew rapidly in the sky. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his lips. He had paid a price in the battle with the 4 rank 8s earlier. Especially at the end, when he killed Zhou Xiong Xian, the remaining 3 rank 8s decided to retreat. They cooperated and destroyed Fang Yuan's formation. This formation was not created by Fang Yuan. Shadow Sect had secretly combined the natural Dao marks of the surroundings to form a super formation. This super immortal formation had extraordinary power. It was similar to the one Fang Yuan used to harm Xiacha's group. This immortal formation was usually concealed without any traces. Shadow Sect created it so that when the time was right, it would provide Defy with a base of operations. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects each occupied an area. They occupied the most resources. The rest of the righteous path, lone immortals, and demonic immortals lived in the cracks of the 10 great ancient sections. But the sect system was not like the clan system. It was good at finding talents. Many cultivation geniuses did not lack talent. It was often because they did not have enough cultivation resources. They could not progress further. As time passed, these people naturally became enemies with Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. There were many conflicts between them. Shadow Sect sensed this. They secretly contacted the Gu immortals who were dissatisfied with the Celestial Court and the 10 great ancient sects. They united and formed a very secretive Defy with a loose structure. Defy was similar to Zombie Alliance. It was a subordinate sect of Shadow Sect. It was like how Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were subordinate sects of the Celestial Court. Shadow Sect had high hopes for Defy, but unfortunately, no matter how well it concealed itself, it was not Fairy Myrtle's match. Right now, Defy had already been destroyed. Fairy Myrtle had made great contributions here. She had completely wiped them out. Since Fang Yuan appeared and destroyed the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention's competition locations, he had already considered the pursuit and encirclement of the Celestial Court. This super formation was his trump card. When he sensed something amiss, he escaped to this place without going anywhere else. When Zhou Xiongxin used Rumor Cage to trap Fang Yuan, he was overjoyed, but he did not expect that he had already fallen into Fang Yuan's ambush. The super formation did not let down Fang Yuan's expectations. When he activated it, Rumor Cage was cut off from the outside world. He forcefully destroyed this immortal battlefield. Next, the immortal formation blocked 3 rank 8s for a breath of time, giving Fang Yuan the chance to kill Zhou Xiongxin. Finally, with the immortal formation's help, Fang Yuan fought against the remaining rank EOF, the 3 rank 8s of the immortal battlefield. Also, this immortal formation of the IMF of the 3 of Fang Yuan Fang of the immortal formation. The 3 central continent rank 8s saw this and attacked, destroying the immortal formation. But the immortal formation was like this: the stronger it was, the greater the backlash after being broken. This was a double-edged sword. Immortal killer moves were like this: the stronger they were, the greater the backlash after being broken. This was a double-edged sword. But thankfully, Fang Yuan was mentally prepared. He was completely different from Zhou Xiongxin, who was caught off guard. Fang Yuan did not have an immortal battlefield or an immortal formation to stop them. He could only let them escape. His battle strength was at the peak of rank 8. He could defeat these 3, but it would be hard to kill them. His battle strength was at the peak of rank 8. He could defeat these 3, but it would be difficult to kill them. Even though the Grotto Heaven's original owner, Beast Calamity Immortal, died after passing the first Grand Tribulation, the Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven that he left behind survived many more calamities and tribulations. It was not far from the second Grand Tribulation. That was to say, ignoring the other Dao marks in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, there were over 100,000 transformation path Dao marks. Fang Yuan himself had close to 100,000 transformation path Dao marks. Originally, he only had 50,000, but in the River of Time, he killed many rank 7 Celestial Court. After devouring a large number of immortal apertures, he obtained the Dao marks of many paths. Thus, after Fang Yuan annexed Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, he had over 200,000 transformation path Dao marks. This was a terrifying number. Rank 8 Gu immortals who cultivated transformation path had to go through at least 2 grand tribulations to obtain so many transformation path Dao marks. Bo Qing was a rank 8 Gu immortal who had gone through 2 grand tribulations, so was Duke Long. And when Fang Yuan transformed into the immemorial year monkey, these transformation path Dao marks would turn into time path Dao marks. Don't forget, after Fang Yuan devoured Xia Cha's Grotto Heaven, he had over 70,000 time path Dao marks. In the River of Time, after killing the 3 Xuanzi and annexing their immortal apertures, he had over 100,000 time path Dao marks. 200,000 plus 100,000. When Fang Yuan transformed into the immemorial year monkey, he had over 300,000 time path Dao marks. What did that mean? Rank 8 Gu immortals who cultivated time path would have to go through the 3rd Grand Tribulation if they did not have any fortuitous encounters. And after going through the 3rd Grand Tribulation, they would become a rank 9 venerable. Of course, a rank 9 Gu venerable's Dao marks were not just 300,000, this was only the starting point of a venerable. Even so, Fang Yuan had already reached pseudo-immortal venerable level with just time path Dao marks. Together with rank 8 time path immortal Gu and many powerful rank 8 time path killer moves, his battle strength naturally rose to the peak of rank 8. Earlier, when Fang Yuan fought against Li Huang, he used Luo Pasil but could not break through Li Huang's verdant sun flame cloak. But now, when Fang Yuan transformed into the immemorial year monkey, he was looking forward to the clash between Spring Scissors and verdant sun flame cloak. But against Duke Long, it will be difficult. Fang Yuan had a deep gaze. There were many factors that affected battle strength. Dao marks were one, immortal Gu were another, the immortal aperture's foundation was another, and methods were another. Fang Yuan did not lack Dao marks. He had 3 time path immortal Gu, which was passable. But his immortal killer moves were lacking, even though Spring Scissors and other methods had been modified many times and became stronger, the foundation was not changed. Back and forth, it was just these few moves. As for Duke Long, Fang Yuan had seen his battle with Zishan Makoto. He knew that be it transformation path or chi path Dao marks, He had at least 300,000. Duke Long definitely had more rank 8 Immortal Gu than Fang Yuan's 3-time path Immortal Gu. Duke Long's immortal killer moves were plentiful and endless, especially killer moves like Triple Chi Retraction. They were earth-shattering killer moves that were extremely difficult to defend against. All these factors created Duke Long's pseudo-immortal venerable battle strength. Pseudo-immortal venerable. It was not so easy to reach the level of venerable. Precisely because of this, Duke Long was able to snatch Dragon Palace in front of almost all the Eastern Sea rank 8s. This was enough to show how powerful he was. Of course, he was also injured. Pseudo-immortal venerable was not an immortal venerable after all. The difference in strength was like heaven and earth. Fang Yuan did not lack confidence. He had always been very confident in himself. But the foundation of this confidence was that he knew himself. He was very clear about his own strength. Thus, Fang Yuan was wary of Duke Long. There was no helping it, he could not match him in battle strength. This people's accusation of the people's human path method is getting stronger. Even though I do not know much about human path, I can feel that something is amiss. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. Don't forget, his wisdom path attainment was so deep that even Fairy Myrtle did not dare to underestimate him. The emotions of wisdom path Gu immortals were never groundless. They were always an indication of something. Just Yama Emperor's killer move cannot resolve people's accusation. The more I appear in Central Continent, the longer I stay, the stronger people's accusation gets. But now, it has not been truly ignited. Even though there are many incidents in Central Continent, they are all small skirmishes. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan made up his mind. Soldiers are trained for a long time to be used in a single moment. It is time to let them out. Earlier, when fighting against Zhou Xiong Exen, Fang Yuan waited patiently for a while, but Duke Long did not appear. Now that the super immortal formation was destroyed, Fang Yuan did not have the confidence to fight Duke Long alone. Needless to say, Duke Long did not appear from start to finish, but he gave Fang Yuan an even greater threat. He forced Fang Yuan to conceal himself and shift the risk to him. Chapter 1717. Central Continent. Carefree Island was floating in the sky. This was Mahayana Pavilion's territory. The Gu refinement competition was coming to an end. The 3 Gu immortals guarding Carefree Island also relaxed. One of them looked at the clouds outside the island, stretching his back. It is finally over. This refinement path convention is the most tiring one I have ever been in charge of. That's right. There is no helping it. That demon Fang Yuan caused too much trouble. Many people from other regions also have ulterior motives. Thankfully, the mission is over. I will treat you two to a drink. I have heard of your 9-flow jade wine for a long time. To think that I would be able to taste it today. You are too kind, too kind. The Gu immortal who was praised waved his hand, but his expression suddenly froze. His face was filled with shock, and his body was as stiff as stone. He fell backward, and when he hit the ground, he was completely dead. Alert! Enemy attack! His soul has dissipated. The remaining 2 rank 7 Gu immortals turned pale with fright, quickly activating their defensive methods. Next, they watched as the participating Gu masters fell to the ground one after another, dying on the spot. The 2 Gu immortals watched with bloodshot eyes. They were extremely furious. Just as they were about to succeed, they encountered a sneak attack. They are actually so cruel, attacking mortal Gu masters so ruthlessly. Quickly come out, which demonic path scoundrel is it, only knowing how to sneak attack? The 2 Gu immortals shouted. The competition was in chaos. People continued to fall to the ground. You want me to come out? Laughter could be heard. As you wish. While laughing, Ing Wuxia appeared. Demonic path cultivator, die. The 2 Gu immortals gritted their teeth, charging over. Ing Wuxia stood on the spot without moving. He looked at them with a mocking smile. The 2 Gu immortals were charging over when their expressions changed. Their speed fell rapidly. We were actually hit. Just now. What method is this? The 2 rank 7 Gu immortals fell to the ground, looking at Ing Wuxia getting closer. Ing Wuxia smiled. keeping the 3 goo immortal corpses. Lord Sect Leader needs all of your immortal apertures. He turned around and took one last look at the entire arena. There was no one left standing, only a pile of corpses. After a moment, Ing Wu Xie leisurely flew out of Carefree Island. The entire Carefree Island was deathly silent, without a single living being alive. At the same time, upstream of Phosphorescent River, Hei Lulan roared, "A mere immortal array wants to stop me?" Her voice hadn't finished resounding in the air when her imposing aura rose explosively. It filled the heavens and the earth, and it radiated towards the surroundings and swept up a boundless storm. Boom! With a killer move, the defensive immortal formation that had reached its limit was completely destroyed. Pew pew pew. Several goo immortals guarding this formation coughed out large amounts of blood. They suffered backlash. Hei Lulan laughed sinisterly. Layers of strength path phantoms appeared on her body as she charged towards the goo immortals. 100-knot forest. Bai Ningbing stepped on the snow and walked leisurely. The originally lush bamboo forest had already been frozen by frost. It was like an insect in amber, motionless. The grass was also covered in snow. There was no sign of life left. In the competition arena at the center of the bamboo forest, hundreds of mortal goo masters were frozen into ice sculptures. None of them survived. Bai Ningbing, Hei Lulan, and Ing Wu Xie had been cultivating on the Stone Lotus Island. They used Future Self-Killer move to borrow the future state. Their battle strength rose sharply. They were elite rank 7 experts. Ordinary people were not their match. Seeing their results, Feng Yuan was quite happy. Duke Long still did not show up. Even though the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was repeatedly destroyed and sacrifices were made, it was still being carried out. Especially when the competition continued, there were fewer and fewer goo masters left. The locations of the competition also decreased. Central Continent's goo immortals had a clear increase in numbers and strength. Bai Ningbing, Hei Lulan, and the rest started to move together. They could not do anything to the competition alone. Feng Yuan also did not see anyone from Longevity Heaven. On the eve of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, Bing Sai Chuan contacted Feng Yuan. He wanted to work with him to destroy this Refinement Path Convention and prevent Celestial Court from succeeding. But now, there was no news from Longevity Heaven. With just me and Shadow Sect, we cannot stop the competition. Unless a stronger force intervenes. Feng Yuan was clear about this. Shadow Sect had indeed slaughtered many lives and obstructed the progress of the convention, but Duke Long did not budge. He continued to push the convention forward. If Duke Long did not show up, the goo immortals of the other 4 regions would be wary and not dare to make a move. This was Duke Long's wisdom. Thus, Feng Yuan had no choice but to be the vanguard. But now, even though Feng Yuan's gains were glorious, the situation was still firmly in Duke Long's control. For Feng Yuan, Central Continent situation had not opened up yet. What should he do? After thinking about it, Feng Yuan decided to change his strategy. He no longer ordered Bai Ningbing and the rest to attack the competition venue. He changed his target to loot the resource points. Central Continent was rich in resources. They had a lot of reserves. Every time Bai Ningbing and the rest looted a place, Feng Yuan would display the relevant video in jewel yellow skies for other goo immortals to watch. This strategy was not effective in the first few days. Even though Bai Ningbing and the rest had great gains, it did not make Feng Yuan happy. But a few days later, more chaos began to occur. Northern Plains lone immortal sleeping lady suddenly appeared and destroyed combat immortal sex formation, looting a resource point. 2 goo immortals suspected to be Xiao Huqi and Xiao Shirang attacked Colored Glass Mountain Range and exterminated a super force. 3 goo immortals belonging to the force died. The immemorial immortal materials that were being transported to Crane Gate's headquarters were attacked by a group of mysterious goo immortals along the way. The immemorial immortal materials were all looted. Another few days passed, and the chaos became more and more intense. Fire beacons were burning in all directions, and chaos was everywhere. All sorts of famous resource points were being looted, or were about to be looted. Goo immortals seemed to be active in every corner of Central Continent. Haha, the people's hearts are finally in chaos. Fang Yuan laughed heartily in secret. His plan was vicious, it played into other people's dark thoughts. If he instigated other forces or Gu immortals to attack and destroy the refinement path convention, they would hesitate and watch from the sidelines. But if he made them attack and loot some resource points to avoid a direct confrontation with the Celestial Court, it was not difficult for them to do so. At the same time, the looted resources would stimulate these Gu immortals. They would become more daring and greedy. As for those Gu immortals who were watching from the sidelines, how could they not be envious when they saw others looting so many resources? How could they not be frustrated? After all, many resources were taken by others, they would not have a share anymore. Fang Yuan's change of tactics showed great results. The whole of Central Continent fell into chaos. Gu immortals from Western Desert, Southern Border, Eastern Sea, and Northern Plains came one after another. Even some lone and demonic immortals of Central Continent were trying to take advantage of the situation. Fang Yuan, I will make you die a horrible death. Fairy Myrtle gritted her teeth in hatred. Duke Long sighed. The hearts of the people are not what they used to be. Even so, Duke Long did not change his original intention. He wanted to continue the refinement path convention. Those competition locations were heavily guarded by a large number of Gu immortals. Precisely because the Celestial Court gathered these forces, the resource points in the outside world had weak defenses, others could sneak attack them again and again. It could be said that Fang Yuan was beating them at their own game. Using Duke Long's tactic as a foundation, he purposely changed his own tactic. Duke Long's determination did not waver. Even if Central Continent's situation was terrible, he would firmly guard the refinement path convention. His tactic made Fang Yuan grit his teeth. He could not do anything about it. Duke Long did not change his tactic. He forced Fang Yuan to attack his own side. Fang Yuan would not attack rashly. He knew that he was not the Celestial Court's match. Moreover, the other forces had not appeared yet. If he attacked now, he would only become a stepping stone for them. Chapter 17-18. Central Continent, Earth Chi Stone Forest. Puff, 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 waves of surging earth energy gushed out from the cave in the stone forest. There were stone pillars of varying sizes. The small ones were like bamboo shoots, while the large ones were like ancient trees reaching into the sky. Western Desert Earth Path Gu Immortal Shurgan Dang sized up the Earth Chi Stone Forest with a complex expression. This Earth Chi Stone Forest produced a vast amount of Earth Path cultivation resources. Among them was round Kuan stone, which Shurgan Dang desperately needed. Unfortunately, this round Kuan stone had never been sold in large quantities in jewel yellow skies. Because this place was controlled by one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, they needed round Kuan stones internally. In jewel yellow skies, I did not hesitate to raise the price. But the Gu immortals here did not relent. They even made fun of me. Hee, now that I have destroyed this place and taken away all the round Kuan stones, I have taken revenge for that day. Shurgan Dang breathed in deeply. His aura burst out and rushed to the sky. Immortal killer move, heavenly descent 3 mountains. Boom, boom, boom. 3 mountains crashed down from the sky, destroying the stone forest formation. Most of the stone forest was crushed into pieces by the mountains. Shurgan Dang did not feel any heartache. He breathed heavily as he rushed to the scene with a pale expression, sweeping all the round Kuan stones and other immortal materials into his immortal aperture. Central Continent, Spirit Marsh Spring. Which scoundrel dares to covet this place? I have already found you. Why aren't you showing yourself? The one guarding this place was Ancient Soul Sect's rank 7 Gu Immortal Expert, Yang Feng. He had a broad back and a thin waist. His whole body was emitting a valiant aura. He had short white hair, a pair of golden eyes flickered with a sharp light. He wore a martial outfit with a blue-silver belt around his waist. His calves and arms were covered in bright silver armor. Spirit Marsh Spring was not an ordinary resource. It was very unique. Ancient Soul Sect specially sent Yang Feng to guard it, not wanting to lose it. Under Yang Feng's shout, a Gu immortal slowly walked out. He was an old man with a hunched back, holding onto a walking stick as he hobbled over. Yang Feng snorted coldly. Old man, you are already so old, You should cherish the few days you have left. You're still so stubborn that you came here to court death? The elderly Gu immortal chuckled. I have no choice, I want to ask for some Spirit Lake spring water. Yang Feng sneered. Even the great elders of the ancient soul sect don't have enough spring water for their own use. How can I give it to you? The elderly Gu immortal sighed deeply. In that case, I will have to snatch it myself. Yang Feng raised his head and laughed loudly. Old man, you've got guts, daring to attack me. What's your name? State your name. The elderly Gu immortal smiled, saying with deep meaning, I have already forgotten my name. However, most people call me Forgotten Taoist. You're the Forgotten Taoist? Yang Feng's body shook and his eyes flashed with surprise. Then, his expression froze. Wait, what did you say your name was? The elderly Gu immortal was silent. He stood on the spot and smiled at Yang Feng. Yang Feng had a dazed expression. He looked at the old Gu immortal and frowned deeply. Who are you? What are you doing here? A moment later, the Forgotten Taoist took away the Spirit Lake spring water. Yang Feng looked at his departing figure and reacted. Who are you? You're sneaking around, stop right there. The Forgotten Taoist vanished. Yang Feng looked at the dried-up Spirit Lake. He was shocked and furious. He was filled with doubts. Damn it, who stole the Spirit Lake spring water? I was on guard. How did the other party do it? No, I need to report this to the sect. But at the next moment, Yang Feng was stunned. What did I do? Oh, right, I accepted the mission to guard this Spirit Lake spring. I cannot let outsiders succeed. With me here, I want to see who dares to court death. Central Continent in a mountain range. After a battle, the Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 great sects retreated with hatred. Remember this. Get lost, losers. Xiao Huqi sneered. He looked at the people around him with a cold gaze. Beside him was a Northern Plains Gu immortal. He was so thin that his bones could be seen. His skin was wrinkled and stuck to his bones. Veins could be seen all over his skin. He was Northern Plains Demonic Path Rank 7, Pai Shuihan. Not long ago, he and Xiao Huqi had their eyes on this resource. They worked together and chased away the Central Continent Gu immortals guarding this place. Only the two of them were left. The atmosphere became strange. Friend, how do you think we should split this resource? Xiao Huqi pretended to be polite. Pai Shuihan snorted coldly. He said without hesitation, you can get lost too. Xiao Huqi was stunned. He laughed from extreme anger. I am a rank 7 expert of Western Desert's Xiao clan. Who are you? You are so short-sighted but have such an arrogant personality. So much nonsense. Pai Shuihan had a disdainful expression as he attacked Xiao Huqi. Xiao Huqi's expression sank. He charged at Pai Shuihan without fear. The two fought for more than 10 rounds. Xiao Huqi could not hold on anymore. Right at this time, Xiao Shirang's figure appeared in the sky. Xiao Huqi was overjoyed. He quickly gathered with Xiao Shirang to deal with Pai Shuihan. But a moment later, Xiao Huqi and Xiao Shirang retreated in anger. Who in the world is this person? For this little bit of cultivation resources, he is fighting with no regard for his life? Xiao Huqi gritted his teeth. He was a brave person, a rank 7 expert of Western Desert's super force Xiao clan, but he had seen Pai Shuihan's craziness in battle. He had been suppressed. If I am not wrong, he is Northern Plains Demonic Path Gu immortal, Pai Shuihan. Xiao Shirang said plainly. Xiao Huqi was stunned. So he is a Northern Plains barbarian. No wonder. Forget it. Central Continent has so many resources, there is no need to fight with such a person. As time passed, the earth veins shook, the 5 regional walls continued to melt. The fusion of the earth veins caused a huge commotion in Central Continent, but it was far inferior to the plundering of Gu immortals. The vast Central Continent was a beautiful land, but now it was in a state of desolation. Fires were burning everywhere. Things like Forgotten Taoist, who only took the resources, were still fine. But most of the Gu immortals acted like Shirgan Dang, directly destroying the resource points. Their intentions were very vicious. Several days later, Celestial Court. It's done. The accumulation of human will is enough. In the hall, old man Jing Yuan suddenly spoke. Fairy Myrtle heard this and immediately let out a sigh of relief, her expression becoming more spirited. These last days, countless bad news had been coming. Central Continent suffered huge losses all over. Fairy Myrtle felt a lot of pressure. Then please go ahead. Duke Long's expression was still calm and indifferent. Old man Jing Yuan nodded his head and stood up shakily. Then, a majestic and mighty aura suddenly exploded from his body. Immortal killer move, People's United Hearts. The accumulated human will was quickly expended, not much was left. At the same time, all of Central Continent's Gu Immortals, Gu Masters, and Mortals were covered in a layer of light. The light flashed for a moment, it was like an illusion. But Central Continent's people soon found out something special. What does it mean? Such a mystical feeling. It feels like I am closely connected to the people around me. I can directly sense their thoughts. After the shock, people soon found out the profundity of People's United Hearts. It could connect everyone together. They could understand each other's thoughts. Because of the fear of being attacked, the pain and hatred caused by the death of their friends and family, the worry for their lives, and the anticipation for their future, there had never been a moment like this where the hearts of Central Continent's people were tightly connected. Why do you have such terrifying evil intentions towards us? In a competition venue, a Northern Plains Gu Immortal was discovered. He was like a torch in the darkness. His true thoughts could not be hidden. They were known by everyone. He had a handsome face. He wore a white robe. He was thin and had a scholarly aura. He was a Northern Plains rank 7 demonic path Gu Immortal, free scholar. Such an amazing human path killer move. Even with my disguise, I was still discovered. Free scholar suppressed his shock. He showed a sinister smile towards the people around him. Several rank 7 experts guarding this place appeared and surrounded Free Scholar. You disguised yourself and joined the Gu refinement competition to obtain success Dao marks? Leave this place. We will not make things difficult for you if you leave voluntarily. The leading Gu Immortal said. Free Scholar laughed. He said to the leader, So you were really here. I did not come here for nothing. His tone was filled with killing intent. The leading Gu Immortal was puzzled. Who are you? What grudge do we have? So you have already forgotten. But I have not. Back then, you exterminated Chen tribe. Today, Chen tribe's descendant is here to take your life. Free Scholar erupted. He activated his killer move. It was his signature killer move, 1,000 disintegrations. An hour later, Free Scholar dragged his crippled body as he flew into the sky with tears in his eyes. No one was left alive in the competition venue. At another competition venue. Friend, please come out for a chat. The defending Gu Immortal said in a polite tone. He had a warm attitude. I was discovered. Southern Border secluded Immortal Zheng Qing shook his head. He cooperated and walked out of the venue. I have no ill intentions, I just want to experience the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. After all, this is likely to be the last one. Zheng Qing smiled bitterly. He was a secluded cultivator of Southern Border. He had obtained a Genesis Lotus true inheritance by chance. He did not have much enmity towards Central Continent. The defending Gu Immortal nodded. Through People's United Hearts, we can sense your intentions. However, it's a pity that you won't be able to continue participating in this year's competition. I understand. If you are interested, you can stay, we can have an exchange. No need. Zheng Qing shook his head. He left quietly. Some caused a huge commotion, while others maintained a polite stance. But no matter what, People's United Hearts was very profound. It could distinguish between friend and foe. The unstable factors hidden in the competition were all eliminated. Central Continent's side no longer had any internal worries. Duke Long was firm in his strategy. As time passed, the finals of this refinement path convention arrived. This is the final chance. Is no one making a move yet? What are they waiting for? Fong Yuan gritted his teeth. He could only watch as Celestial Court succeeded. But there was no news from Longevity Heaven. It is time we need to make a move. At a certain corner of Central Continent, Wu Yong suddenly appeared. Behind him were many Southern Alliance Gu Immortals. Wu Yong looked around. Everyone, the situation is like this, there is no need for me to say anything. We cannot let Fate Gu be completely repaired by Celestial Court, otherwise, Celestial Court's advantage will be too huge. Follow me, let us destroy infallible blessed land and take away all the success Dao marks, we will make Celestial Court fail. Chapter 1719. Oh no, Wu Yong is leading a large group of southern border Gu immortals. They have suddenly appeared near infallible blessed land. In the Celestial Court's hall, Fairy Myrtle's expression changed as she shouted, "Oh, they finally appeared." Duke Long said plainly, he was still sitting at the main seat without any expression. Fairy Myrtle breathed in deeply, she frowned as she felt an unusual pressure. Because Southern Border's Gu immortals were very united this time, they were different from the other 4 regions' Gu immortals who spread out to cause chaos. And most importantly, their target was very important, it was infallible blessed land. If infallible blessed land was taken down, it would be a terrible situation for Celestial Court. Because they had paid such a huge price to forcefully hold the Refinement Path Convention, all of their gains would be intercepted by the deities of Southern Frontier. Don't be anxious. Infallible blessed land's location was leaked. This was one of the situations we predicted. We have already set up a super immortal formation nearby. Right now, the initiative is still in our hands, we will proceed according to plan. Duke Long instructed. Fairy Myrtle respectfully acknowledged. She activated her method. The scene of infallible blessed land appeared in the hall. Next, she hesitated for a moment before secretly sending a message to Wu Yong. Wu Yong, don't forget, you have secretly cooperated with Celestial Court before. If you want to continue being the Southern Border Alliance leader, you should know what to do. Wu Yong received the message and sneered, disdain flashing in his heart. The great Ziwei, even a wisdom path great expert, is only so scheming. He did not even bother to reply to Fairy Myrtle's message. Almost all of his attention was concentrated on his killer move. Immortal killer move, Unlimited Wind. A dark green gale suddenly rose and swept in all directions. Soon, the winds grew stronger, forming a tornado that resembled a heavenly pillar. It rumbled loudly as it charged forward with an imposing aura. Along the way, it uprooted trees and sent rocks flying. It had an imposing aura that was unstoppable. Seeing that the wind was approaching with malicious intent, the Celestial Court Gu immortals guarding the area had no choice but to sigh as they activated the super immortal formation. Creak creak. The halo formed by the immortal formation was continuously crushed by the unlimited wind. Soon, it gave out creaking sounds that made one's scalp numb. Central Continent's Gu immortals quickly activated the immortal formation's methods, but all methods to weaken the unlimited wind had limited effect. It's useless, I have never used this move casually because it will consume over 10,000 of my wind path Dao marks. However, with such a price, it will last for a long time. Only special methods can restrain it, Wu Yong said. His expression was calm, but his eyes flashed with a fierce cold light. Such determination, such willpower. Seeing this, Fairy Ziwei, who was far away in Heavenly Court, could only sigh deeply in her heart. Wu Yong paid such a price to use unlimited wind. It showed his unwavering determination and fighting spirit. Wu Yong was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. He had a strong body and thin eyebrows. He gave off a sinister aura. Right now, he was at the front of the immortals, standing proudly in the sky. He was the leader of the immortals. He had an awe-inspiring aura. Fairy Myrtle engraved his appearance deep in her heart. She realized that she had still underestimated this person. Southern Border's Wu Yong. An ambitious and ruthless person. He had the valiant nature of Wu clan, but also the quality of enduring silently. When Wu Duxiu was in power, he did not have a reputation. He kept a low profile. Even Wu Duxiu looked down on him. Only at the moment of her death did she understand her own son's methods. When he first took over, Southern Border was in chaos. They pressured Wu clan and lost a large amount of territory. Wu Yong relied on his own strength and clear jade-dripping wind tiny bamboo building to turn the situation around. After the Battle of the Dream Realm, Wu Yong took a risk and cooperated with Celestial Court, Taking back the deities of southern frontier's immortal goo and returning them all, this gave him great prestige. He wanted to get rid of Fang Yuan in 5 Elements mountain range, but was slightly thwarted. But after that, even though Lu Wei-yin had the title of Paradise Earth's inheritor, he could not win against him. In the end, he became the alliance leader of the Southern Alliance. Right now, Celestial Court was at the most crucial moment in repairing Fate Goo. Wu Yong led the Southern Alliance elites and attacked, ignoring Fairy Myrtle's threats. Because he knew clearly what the big picture was. He could not let Celestial Court have the complete Fate Immortal Goo again. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Unlimited wind continued to blow and grinded the formation. The defending Celestial Court Goo Immortals tried many methods but had little effect. This move was very powerful. It was Wu Yong's trump card, but this was the first time it was used in public. Not just Celestial Court's side, even the deities of Southern Frontier were moved when they saw this wind. Their joyful expressions hid wariness and fear. Soon, a gap was opened in the formation. Wu Yong waved his hand. Everyone, it is time to use your lives. Follow me in. The deities of Southern Frontier entered one after another. The defending Celestial Court Goo Immortals became nervous. They are in. Quick, activate the second layer formation. The Southern Border Immortals only felt the scene before them change drastically. The blue light suddenly rose up, transforming into countless pink petals that spun rapidly, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. There were hundreds of millions of them, enveloping the Southern Border Immortals. A rank 7 Goo Immortal stood up. He had a beard like a halberd. He had a powerful aura. He was a pillar of Tai clan. His name was Tai Gongo. He had peak rank 7 battle strength. Facing the formation's attack, he was fearless. He shouted as golden light flickered around him. Countless golden halberds condensed. Go! Countless halberds rained down like a storm, crashing into the torrent of flying flowers. As they clashed, the flying flowers and golden halberds exploded into pink and golden fragments. The formation's attack had rank 8 power, but Tai Gongo was able to hold on. He did not fall into a disadvantage. Formation Path Great Expert, rank 8 Goo Immortal Chi Chu Yu stood beside him, deducing the formation's flaws. In this attack, Chi Chu Yu would play a huge role. After a few breaths of time, the golden halberds were suppressed by the boundless flower rain, as rank 7 Goo Immortal Shang Ke stepped forward. He stretched out his hand. A hole suddenly appeared in his palm. A strong suction force burst out and sucked in a lot of the flower rain. Yi Hei Ting shouted as countless blue lightning arcs appeared, helping Tai Gongo to hold on. Meanwhile, rank 7 Wisdom Path Goo Immortal Xia Lu Pei stood behind Chi Chu Yu, placing one hand on Chi Chu Yu's back, activating Wisdom Path methods to greatly increase Chi Chu Yu's deduction speed. After a while, Chi Chu Yu suddenly made a move. Every skill had its own specialization. Under his method, the formation's operation slowed down. Even Goo Immortals who did not cultivate Formation Path could see the flaws clearly. Boom boom boom. Southern Border's Goo Immortals did not intend to hold back. They immediately attacked. Several powerful killer moves landed and broke the second formation. The deities of Southern Frontier entered the third formation. The Celestial Court's Goo Immortals were shaken. With Chi Chu Yu here, what formation can stop us? Wu Yong laughed loudly. The other immortals also had high morale. Chi Chu Yu smiled bitterly. I have never used this deduction method because it expends my lifespan. But in this battle, I cannot hold back. The deities of Southern Frontier's Goo Immortals were shaken. Wu Yong looked at Chi Chu Yu. Both saw the determination in each other's eyes. But soon, Chi Chu Yu frowned. I don't need to deduce this third formation. I can see it at a glance. This formation is very simple. The formation core is the tallest tree in the forest. The formation was easy to understand. It was intentionally created by the Celestial Court. It was much harder to destroy. That was because this forest was extraordinary, able to destroy the power of all killer moves. Each stalk was a holy burial wood, and the stalk in the center that acted as the eye of the formation was an immemorial desolate plant. The deities of Southern Frontier had to use their bodies to destroy these trees. However, among the trees, there were countless vines. These vines had great origins. They were not to be underestimated. Some were azure dragon vines, some were lightning-twisting vines, and some were saw-heart-drilling vines. The foundation of the third formation was a formation created using the Tao marks of this forest. In order to break this formation, it would be futile to attack other places. They could only destroy this holy burial wood. The deities of southern frontier thought about it. They released the ancient desolate beasts and immemorial desolate beasts from their immortal apertures. The beast groups charged into the forest, fighting with the vines as blood splattered everywhere. A moment later, more than half of the beast groups were sacrificed. The remaining beasts were confused in the forest. A small portion even started killing each other. The deities of southern frontier's expressions were grim. So there was 7-star internal fighting grass planted here. It is enough to make the ancient desolate beasts kill each other. Even though the immemorial desolate beasts are not affected by this internal fighting grass, they are obstructed by the beast vanishing chi. This beast vanishing chi contained dense poison path Tao marks. It had no effect on immortal plants, variant humans, and humans. It only affected the beasts' bodies. It could make the immemorial desolate beasts thin, their skin disintegrate, and their organs melt. The deities of southern frontier's attempt failed. Wu Yong was about to summon clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building when someone stood up. Let me do it. The immortals looked over. They saw that this Gu immortal had a smooth scalp without any hair. He had a muscular body. It was Ba clan's rank 7 Gu immortal, Ba Xiong. Even though I am not a strength path Gu immortal, I cultivate transformation path. Let me charge in and destroy the holy burial wood. However, I only have peak rank 7 battle strength. Lord Yi Haofeng, please reinforce me. Ba Xiong said indifferently. The immortals were slightly moved. Ba Xiong only had peak rank 7 battle strength. He was not a rank 8 Gu immortal. Attacking now was extremely risky. If he was not careful, he would die. Yi Haofeng looked at Ba clan's first supreme elder, Ba Shirba. Seeing the latter nod, he attacked Ba Xiong. His reinforcement method was not only famous in southern border, it was even famous in the 5 regions. Ba Xiong immediately felt an incomparable strength flowing in his body. He shot out explosively, using his killer move to turn into a giant, cutting through all obstacles as he charged towards the center. Celestial Court's Gu immortals naturally would not watch. They immediately used methods to stop him. Southern Border's Gu immortals quickly moved to protect Ba Xiong. Eventually, Ba Xiong was bathed in blood, his flesh was lacerated, dozens of wounds were deep to the bone. He used all his strength to push down the holy burial wood at the center. In less than 15 minutes, Southern Border's Gu immortals had already broken through 3 formations. I can only rely on you guys now. Ba Xiong's injuries were extremely heavy. He had already lost his battle strength. Friend, you took the risk and fought to the death. No matter what the result is, you will be a great contributor to our Southern Alliance. You will be greatly rewarded when we return. Wu Yong said firmly. Ba Xiong laughed lightly. I also saw the actions of Lord Wu Yong and Lord Chi Chuyu. I had the urge to fight. Celestial Court has too much influence. They have come to our southern border many times. If they completely repair Fate Gu, wouldn't that be a problem? That makes sense. Wu Yong nodded slowly. He looked at the immortals around him. His confidence was 10 times greater than before. Chapter 1720. Central Continent, Hidden Dragon Cave, Formation. Myriad dragons flew, surrounding the eastern sea rank 8 Gu immortal Song Qiyuan, forming a huge ball of dragons. These ancient poisonous dragons are clearly formed from the formation's power, but they are so agile, like they are real. Song Qiyuan defended as he thought to himself. It was not difficult for him to kill these ancient poisonous dragons, but the problem was, after dealing with them, there would be other obstacles. The tens of thousands of ancient poisonous dragons were formed from the formation's power. Song Qiyuan had to destroy this formation to target the core. Otherwise, even if he killed all of these ancient poisonous dragons, he would not be able to break out of the formation. It is a pity that my formation path attainment is too low. After fighting for so long, I have not found any flaws. Song Qiyuan gritted his teeth. Immortal killer move, perfect round light. He activated his defensive method. His whole body was covered in a spherical light barrier. No matter how ferocious the ancient poisonous dragons were, they could not break this thin barrier. From this, it could be seen how deep Song Qiyuan's foundation in light path was. Unfortunately, he was facing a super large array. What he needed was an understanding of the array Dao. There were many paths in the Gu Master world. Like earlier, when Fang Yuan was countered by Celestial Court's human path and information path methods, Song Qiyuan was also suppressed by formation path. At his rank 8 cultivation level, Gu immortals could often comprehend other paths by analogy. Song Qiyuan could also use light path methods to imitate the power of formation path. But he was facing a super immortal formation created by Celestial Court after paying a huge price. It was a formation that could seal the legendary immemorial desolate beast Di Zongxing. Song Qiyuan could not find any flaws. He could only defend and wait for reinforcements, waiting for a turning point. At the center of the formation, Old Man Bei Feng controlled the super formation, monitoring the situation of the Eastern Sea Gu immortals. A rank 6 Gu immortal was standing beside him. He was a young man. It was Old Man Bei Feng's grandson, Feng Chanzi. Feng Chanzi looked at the images in front of him as he said in joy, "Grandfather, this is great. These rank 8 Gu immortals are trapped. They cannot escape. We have made great contributions this time. We can definitely redeem ourselves and let me leave this damned place. Grandpa, you can officially become a member of the Celestial Court." Old Man Bei Feng shook his head slowly, his gaze extremely solemn. "Grandson, you have not truly seen the situation clearly. These rank 8 Gu immortals were not injured at all. Most of them were unscathed. These people did not see through the secret of the formation, so they temporarily chose to wait and see or wait for reinforcements. Once they see an opening, their attacks will definitely be earth-shattering and peerlessly terrifying." Feng Chanzi immediately panicked. Then what should we do? Grandpa, didn't we ask for help a long time ago? Why haven't the reinforcements from the Celestial Court arrived yet? Old Man Bei Feng was silent for a while before saying, "How would we know what the Celestial Court is planning? The only thing we can do now is to defend to the death." As Old Man Bei Feng finished speaking, the entire formation suddenly began to shake. What's going on? Did a rank 8 Gu immortal find a flaw in the formation? Feng Chanzi was shocked. "No, it's that evil dragon." Old Man Bei Feng's expression also turned pale. Hidden Dragon Cave, Hidden Dragon Cave. It was famous in the world because it sealed the evil dragon Di Zongxing. Right now, Di Zongxing was struggling intensely, trying to turn around. Old Man Bei Feng could not help but feel bitter inside. Di Zongxing was not ordinary. It was created from the resentment and hatred of countless living beings in Central Continent's earth veins. It was originally sealed and struggled constantly. If it succeeded, it could cause a large-scale earthquake. Old Man Bei Feng guarded this place. One of the reasons was to prevent the evil dragon from causing earthquakes in Central Continent and destroying living beings. But now, Fang Yuan and the other 4 regions Gu immortals were wreaking havoc in Central Continent. Countless living beings were killed. They accumulated a vast amount of resentment, hatred, fear, and other emotions. Di Zongxing absorbed these emotions. His strength began to rise rapidly. The Eastern Sea Gu immortals attacking the formation had attracted its attention. The crafty Di Zongxing had been restraining himself and accumulating strength. He suddenly exerted strength now, catching Old Man Bei Feng off guard. After Old Man Bei Feng reacted, he quickly used the main force of the formation to suppress Di Zongxing. After Duke Long used this formation, its power had weakened by 30%. And now, my strength has risen by at least 50%. Old Man Bei Feng, if you escape now, you can still live. Otherwise, after I destroy this formation, I will tear you to pieces." Di Zongxing shouted. His voice rumbled like thunder, resounding in the huge earth trench. "Don't even think about it." Old Man Bei Feng's expression was grim. His fighting spirit did not waver. "I found a flaw." In another formation space, Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortal Qin Yuan opened his eyes wide. His aura erupted like a volcano. Immortal killer move, suppressing mountain egg. A gigantic mountain appeared out of thin air, and with the sound of wind and thunder, it smashed into the gap in the formation. Hidden Dragon Cave's super formation had already reached its limit when dealing with the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals and Di Zongxing. Now that it was attacked by Qing Yuan, it snapped like a taut bow. The formation collapsed. Old Man Bei Feng suffered a backlash. He coughed out blood, his face was pale as paper, he was on the verge of death. Crack crack. With a series of sounds like glass shattering, most of the immortal formation was destroyed, only a small portion at the center was left. It was pitifully defending itself. The Eastern Sea Immortals' vision changed. They were released. I can sense that the rank 8 Immortal Gu House is at the center of the immortal formation. Shen Zongxing's eyes shined brightly. Charge in. Song Qiyuan laughed loudly, taking the lead. Qing Yuan stayed behind. He was hurrying to heal himself. This time, he had broken through the array and his injuries were not light. Because he was not a formation path Gu Immortal, he did not use formation path methods to solve the problem. It was like smashing a door with his fists. Di Zongxing shouted excitedly. His dragon roar was like thunder. His voice was so loud that the Eastern Sea Immortals' expressions changed. Quickly destroy the center. I am about to be free, huh? Old Man Duke Long, when I come out, I will pull out your tendons and skin you alive. I will eat you bit by bit. Di Zongxing's voice was filled with hatred and anger. The immortals present felt a chill. Grandfather, you need to pull yourself together. In the remnant formation center, Feng Chanzi hugged Old Man Bei Feng and cried. His body was shaking as he shouted, "Why haven't the Celestial Court's reinforcements arrived yet?" Old Man Bei Feng was still coughing out blood. There was already a pool of blood below him. The grandfather and grandson were in a desperate situation. Central Continent, Emperor City. This huge city was made of Gu worms. It was known as the largest mortal Gu house in the world. At the same time, it was the largest gathering place of mortals in Central Continent. The final round of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention would be held here. Feng Yuan was high in the sky, layers of auspicious clouds surrounded him tightly. This was a luck path method that could conceal himself. Of course, other than that, there were more than 10 immortal moves that Feng Yuan used on himself. He was barely able to defend against people's accusation. After all, these were not human path methods. Feng Yuan was already very satisfied with their results. Right now, his gaze was fixed on Emperor City below him. No one else has made a move yet? There is no news from Longevity Heaven, damn it. Feng Yuan frowned deeply. He did not know that deities of Southern Frontier had already gone to attack infallible Blessed Land. They were advancing rapidly. And in Hidden Dragon Cave, the Eastern Sea Immortals broke through the super formation. Only the core of the formation was left. I cannot let the Celestial Court repair Fate Gu completely. I will destroy this Emperor City and kill all the Gu Masters who are participating in the final round. Feng Yuan gave the order. An immortal Gu house charged down like a meteor. The immortal Gu house carried He Lulan, Bai Ningbing, Ing Wu Xie, and Qi Clan's Gu Immortals. It could be said that this was Feng Yuan's entire force. Who dares to attack me, I will kill all who come. Li Huang's voice resounded. He was the rank 8 leader who had been ordered to guard this place. Following his voice, immortal Gu houses appeared one after another, revolving around Emperor City like stars revolving around the moon. Feng Yuan sighed internally. This immortal Gu house of mine was created by using Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven's 33 heavenly palaces, as well as the immortal Gu house where heaven form is stored, as well as some Gu worms. I am afraid it is not the match of these immortal Gu houses. Even so, Feng Yuan did not give the order to retreat. He had already expected this situation, but there was no helping it. Time was pressing, he had to act. Feng Yuan had already made up his mind. When Bai Ningbing and the rest could not hold on, he would go down personally. As expected, Bai Ningbing and the rest were attacked by many immortal Gu houses. They were at a disadvantage right from the start. Celestial Court was heavily guarded here. The defense was so tight that it was simply insane. A moment later, Bai Ningbing and the rest's immortal Gu houses were damaged beyond repair. They were on the verge of defeat. Fang Yuan sighed. He was about to go down when his expression froze. He looked in a different direction. Several rank 8 Gu immortals appeared. There were also several immortal Gu houses. These are Western Desert's rank 8 Gu immortals and the immortal Gu houses of super forces. Fang Yuan's heart shook. He showed a joyous expression. Celestial Court. The main forces of Western Desert and Southern Border have already appeared. Fairy Myrtle sighed. Actually, if not for the Earth vein fusion, the regional wall would still be sturdy. My celestial court would not be attacked by such a large group. She was right. Precisely because they sensed the arrival of the Great Era, the Earth veins of the 5 regions merged and the regional walls vanished. The other 4 regions felt an intense crisis. Central Continent was the strongest in terms of strength. It had been publicly recognized since the remote antiquity era. Right now, Celestial Court wanted to completely repair Fate Gu. It was like adding fuel to the fire. The Gu immortals of the other 4 regions were forced to come and cause trouble. There is still the strongest force that has not appeared. Duke Long said plainly. Fairy Myrtle frowned. Only a few Northern Plains Gu immortals have appeared. The main force has not shown up yet. Fang Yuan has not appeared either. Considering the battle in the River of Time, he is likely to have teamed up with Bing Sai Chuan again. Saying so, Fairy Myrtle gritted her teeth. Let me deduce with all my strength again. Duke Long was about to nod when his expression suddenly changed. He looked at the horizon. No need, they are already here. At the next moment, Fairy Myrtle looked in shock and anger at the sky above Celestial Court. A rainbow aurora appeared. Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Calamity Luck Altar shot out. These Northern Plains barbarians. They are so daring. How dare they invade my Celestial Court? Fairy Myrtle's body was shaking from anger. Old Man Jing Yuan was also dumbfounded. Chapter 1721. Central Continent, Emperor City. This is the immortal Gu house that Master once mentioned? Yi Fan was in the final competition. He looked at the sky with a shocked expression. The other participating Gu masters were not much better off than him. These immortal Gu houses are the foundation of a super force. To think that so many would appear at once. Even if the regional walls melt and the earth veins are unified, during the 5 regions' chaotic war, there will not be such a huge battle. Yi Fan suddenly had a realization. At this time, a voice came from beside Yi Fan. Brother Yi, we can have a good contest now and determine who is stronger. Yi Fan turned his gaze away as he smiled, thinking, I received Master's orders to come to Central Continent to participate in the Refinement Path Convention. To think that I would meet such a genius. Even if I lose in the end, it will be a wonderful experience. Being able to have such a sworn brother is the greatest reward. As the saying goes, no discord, no concord. Hong Yi and Yi Fan had repeatedly emerged victorious in the previous competition and very naturally got to know each other. As they continued to communicate, the two of them began to appreciate each other. After a drinking contest, they became sworn brothers with different surnames. Hong Yi continued, this Refinement Path Convention is an unprecedented event. Let those Gu immortals fight in the sky. We need to do what we are supposed to do. Thank you for your concern, I understand. Yi Fan understood Hong Yi's goodwill. After thanking him, he calmed his mind and started to focus on the final competition. Outside Emperor City, Central Continent's immortal Gu houses were distributed to the left and right of Emperor City, vaguely forming 3 layers of defense. Outside the defense line were Western Desert's rank 8s and several immortal Gu houses. The last one was controlled by Ning Bing and the rest. It was an immortal Gu house that Fang Yuan had created. It had not even been named yet. Fang Yuan wanted to show himself, but since the Western Desert Gu immortals were here, he decided to observe for a while longer. Western Desert's Gu immortals flew along with the immortal Gu houses, closing the distance between them and Central Continent, giving the latter a huge mental pressure. Even Li Huang, who was at the center, was a little hesitant. Even he, with his rich combat experience, had never participated in a battle of this scale. Li Huang had participated in many chaotic battles between Gu immortals, But he had never seen so many immortal goo houses fighting together. Immortal goo houses were much rarer than goo immortals. Normally speaking, very few goo immortals own them, only super forces own them. A goo immortal alone could not have the wealth, energy, and ability to construct an immortal goo house. Moreover, immortal goo houses were not very practical for individual goo immortals. For super forces, they usually needed a rank 7 immortal goo house. At some crucial juncture, it could act as a rank 8 battle strength. Rank 8 goo immortals did not appear continuously. Many first supreme elders of super forces only had rank 7 cultivation level. At this time, the rank 7 immortal goo house could suppress the situation. Immortal goo houses naturally had their flaws. For example, their methods were fixed and could be easily countered. Thus, even though many rank 7 immortal goo houses could resist rank 8 goo immortals, they could not truly match a rank 8 goo immortal. Right now, the immortal goo houses participating in the battle were at least rank 7, they could erupt with rank 8 battle strength. From a certain perspective, this was an intense battle involving more than 10 rank 8 battle strength experts. Both sides were hesitant. But this battle had no choice but to fight. The atmosphere became heavier. When the distance between the two sides shrunk to a certain limit, an immortal goo house in Central Continent's second defensive line attacked. This immortal goo house was small and exquisite. It was a pavilion. There were countless bird cages hanging on the beams of the pavilion. All sorts of birds were chirping inside. It was one of the 5 immortal goo houses of Heavenly Lotus Sect, Canary Pavilion. A large number of bird cages were opened in Canary Pavilion. Small birds with fiery red feathers flew out like a rain of fire. Halfway through their flight, these birds expanded and returned to their original size. These birds were as large as carriages, their bodies were red and their feathers were covered in flames. They were extremely hot. Their eyes were like flowing lava. The birds' cries were also quite peculiar, resembling the sound of flowing lava. Ancient desolate beast, molten flame bird. Be careful. These birds can self-detonate. They have incredible power. Among Western Desert's forces, a goo immortal immediately warned. Fire path ancient desolate beast, let us do it. Amidst the laughter, an immortal goo house that looked like a water wheel rolled out on its own. The wheel suddenly shot out a huge red light. The red light was like a ribbon that coiled around the molten flame birds. The molten flame birds screamed and struggled, but most of them were suppressed by the red light. A small portion self-detonated, turning into lava that was absorbed by the red light, causing it to become stronger. What immortal goo house is this? Central Continent's side was shocked and uncertain. They did not expect the molten flame birds to be broken so easily. Western Desert's side was also shocked. Several rank 8 goo immortals paid attention to this strange immortal goo house. They did not have any information about it. Oh, Dong Clan's Red River Wheel? Fang Yuan's eyes shined. This immortal goo house was unearthed by Dong Clan from a mysterious inheritance. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, it had shown its unique brilliance. Normally speaking, if a super force wanted to research and construct an immortal goo house, the entire process would be very long. During this long process, a lot of information and clues would be revealed. Only this kind of immortal goo house that was suddenly obtained would be surprising. Dong Clan's goo immortals felt pleased. They had made the right decision to come here. They had obtained a batch of molten flame birds just after the battle. With these molten flame birds, the entire Red River Wheel's power would rise in all aspects, especially in terms of speed. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Fang Clan's goo immortals shouted from within the immortal goo house, releasing a large number of ancient desolate beasts. They were all dog and chicken type. Fang Yuan was very familiar with this immortal goo house. It was Fang Clan's chicken dog coop. 2 buildings were built side by side. The house on the left was bright yellow, and there was a circular plaque under the eaves. On the plaque, there was only a large chicken character. The house on the right was vermilion, and on the circular plaque, there was a dog character. Even though each immortal goo house took care of many aspects, they had their own specialties. Chicken Dog Coop and Canary Pavilion both focused on enslavement path. The former was good at enslaving chickens and dogs, while the latter was good at raising birds. Both were rank 7, they were at the same rank. Enslavement Path's advantage was in battles of attrition. This large group of chickens and dogs charged over. Central Continent's outermost immortal goo houses reacted. They used all sorts of killer moves. The chickens and dogs wailed as they fell in large numbers. However, the Western Desert troops followed closely behind, charging forward to attack. At once, the immortal goo houses collided with each other, loud noises of collisions, and the sound of killer moves tearing through the air resounded, shaking the entire world. Western Desert's charge was very fierce. Central Continent's first layer of defense was soon broken. The second layer was also almost broken. They barely managed to hold on. Western Desert's manpower and immortal goo houses are still less than Central Continent's. Fang Yuan sighed to himself. Western Desert was different from Southern Border, Northern Plains, and Eastern Sea. In Southern Border, there was the Southern Alliance. The cooperation between the superforces was getting closer. Right now, the whole of Southern Border was filled with beacon towers. Northern Plains had Longevity Heaven as the leader, and in recent years, Longevity Heaven had been actively recruiting lone immortals and demonic path members, trying to unite the whole of Northern Plains goo immortal world into one. In Eastern Sea, Duke Long had forcefully seized the immortal goo houses, causing all the rank 8 goo immortals in Eastern Sea to lose face. Those who could cultivate to rank 8 were overlords of their own regions. They were people who looked down on the world. They had great ambitions. Duke Long had offended so many people at once, causing Eastern Sea's rank 8s to ally together. As for Western Desert, even though they realized the seriousness of the Celestial Court's restoration of Fate Goo, only the super forces were truly involved. Fang Yuan did not see any lone immortals or demonic path members of Western Desert. And in this battle, Western Desert's super forces have been very conservative in their inputs. Fang Clan has sent the most people. Fang Clan has brought Chicken Dog Coop, Inquiry Dock, and Fallen Flower Hall. I wonder if Divine Bean Palace has been restored. Did they bring it here? Fang Yuan thought rapidly. Divine Bean Palace was a rank 8 immortal goo house. If it was brought here, it would be very interesting. But Fang Yuan knew that the possibility was small. Because even if Divine Bean Palace was in Fang Clan's hands, there was a high chance that they would leave it in their headquarters. In this refinement path convention, even if Western Desert and Eastern Sea's super forces mobilized their forces, they were rather conservative. They were wary of each other. Go this way. Fang Yuan looked down from above, commanding Bai Ningbing and the rest. Bai Ningbing and the rest moved their immortal goo houses. Following the route that Fang Yuan pointed out, they ingeniously passed through the second layer of defense, charging towards Emperor City under the immortals' shocked gazes. But Emperor City was still under the protection of Central Continent's third layer of defense. 2 immortal goo houses charged towards Bai Ningbing and the rest from the left and right. The palace on the left was grand and beautiful. It was Heavenly Lotus Sect's immortal goo house, Yuyang Palace. The manor on the right had an exquisite structure. It had white jade tiles and cold energy. It flew over with the roar of a dragon soul. It was Ancient Soul Sect's immortal goo house, Frost Dragon Manor. Bai Ningbing and the rest activated the killer moves of the immortal goo house. But these killer moves were not powerful. Yuyang Palace and Frost Dragon Manor directly broke them. They reached Bai Ningbing and the rest. Bai Ningbing and the rest knew that their immortal goo houses were weak. They had no choice but to retreat. We cannot retreat. A Western Desert rank 8 goo immortal shouted. If they retreated, the gap in the defensive line that they had created would be repaired. They would lose the opportunity. Retreat. Fang Yuan's order was direct. This immortal goo house was not Frost Dragon Manor and Yuyang Palace's match. Fang Yuan had to preserve it. It would be a huge pity if it was destroyed at the start of the battle. However, that was not the truth. Fang Yuan could not retreat just because he wanted to. At the crucial moment, intense winds attacked, causing Bai Ningbing and the rest to stagnate. The one who attacked was a 7-story building. Curtains were fluttering in the air. Rank 7 immortal goo house. Wind sweeping building. This building was one of the 2 signature immortal goo houses of Wind Cloud Manor. It was on the same level as Passing Cloud Building. Wind-sweeping building and passing cloud building could be combined to form the rank 8 immortal goo house Wind Cloud Manor. It was extremely powerful and terrifying. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Wind Cloud Manor had once been at the top of the ranking of immortal goo houses for a period of time. With wind-sweeping buildings obstruction, Yuyang Palace moved even faster. It crashed into Fang Yuan's immortal goo house like a meteor. Next, Frost Dragon Manor's killer move also hit. In an instant, Fang Yuan's immortal goo house's roof tiles were blown away, the pillars toppled and a huge hole appeared. A vast number of mortal goo were destroyed, several immortal goo were also lost. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He suddenly appeared. Yama Emperor Killer Move. Chapter 1722. Boom. With a loud sound, heaven and earth changed. Wu Yong took the lead, leading the Southern Alliance Immortals to break the 5th formation and arrive at the 6th formation. In the 6th formation, it was pitch black with no end in sight. The deities of Southern Frontier were like ants in it. This is a space path formation. A Luo clan Gu Immortals suddenly spoke. He wore Southern Border's traditional clothing, his face was pale and his expression cold. He was a general of Luo clan, famous in Southern Border. He had peak rank 7 battle strength. His name was Luo Ran. He cultivated space path and had great attainment. That's right, this is a space path formation. Chi Chuyu nodded. Let me deduce it first. The Immortals had no objections. After entering the formation, it was not wise to act rashly. The most reliable method was to let the formation path Gu Immortals deduce the profundities of the formation and target its flaws. They would be able to achieve great results with half the effort. After deducing for a while, Chi Chuyu said plainly, I have already deduced most of this formation. It is the spaceless formation. Luo Ran heard this and frowned. Even though I am not a formation path Gu cultivator, I have heard of the spaceless formation long ago. It is one of the most classic immortal formations of space path. It was created in the remote antiquity era. No one knew who the creator was. This formation only has one ability. It is to expand the distance and lengthen the route. After entering the formation, one step can be 100 steps. Chi Chuyu smiled. Luo Ran is very knowledgeable. This is the spaceless formation. But this formation has already been modified. There is a layer of formation transformation hidden inside. Someone asked, what transformation? Chi Chuyu shook his head. I cannot deduce it now, I can only sense it. But we can set off first. I can deduce it while we travel. According to the current situation, we can move forward freely. There is nothing wrong with it. The spaceless formation itself has no offensive power. It is only used to trap enemies and increase the distance between us, stalling for time. Give me some time, I will be able to deduce this layer of transformation and find the formation's flaws. If the celestial court attacks ahead of time, as long as we defend ourselves and let me see what kind of changes there are, it will be more helpful to my calculations. Chi Chuyu's suggestion was very good. The Immortals immediately set off and chose to fly forward. The void space formation had no light. It was a patch of black and deep. The Southern Alliance Immortals protected Chi Chuyu at the center while Wu Yong walked at the front. Look, there seems to be something ahead. Yao Clan Gu Immortal Yao Tianze suddenly spoke. The Immortals slowed down and walked closer to take a closer look. A huge greenish-white radish, as big as a house, floated motionlessly in the air. What is this? It seems to be a primordial immortal herb. Yao Tianze asked. The others all frowned. The thing in front of them was not something that could be seen normally. Wu Yong remained silent. A light flashed through his mind, as if he had seen the records of this immortal plant somewhere before, but he couldn't recall it in his hurry. If I am not wrong, this should be a profound ice light radish. It is an immortal plant from the immemorial antiquity era. It is already extinct. To think that the celestial court still held back. Qiao Jikai said. He was Qiao clan's first supreme elder. Even though he only had rank 7 cultivation level, he cultivated with path. Wu Yong's eyes shined. That's right, this is a profound ice light radish. Everyone be careful, don't get close. Once we get close, this radish can shoot out countless ice rays that can pierce every inch of our skin and organs, freezing them to death instantly. Xiao Zhikai continued to explain, yes. Don't underestimate the ice rays. They are formed from the ice and snow dow marks on the profound ice light radish. After the ice rays shoot out, the profound ice light radish will no longer have any dow marks on it. It will become a mortal material. Thus, this ice ray attack is not inferior to a rank 8 Gu Immortal's immortal killer move. When the Immortals heard this, they could not help but take a few steps back and raise their guard. But right at this time, a change occurred. Ripples appeared in the air. The formation activated as a huge force of space path erupted on a southern border Gu Immortal. The southern border Gu Immortal had already activated his defensive method, but the space path force did not break his defense. Instead, it teleported him away. The teleportation point was not somewhere else. It was right in front of the profound ice light radish. The profound ice light radish was like a frightened little girl. Its body shrunk to a third of its original size. Then, at the next moment, boom! Hundreds of millions of ice needles shot out in all directions like a vast expanse of white. The southern border Gu Immortal had already activated his strongest defensive method, but he only lasted for half a breath of time before he was pierced by the countless ice needles. Next, he froze into ice, becoming as hard as a stone statue. The southern border Immortals were moved. The spaceless formation suddenly activated and teleported the Gu Immortal inside. This was clearly the change that Chi Chuyu had mentioned earlier. Together with the immemorial ice light radish, it was a perfect combination. Wu Yong's face turned green. He led the Southern Alliance Immortals. Since the start of the battle, this was the first time he had lost a member. Someone had truly died. Wu Yong thought anxiously he wanted to find a way to deal with this. But right at this time, a change occurred again. Ripples appeared in the air. A formless space path power grabbed another Southern Alliance Gu Immortal with great force. With me here, don't even think of using the same trick. At the crucial moment, Luo Ran shouted, activating an Immortal Gu. The Immortal Gu's power spread in all directions, causing the surrounding space to freeze like ice. The Southern Alliance Immortals felt a strong restriction, as if they were sealed in an ice coffin. Rank 7 Immortal Gu, suppress space. A rank 7 Immortal Gu could not deal with this celestial court formation, but it was not without effect. Suppress space Immortal Gu bought a few crucial seconds for the Southern Alliance Gu Immortal, allowing him to leave the area. The spatial ripples created by the formation were like a monster opening its mouth, but it could not catch anything. It could only vanish regretfully. Luo Ran dispelled Suppress Space Immortal Gu's power. The Southern Alliance Immortals immediately felt the restriction disappear. They were free again. The situation was urgent. I suddenly activated Suppress Space Immortal Gu. This Gu has a wide range of attacks. I have implicated you all. Luo Ran quickly apologized. Wu Yong laughed loudly. Well done. This is Suppress Space Immortal Gu? A good Gu worm, it counters this formation. Chi Chuyu nodded, showing a gratified expression. Luo Ran smiled. I obtained this Gu from Earth Trench recently. To think that it could be used here. This shows that there is some form of providence in this world. All living beings in heaven and earth countered each other. There was never a strongest immortal Gu, only invincible Gu Immortals. Celestial Court created this spatial movement formation. It had several rank 7 Immortal Gu and a vast number of Mortal Gu, but it was countered by Suppress Space Immortal Gu. With Suppress Space Immortal Gu, the Southern Alliance Immortals no longer had to worry about entering the spatial movement formation. And because Celestial Court activated the formation, Chi Chuyu's deductions were greatly improved. A moment later, Chi Chuyu pointed out a loophole in the formation. He said to Wu Yong, Celestial Court's formation is vast and boundless. It will take a lot of effort to break it from the inside. If Lord Alliance leader uses this loophole to draw the unlimited wind outside, it will be easy to break this formation from the outside. Wu Yong used this loophole and easily sensed the unlimited wind outside. Immediately, intense winds blew and broke this formation through the loophole. The Southern Alliance Gu Immortals returned to the outside world. After breaking 6 formations and only losing 1 person, the Southern Alliance Immortals had high morale. This battle made the person in charge of the formation frown deeply. He had a heavy heart. This person wore a green robe. He looked like a young scholar, but his gaze was very old. He was already several thousand years old. He was none other than a Woodpath rank 8 great expert, the former first supreme elder of Heavenly Lotus sect, the current generation Genesis Lotus inheritor, Chen. To think that the enemies were so fierce. Now, we only have 3 formations left. Chen Yi pondered for a while before saying to the person beside him, Song Shui, why don't we join hands and fight outside? We can stall for time to set up the formation at the back. The female immortal beside him, Bai Song Shui, was a Gu immortal of Celestial Court. She had personally participated in the restoration of fate during the previous Refinement Path Convention. She didn't hesitate at all and immediately agreed. The 2 walked out of the formation. Wu Yong and the rest were bombarding the 7th formation, attempting to break it. Chen Yi cupped his fists at the Southern Border Immortals. Sages of Southern Border, Chen Yi of Celestial Court, am here. Who dares to fight me alone? Wu Yong's pupils shrunk. He waved his hand and let out clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. Rank 7 Gu Immortals could not interfere in a battle between rank 8s, but if they entered the Immortal Gu House, they would barely have the qualifications to fight. Ba Clan's first supreme elder Ba Ba laughed loudly. Old man Chen Yi, it is not wise for you to come out of that tortoise shell. Let me fight you. Don't fall for their trap, let's attack together. Wu Yong sneered as he gave the order. If Wu Du Xiu were here, she would accept Chen Yi's challenge and attack alone. But Wu Yong and Wu Du Xiu were 2 different kinds of people. How could an ambitious person like him give up on a chance to gang up on others? Immediately, Wu Yong took the lead. Several Southern Border rank 8s and rank 7 Gu Immortals behind him charged forward with clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. Chen Yi and Baizong Shui were surrounded, but they did not panic. Baizong Shui pushed with her palms. A huge pale white wave pressed down from above. Wu Yong's body flickered, leaving behind an afterimage on the spot as he vanished. Ba Ba faced the huge wave and roared. His aura surged as a mystical light shined on the huge wave. Next, Yi Haofeng's wings flapped, countless feathers weaved into a rain of arrows, piercing the wave and shooting towards Bai Song Shui and Chen Yi. Good timing. Chen Yi smiled. He did not move at all, but the illusion of countless trees appeared around him. Yi Haofeng's arrow rain shot deep into the forest, only causing the trees to shake and leaves to rustle. Chen Yi's aura surged. He was about to counterattack when his expression changed. Wu Yong's figure appeared. He was behind Chen Yi. He has such a concealment method. The invisible person I sensed was actually another illusion he left behind. Chen Yi was shocked by Wu Yong's method. At the crucial moment, he did not even have time to turn around. Next, he felt his shoulder being patted by Wu Yong. You and I are like old friends, but you are leaving. We are about to part, good friend, let me send you off. Wu Yong smiled lightly. Hearing this, even though Chen Yi had lived for thousands of years and had rich experiences, he was pale with fright. He screamed internally, "This is immortal killer move. Farewell, friend Wind." My celestial court could not find it after searching for so long, but it was actually in Wu Yong's hands. Next, Chen Yi lost control of his body. He slowly floated forward. In the process of flying, his hair, his clothes, his hands and feet all began to scatter in the wind. "Save me!" Chen Yi screamed internally, but he could not shout. He could not move, he could not use any methods. Chapter 1723. Celestial Court. The sky that was originally filled with white light was shining with 7-colored aurora lights. A huge immortal Gu house was floating in the sky. What an amazing immortal Gu house! It was a round altar with 3 floors. It was grand and grand. There were many pillars on the altar. The white jade railings were shining with aurora lights. It was the rank 8 Luck Path Immortal Gu House, Calamity Luck Altar. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal personally created it. It was one of the 3 immortal goo houses he controlled. Calamity Luck Altar was originally the foundation to suppress Longevity Heaven, but this time, when Longevity Heaven attacked Celestial Court, it was mobilized. Such a move showed Longevity Heaven's confidence in obtaining it. This made the Celestial Court's goo immortals somewhat worried. Fairy Myrtle frowned deeply. Even Duke Long had a solemn expression at this moment. However, his gaze was not focused on the Calamity Luck Altar, but on the rainbow-colored lights blossoming in the sky. Duke Long said solemnly, "With just Calamity Luck Altar, Longevity Heaven's goo immortals cannot break in directly. This layer of 7-colored aurora lights is indeed rank 9. It should be the work of Giant Sun Immortal." Giant Sun Immortal? Fairy Myrtle was stunned before a look of realization appeared on her face. According to Celestial Court's records, Giant Sun Immortal had once been invited to Celestial Court. Is this the method he secretly left behind? It should be, Duke Long said. Fairy Myrtle's expression turned grim. This Giant Sun Immortal is truly crafty and crafty. He had long planned to scheme against Celestial Court. His scheme was so profound. The venerables of the past all had great wisdom. They cannot be underestimated. Giant Sun Immortal possesses luck path methods. He had left behind some clues in the dark. Even my Celestial Court did not know about it. Duke Long shook his head and sighed. His emotions were a little complicated. Back then, when Giant Sun became venerable, it was luck path that interfered with fate goo greatly. At that time, the leader of the Celestial Court, the Golden Hooped Immortal, specially invited Giant Sun to visit the Celestial Court for the sake of the world. On the surface, he announced to the world that he wanted to invite Giant Sun to join the Celestial Court. After some consideration, Giant Sun agreed to the invitation and entered the Celestial Court. The Golden Hooped Great Immortal personally guided the Giant Sun Immortal. Along the way, he brought him to visit the important places in the Celestial Court, especially the place where the Wuji, Reckless Savage, and Red Lotus Demon Venerables fought and stopped. Giant Sun Immortal suggested to go and see Fate Goo. Golden Hooped Great Immortal did not refuse. He brought Giant Sun to Heaven Overseeing Tower to see Fate Goo. After Giant Sun left the tower, he remained silent. Finally, when he left the Celestial Court, he said that he needed to consider the matter of joining the court. This experience, as well as the conversation between Giant Sun and the Golden Hooped Great Immortal, was clearly recorded in the historical records of the Celestial Court. The power of rank 9 is unfathomable. Giant Sun Immortal tampered with it back then. It is not strange that we only discovered it now. After all, he cultivates luck path. Our Celestial Court has too little understanding of luck path. However, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable even placed a spy in the Celestial Court. He is now trapped. Giant Sun Immortal has already died. Only Calamity Luck Altar and a group of Northern Plains goo immortals came to attack. How can our great Celestial Court be easily toppled? Old Man Zheng Yuan's voice resounded in the hall. Fairy Myrtle nodded, but her brows were still furrowed. Calamity Luck Altar is not an ordinary rank 8 immortal goo house. It was once Giant Sun Immortal's item. It is a pity that Princess Impatience did not join us this time. Otherwise, we would have learned of Longevity Heaven's plan in advance. More importantly, how many troops are hidden in Calamity Luck Altar? Wait, I don't think there are too many. Because we did not receive any information regarding Northern Plains Longevity Heaven's sneak attack plan. Longevity Heaven was able to hide it so well. It is clearly very conservative. The information is limited to only a few people. Fairy Myrtle analyzed quickly. You are right, that is likely to be the case. Duke Long nodded slightly. Even though he stood up from his seat, his hands were behind his back. He did not go to battle, he was waiting for something. Almost at the next moment, the whole of the Celestial Court shook intensely. With a loud sound, it was like the roar of a gale. It swept through everyone's hearts. Duke Long, Fairy Myrtle, and Old Man Zheng Yuan were not surprised. They showed faint smiles on their faces. The killer move left behind by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable has activated. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, the goo immortals of Longevity Heaven were not surprised. This was already described in the information left behind by Giant Sun Immortal. Even without giant sun immortals description, Longevity Heaven had several demon venerable true inheritances. Be it Reckless Savage or Limitless, they were both northern plainsmen. Longevity Heaven also had a lot of information about them attacking the Celestial Court. This is the Chi Wall Killer move? The Chi Wall Killer move is very ordinary, but Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable was very skilled in it when he was young. He loved it very much. When Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable became invincible in the world, this Chi Wall Killer move also rose to rank 9 level. The Gu Immortals of Longevity Heaven discussed as they controlled Calamity Luck Altar to bombard the surroundings. Ripples appeared in the surrounding air. It was like a formless fortress. Only when it was bombarded heavily would it explode and return to its original state. But soon, it condensed again, forming a formless giant wall. In the whole of the Celestial Court, all the air was condensed to resist the invasion of Longevity Heaven. But for the members of the Celestial Court, when they moved, the Chi Wall would return to its original state. There was no obstruction. After the Gu Immortals of Longevity Heaven tried for a while, they were secretly shocked. As expected of Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, an ordinary Chi Wall Killer move has rank 9 power in Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's hands. It is even sturdier than the Heavenly Wind Chi Wall. Then what do? 5 Elements Grandmaster's expression was unsightly. He was very worried. He had just joined Longevity Heaven not long ago. He had just learned that they were going to attack the Celestial Court a few days ago. 5 Elements Grandmaster's worry was reasonable, because if they could not break this move, they would have to bombard the Chi Wall along the way. That way, the expenditure would be too high. They would probably not even reach Duke long before their immortal essence would run dry and they would die of exhaustion. But it was too difficult to break this move. Firstly, this was a rank 9 killer move. They had to have methods of the same level to have a chance of breaking it. Rank 8 killer moves could only be effective if they were specifically countered. Secondly, after the world changed, Chi Path had been declining for a long time. In Longevity Heaven's group, none of them cultivated Chi Path. What should they do? Don't worry, we have a countermeasure. Even though this move was created by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, so many years have passed, it has been through the vicissitudes of life, it has also withstood the attacks of 3 demon venerables. It already has a weakness. That's right. Back then, Limitless, Reckless Savage, and Red Lotus, 3 demon venerables, attacked Celestial Court, but they could not break this Chi Wall Killer move. But they relied on their strength to break through. They created a total of 3 paths. These 3 paths are the weakest parts of the Chi Wall. They cannot be repaired. As long as we bombard a small part and enter one of these 3 paths, we can follow the path of a demon venerable and kill our way through. 5 Elements Grandmaster let out a sigh of relief. So that's it? Next he asked, then which path should we choose? At the same time, in Central Great Hall, Duke Long and Fairy Myrtle conversed. Even though the Chi Wall Killer move is strong, it has been exposed long ago. Since Longevity Heaven ambushed us, they must know the weakness of the Chi Wall. It is the path that the 3 demon venerables used before. Fairy Myrtle nodded, explaining with great familiarity. The path on the left was created by Limitless Demon Venerable. It goes through Central Heaven Gate, Name Plaque Palace, Sun Palace, 5 Deity Hall, Central Great Hall, Heaven Overseeing Tower, Forgotten Tao Lake, and finally, Imperfection Regret Pavilion at the peak of Star Zone Mountains. The path in the center was created by Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. It goes through Immortal Emperor Garden, Void Accumulation Pavilion, Sumeru Swamp, Eternal Sand Cave, Million Heavenly King Gallery, Embroidered Tower, Central Great Hall, and finally, Heaven Overseeing Tower. The path on the right is Red Lotus Demon Venerable's Path of Invasion. He first went through Lotus Immortal Pool, Bright Moon Treasure Light Hall, then the 12 Spirit Entrances, Fire Separation Pavilion, Magnetic Star Ridge, Waterwood Qinghua Garden, Central Great Hall, and finally, Heaven Overseeing Tower. As long as they choose a path, we will know which path they will take and set up our defenses. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined with the light of wisdom. That's right. Duke Long had no objections. Boom boom boom. Calamity Luck Altar carried several Gu immortals of Longevity Heaven and bombarded the path, finally entering the weak area of the Chi Wall. Once they entered, Longevity Heaven's group felt the pressure fall sharply. The Chi Wall only existed in name. The Celestial Court's Gu immortals immediately noticed something. Duke Long and Fairy Myrtle looked at each other. They chose the left path. Chapter 1724. The Left Flank. This was the path that the limitless demonic lord had created in the Celestial Court 1,000,000 years ago. The starting point was the Central Heaven Gate, the Nameplate Palace, the Sun Palace, the Five Deity Palace, the Central Great Hall, the Heaven Overseeing Tower, the Forgotten Tao Lake, and finally the Imperfection Regret Pavilion at the peak of Star Zone Mountain. The huge Celestial Court was illuminated by a brilliant light. There were many palaces, pavilions, terraces, and towers. It was beautiful and magnificent. Calamity Luck Altar charged forward with a crushing momentum. The Celestial Court, which had been silent for countless years, finally welcomed the flames of war. Within Calamity Luck Altar, 5 Elements Grandmaster looked down from above, constantly observing. He was tongue-tied, he was visibly moved. If I had not seen it with my own eyes, I would not have imagined that all the buildings here are immortal Gu houses. Even if most of them are rank 6 immortal Gu houses, Celestial Court's foundation is too terrifying. Hanako, one of the North Desolation immortals, giggled. Little 5, this is the Celestial Court. In the ancient era, it was created 3,000,000 years ago, and it had stood until today. Even though Fate Gu was damaged, it was still the #1 force in the world. With such accumulation, it's not strange for such a grand scene to exist. The layout of these palaces you see is the creation of the remote antiquity era Celestial Court's rank 8 refiner. After that, the Eagle God, Aunt Lon, Old Lord Huang Ting, Uncle Feng, Immortal Concubine Quan Miao, and others carried on the past and opened up a path for the future. In this palace, all the immortal Gu houses are one, they can support each other. At the same time, these palaces can also be dismantled and upgraded individually. It's very convenient. However, you don't have to overestimate the Celestial Court. These immortal Gu house palaces are mostly rank 6, and most importantly, they only specialize in one aspect. They are not as comprehensive as the immortal Gu houses of the outside world. 5 Elements Grandmaster nodded in understanding. I understand, if I want to take care of everything, I will need to expend even more immortal Gu and a vast number of mortal Gu. The Celestial Court thought highly of themselves. Other than the 3 demon lords who had attacked them, no one else had ever invaded them. Therefore, there was no need for them to invest so much into it. After all, these immortal Gu house palaces stay in Celestial Court all year round and have no external use. Speaking up to this point, the 5 Elements Grandmasters suddenly laughed out loud. I see. Our attack on the Celestial Court also caught them off guard. This was a loophole in their thinking. Interesting. Other than the 3 demon lords, I didn't expect that there would be a day when I would attack the Celestial Court. Even if I die here, with this experience, my life will not be in vain. The 5 Elements Grandmaster was brimming with heroic spirit. He was naturally a Northern Plainsman. Even though he had been a rank 8 Gu immortal for many years, the nature of Northern Plainsmen had never changed. The people of Northern Plains were proud of their bravery and ashamed of living an ignoble life. To them, dying on the battlefield was the greatest glory and destination. Calamity Luck Altar charged forward and finally reached Central Heaven Gate. This giant gate was as lofty as a small mountain. The golden glaze on the front of the gate shone brightly, and the gate pillars were tall and thick. The plaque on the gate shone with the light of precious jade. This is the Central Heaven Gate? This seems to be an information path immortal Gu house? The 5 Elements Grandmaster looked around and pondered. That's right, the new members of the Celestial Court have always been elites from the 10 great ancient sections. These rank 8 elites have to pass the Central Heaven Gates test to enter the Celestial Court. The Bull Demon said. Central Heaven Gates entrance was tightly shut, firmly blocking Calamity Luck Altar's path. Central Great Hall. Duke Long asked, Central Heaven Gate is a rank 8 information path immortal goo house, but it is very weak in terms of offense and defense. It will not be able to stop us or delay us. How many golden pearls do we have left? Fairy Myrtle immediately answered, only about 3,600. Duke Long nodded. Take them all out and send them over to assist Central Heaven Gate in defending. I believe Longevity Heaven definitely has a backup plan for this attack. Northern Plainsmen are brave, but that does not mean they are reckless. We need to deal with the situation by staying calm and stall for time. As long as Fate Goo is repaired, all our efforts and sacrifices will be worth it. Yes, Lord. Fairy Myrtle received the order and immediately controlled Central Great Hall. Central Great Hall was the center of all the immortal goo houses in Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle used Central Great Hall to open Celestial Court's treasury and take out all the golden pearls. Swoosh, 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 sharp whistling sounds could be heard in the sky. The golden pearls rained down like a torrential rain, shining with golden light and shining brilliantly. Calamity Luck Altar crashed into Central Heaven Gate. Central Heaven Gate could not hold on any longer. Cracks started to spread on the door. The golden pearls hit Calamity Luck Altar, producing crisp sounds that lingered in the ears. Calamity Luck Altar did not move. There was not a single crack on it. The power of the golden pearls had just shown itself. The golden pearls turned into giant soldiers. They were all wearing armor that covered their entire bodies. It was pitch black under the helmets. Only 2 eyes could be seen, shining with dazzling golden light. They were holding weapons like axes, knives, forks, and so on. Soon, the golden pearl soldiers covered Calamity Luck Altar. Countless blades and spears slashed at Calamity Luck Altar. Sparks flew. Calamity Luck Altar shook intensely. In order to defend, its immortal essence expenditure increased. What is this? Shock flashed across 5 Elements Grandmaster's eyes. Each soldier has the strength of an ancient desolate beast, but they have no vitality. It seems to be an immortal killer move. These are golden pearls. During the medieval antiquity era, a metal path great expert appeared in Celestial Court. He was known as Golden Pearl Immortal Monarch. These golden pearls are his signature killer move, a unique method. Bull Demon said plainly. Flower Lady covered her mouth as she giggled. Celestial Court only sent these golden pearls. I did not see Duke Long or Fairy Myrtle. It seems that they want to defend and stall for time until Fate Goo is repaired. Bull Demon nodded. This is a wise tactic. Celestial Court might be huge, but there are only a few rank 8 Goo immortals who are awake. The battlefield outside is also diverting a lot of Celestial Court's battle strength. Then we need to hurry. Flower Lady's eyes shined brightly. Bull Demon said solemnly, let me do it. Saying so, he concentrated and started to manipulate Calamity Luck Altar. Bull Demon activated a method. Calamity Luck Altar shone with a dazzling radiance. Within the radiance, auspicious clouds appeared, pushing the golden pearl soldiers away. At the next moment, with a loud sound, Calamity Luck Altar smashed through Central Heaven Gate. Longevity Heaven's group did not slaughter these golden pearl soldiers. They did not kill the Central Heaven Gate that was mostly destroyed. They continued to charge. This was a battle of offense and defense. It was also a battle of time. Since Celestial Court wanted to stall for time, Longevity Heaven's group naturally had to oppose them. They could not let Celestial Court get what they wanted. As they fought, even though there were golden pearl soldiers blocking them, they could not shake Calamity Luck Altar's momentum. Soon, Longevity Heaven's Goo Immortals reached Name Plaque Palace. But what they saw was the scene of Name Plaque Palace flying far away. Celestial Court actually took the initiative to move this Name Plaque Palace away. 5 Elements Grandmaster was joyful and suspicious. Bing Sai Chuan said solemnly, this is also an information path immortal goo house. There are name plaques inside that have people's names written on them. These people have formed a huge information network for Celestial Court that covers the whole 5 regions. 5 Elements Grandmaster was surprised. Doesn't that mean as long as we break into this place, we can expose Celestial Court's information network? No wonder Celestial Court wants to move this palace at all costs. Five Elements Grandmaster felt it was a pity. Celestial Court's information network was extremely huge. It covered the whole of the 5 regions. Even though other forces tried to gather information outside the regions in terms of scale and ability, they could not compare to Celestial Court. Celestial Court had the 10 great ancient sects as its subordinates. It had ruled Central Continent for countless years, thus it could always choose suitable people and nurture them into elites before sending them out on a large scale. As for the other 4 regions, Longevity Heaven and the Southern Alliance had only made a move recently. They were trying to take over their own regions. As for the other superclans, even if they sent people out, it was nothing compared to Celestial Court's actions. Forget it. It was within our expectations that the Nameplate Palace would fly away. Without its obstruction, we can save a lot of time. Let's continue. Bing Sichuan ordered. Sun Palace. Calamity Luck Altar soon arrived at the 3rd round. Sun Palace let out a hot radiance that forced people to close their eyes. The light in the vicinity of the palace was distorted. Waves of extreme heat surged over. Longevity Heaven's group was inside Calamity Luck Altar, but they could feel the intense heat burning their bodies and minds. The Immortals tried to activate Calamity Luck Altar, wanting to charge over. But before they got close, Calamity Luck Altar's surface started to melt. A vast number of mortal goo were burnt to ashes. Sun Palace was so strong that even Calamity Luck Altar could not get close. It was the light path that controlled the whole of Celestial Court. It had several light path rank 8s as the core. Its defense was very weak, even weaker than Central Heaven Gate, but Calamity Luck Altar could not get close. Boom boom boom. Calamity Luck Altar stayed in the air as killer moves were activated one after another, attacking Sun Palace from afar. But all the killer moves were melted by the endless light and heat waves when they reached Sun Palace. This round is going to be difficult. Unfortunately, we do not have light path or dark path people here. 5 Elements Grandmaster frowned deeply. No worries. Bull Demon said, Sun Palace is strong on the outside but weak on the inside. As long as we get inside, we can easily destroy it. Let me do it. Okay, let's go together. Flower Lady was lying on his shoulder, giggling without a trace of nervousness. 5 Elements Grandmaster was shocked. He knew how dangerous this was. The light outside was too intense. Without any defenses, even rank 8 goo immortals would not last long before melting like candles. Isn't this too risky? We can think of other methods. 5 Elements Grandmaster said after considering his tone. Bing Sichuan shook his head. Speed is crucial in war. Go. He controlled Calamity Luck Altar to attack, opening a path for Bull Demon and Flower Lady. Bull Demon and Flower Lady flew out with astonishing speed. They were about to enter Sun Palace. Wishful thinking. Fairy Myrtle, who was in Central Great Hall, snickered as Sun Palace's power surged. Oh no! 5 Elements Grandmaster cried out in shock. At the crucial moment, Flower Lady shouted as her tiny body jumped, turning into a pink light that blocked the light for Bull Demon. The Ox Demon let out a tragic roar as he smashed through the gates of the Sun Palace and charged in. Fairy Myrtle's expression turned grim as she said bitterly, Sun Palace was also destroyed. As expected, after a dozen breaths of time, Sun Palace was destroyed. Without Sun Palace, the sky of Celestial Court turned dark. In the ruins, Bull Demon carried Flower Lady's corpse with both hands. His expression was cold as he returned to Calamity Luck Altar. Sun Palace was destroyed. Longevity Heaven's group also paid the price. Flower Lady was sacrificed. Looking at the silent Ox Demon, the 5 Elements Great Master wanted to comfort it. However, he opened his mouth, but no words came out. Bull Demon and Flower Lady were known as North Desolation Immortals. They were inseparable and had a close relationship. Right now, one was sacrificed while the other survived. This was a deep and painful feeling. Even though Flower Lady was dead, she had a smile on her face. Bull Demon looked at Flower Lady's corpse for a long time. She turned into countless flower petals that fell to the ground, leaving behind a small flower. Bull Demon placed this flower in his hair carefully. His actions were gentle. It was a stark contrast to his cold and tough appearance. Continue. Bull Demon turned around and faced the front again. Meanwhile, Calamity Luck Altar continued to charge under Bing Sichuan's control. Chapter 1725. After Sun Palace was destroyed, Five Deity Hall was next. And after Five Deity Hall, it was the central Great Hall where Duke Long, Fairy Myrtle, and the rest were at. Longevity Heaven's Gu immortals attacked ferociously. They did not care about sacrifices. The Celestial Court's immortals felt pressure. We cannot let them continue. Duke Long turned to look at Fairy Myrtle. Have you brought them over? Fairy Myrtle had an ugly expression. Only two. Duke Long was slightly stunned before realizing. Song Xianzi must have not moved? Forget it. Back then, he agreed to move into Celestial Court. He had already made an agreement with Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. With their strength, these two should be able to stop Calamity Luck Altar for a while. Five Deity Hall was already in sight. Suddenly, sand surged and formed into a huge sand wave, blocking Calamity Luck Altar. Roar! A tiger's roar shook heaven and earth. The sand wave split to two sides, revealing a huge striped tiger the size of a hill. The tiger's aura was overwhelming. Its body seemed to be made of metal. It had golden skin and silver teeth. Its eyes were like sparkling rubies, shining with a fierce light. The tiger's forehead did not have the word king, but the words sand. Five Elements Grandmaster looked back and was shocked. Celestial Court also has a legendary immemorial desolate beast? Of course. Bing Sichuan had a plain expression. Celestial Court has 3 legendary immemorial desolate beasts. This huge beast looks like a tiger, but it is not a tiger, it is a baleful puppet. This is a monster formed from a fiendish Qi Si spring. Now that Qi path is declining, the fiendish Qi Si spring is extinct, there is only one baleful puppet left. During the Olden Antiquity era, Celestial Court's Qi path great expert, 7 fiendish primeval monarch, nurtured it. After 7 fiendish primeval monarch became rank 8, he roamed the world, searching for fiendish Qi Si springs and refining baleful puppets from them. He refined a total of 99 baleful puppets, forming an army with great momentum. These baleful puppets could be used with his immortal killer moves. They had countless uses, almost no one could stop them in that era. But now, this is the only one left. This Shabi was one of the last few to be refined. It was number 95. Later on, Ancestor Giant Sun was invited to the Celestial Court and saw this Shabi. He named it Shabi 95. So there's such a connection. No wonder Milord is so familiar with these matters. Five Elements Grandmaster couldn't help but sigh. He looked behind him, only to see Shabi 95 stirring up a storm of yellow sand as it fought against Calamity Luck Altar. The commotion was shocking. It displayed peak rank 8 battle strength. Bing Sichuan continued to analyze. Shabi 95 is residing in the Eternal Sand Cave. It was sent here by the Celestial Court. The Green Jade Crane Ruandan will probably come as well. I'm afraid Song Xianzi won't participate in the battle. Five Elements Grandmaster asked. Ruandan and Song Xianzi are the remaining 2 legendary primordial beasts? At the same time, he was perplexed. Why was Bing Sichuan so sure that Song Xianzi would not participate in the battle? Could it be that the Heavenly Court had planted a spy here? Bing Sichuan said, that's right. Ruandan is an immemorial green jade crane. It was nurtured by Crane Gate. It created its own pill path and spends most of its time cultivating in the Celestial Court. And Song Xianzi is that vast heaven vine. This vine has vast power and endless uses. It takes 300 years to sprout, 300 years to flower, and 300 years to bear fruit. The fruit it bears is called the vast heaven fruit. When melted in the grotto heaven, it can enlarge the sky of the immortal aperture. Thus, the vast heaven vine is called the 10th heaven of the world. The 10th heaven of the world. Five Elements Grandmaster's heart shook. He suddenly realized as he pointed to his left, is that the huge vine pillar that stretches into the sky? The Celestial Court was filled with palaces. There was a huge vine that connected heaven and earth. It was even taller than the heaven overseeing tower behind the central Great Hall. It was extremely conspicuous. When Five Elements Grandmaster barged into the Celestial Court, he noticed it immediately. That's right. The vast heaven vine was personally brought here by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. It had an agreement with Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. It is a special existence in the celestial court. It does not need to listen to orders. It only needs to contribute a batch of vast heaven fruits every 1,000 years. 5 Elements Grandmaster heard this and felt that his horizons were broadened. He had never thought that there would be a legendary immemorial desolate plant that did not need to listen to the celestial court. But after thinking about it, he understood. The vast heaven vine's effect was too unique. It was unique in the world. With these vast heaven fruits, the celestial court could continuously expand the sky of the immortal aperture. It could greatly strengthen its foundation. Rather than saying that the vast heaven vine did not need to listen to the celestial court, more accurately, the celestial court wanted to make use of it, so they tolerated it. At this moment, Central Great Hall. No. Fairy Myrtle suddenly frowned. This calamity luck altar is fake. Duke Long raised his eyebrows. Fairy Myrtle was in charge of Central Great Hall. She had been using layers of palaces and countless immortal goo houses to pay attention to Central Continent. She was naturally very vigilant towards the situation in the celestial court. Heaven Overseeing Tower could not be used. Fairy Myrtle activated the other immortal goo houses and shot out a rainbow light. The rainbow light tore through the sky and hit Calamity Luck Altar. Calamity Luck Altar was dazed for a moment before revealing its true form. This was a 4-legged monster with purple fur. Its body was huge. It was even larger than Shabi. It looked like a ferret. Its body was covered in glossy purple fur. Its eyes were shining with a purple crystal-like luster. There was a dog tail behind it. You were finally discovered, you idiots of the celestial court. The purple ferret laughed loudly as it mocked. Giant Sun Immortal's dog tail life continuation ferret, Mao Li Chiu. Shabi 95 was very shocked. It spoke in a human voice. The purple ferret's expression turned grim. Its body moved like a purple lightning bolt. There was a loud bang. Sand flew. The dog tail life extending ferret pressed down on Shabi. It bared its teeth with a ruthless expression as it said in a deep voice, "Remember, call me Grandpa Mao." Shabi 95 was furious. It growled, "In terms of age, I am your grandpa." It struggled with all its might, but the dog tail life extending ferret did not budge. Shabi 95's heart shook. How can this beast have such terrifying strength? But do you think I will be so easily restrained? Stupid cat and silly ferret. You are a good pair. You are having a good fight. Right at this time, laughter could be heard from the sky above the two beasts. The dog tail life extending ferret raised its head. It saw that a goo immortal was sitting on a cloud, looking at it and Shabi as he laughed. The dog tail life extending ferret's puzzled expression flashed for a moment before realization flashed in its eyes. So you are that green jade crane. Why are you acting like a bird? Come down. Grandpa Mao will teach you a lesson and make you become a bird again. The laughter stopped, and the green jade crane flew into a rage. What a ferret! Let me, your master, rip off your fur. Just as it was about to descend, the green jade crane's body stopped. It turned out that it had secretly received Fairy Myrtle's order to not fight with the dog tail life extending ferret, Mao Li Chiu, and to go to 5 Deity Hall to guard it. Even though the true Calamity Luck Altar had not shown itself yet, its path was confirmed. The green jade crane received the order and was about to leave when a huge shadow suddenly shrouded the area in front of it. It raised its head and its pupils shrunk. Mao Li Chiu had flown into the sky. Its mountain-like body compressed the air and pressed down on the green jade crane. The green jade crane screamed and quickly turned back to its original form. It flapped its wings and was about to escape the shadow. But at the next moment, Mao Li Chiu's 2 claws grabbed the green jade crane's legs. Come down. The dog tail life extending ferret laughed sinisterly as it pulled with its strong front limbs. The green jade crane flapped its wings furiously, but it soon found out in despair that all its efforts were futile. With a loud sound, the green jade crane was thrown to the ground, creating a deep pit. The green jade crane's ears were buzzing. It exclaimed in its mind, "This Northern Plains barbarian has such great strength." The green jade crane struggled to get up, but Mao Li Chiu had already pounced on it again. Immediately, dust flew everywhere, rocks and rocks were sent flying. The green jade crane screamed continuously, "Scoundrel, don't tear my feathers. Ah, wild beast, don't bite my leg. Don't slap my elegant neck. Bastard. My neck is going to break, it's going to break. Ah, my leg is going to break, my leg is going to break." Duke Long, Fairy Myrtle, 5 Elements Grandmaster, Bing Sai Chuan. Finally, the green jade crane's screams reached a peak. "Silly cat, what are you doing? Aren't you coming to help? Haha, weren't you enjoying the show earlier? You too can play slowly, I won't mess with you anymore." Shabby 95 laughed as it flew towards 5 Deity Palace. "Where you going?" Mao Lichio sneered. Its body swayed as a clone flew out and pounced on Shabby 95. "We are all males, what are you trying to do by pouncing on us?" Shabby 95 was furious. This sentence resonated with the green jade crane. It screamed in the dust, "That's right. If you have the guts, let us go. Ah, don't kick me between my legs. You scoundrel." Shabby 95 was very angry. It liked the action of pouncing on the ground. But it liked to be on the top. If it was on the bottom, it would be a great humiliation. Shabby 95 was pinned to the ground by Mao Lichio's clone. Its face was twisted in anger as it bared its teeth. "A mere clone wants to stop me. Aren't you underestimating, eh?" At the next moment, Shabby 95's expression was dazed. It even had a trace of shock. Is this the main body or a clone? Why is it so strong? In Central Great Hall, Duke Long noticed something. This seems to be, because of Mao Lichio's full effort, Calamity Luck Alter managed to gain some time and arrived at 5 Deity Palace. I have already explained the profundities of 5 Deity Palace to you. The rest is up to you. Bing Sai Chuan said to 5 Elements Grandmaster. 5 Elements Grandmaster looked behind him worriedly. Can Grandpa Mao do it? How long can it last? Don't worry, it is using perfect pair killer move. This is a method of thieving Heaven Demon Venerable that my longevity Heaven painstakingly collected. It can summon a clone that has the same battle strength as the main body. Bing Sai Chuan's lips curled up. I understand. 5 Elements Grandmaster's eyes shined with bright light as he stared at 5 Deity Palace. 5 Deity Palace shook intensely, metal, wood, water, fire, earth. The 5 elements giant spirits formed and charged at Calamity Luck Altar. Calamity Luck Altar burst out with a profound light that shot 5 Elements Grandmaster into 5 Deity Palace. Chapter 1726. Bam Bam Bam. After a series of explosions, 5 Deity Hall was blown to smithereens by the blazing flames. 5 Elements Grandmaster stepped on the void, walking out step by step. Even though his face was covered in soot, he was unharmed. Calamity Luck Altar took him in. 5 Elements Grandmaster smiled. Even though this 5 Deity Hall is extraordinary, I am familiar with its principles. I can counter it with my methods. This trip was much easier than I had expected. As he spoke, a sense of contentment could be seen. Bing Sai Chuan glanced at him and said plainly, "Of course. That is because the formation path method you used was set up by me, Ancestor Giant Sunday." 5 Elements Grandmaster was stunned. His expression changed as he stared at Bing Sai Chuan. "What do you mean?" Bing Sai Chuan looked at him. A smile with deep meaning appeared in his eyes. "Why do you think you were able to enter longevity heaven? Aren't there a few most important sentences in your inheritance? Do you still remember them? Don't you find them very strange? Why don't you reverse the order and only read the last words of each sentence?" 5 Elements Grandmaster was shocked. He was a lone cultivator. The turning point of his life was when he inherited a mysterious lone immortal's formation path true inheritance. That was why he had his current accomplishments. Ever since I obtained the true inheritance, I have been training hard and keeping it a secret. How did Bing Sai Chuan know the contents? And how did he know the most important mantra in the true inheritance? I have never understood the meaning of this mantra. Reverse the order and read the last words of each sentence. I heard Bing Sai Chuan attack the celestial court. 5 Elements Grandmaster gasped, looking at Bing Sai Chuan with a dumbfounded expression. Bing Saichuan controlled Calamity Luck Altar to move forward as he said slowly, even if rank 9 venerables do not cultivate wisdom path, at their level, they would be able to comprehend by analogy, it is not hard for them to leave behind all sorts of plans to influence the future. Back then, after Ancestor Giant's son toured the Celestial Court, he made a plan for this attack. How to cleverly destroy 5 Deity Hall was one of the contents. It's just that if he wanted to openly develop a method, he would definitely leave behind traces that would be discovered by the Celestial Court. Therefore, he secretly left behind his legacy, completely severing it from the Longevity Heaven. They would not interfere with each other, and would be independent of each other, allowing rogue cultivators to inherit it. Because you do not have Giant Sun's bloodline, even though you cultivated to rank 8, the Celestial Court did not expect your methods to counter 5 Deity Hall. And they won't easily associate it with our plan to raid the Celestial Court. Saying this, Bing Saichuan paused for a moment before continuing. Venerable One, this huge battle surrounding Fate Gu is far more complicated than you imagine. Ordinary rank 6 and 7 did not even have the qualifications to participate. Rank 8 Gu immortals were basically pawns. Some of the rank 8s were watching from the side, they had sensed something and knew their own limits. Some are involved, but they don't know the real situation. The true face of this war is the fight between the immortal venerables and demon venerables. 5 Elements Grandmaster was stunned. He muttered, "Fighting across space, a fight between venerables?" In the history of humanity, 10 venerables appeared one after another. Each venerable was invincible in their own era. They were at the peak of human history, they were the greatest pride. Bing Saichuan revealed the truth. 5 Elements Grandmaster's body and mind shook intensely. He could not help but feel his own insignificance. His earlier pride and smugness had vanished without a trace. Bing Saichuan looked at 5 Elements Grandmaster's shocked expression. He consoled, "But don't worry, among the venerables, Ancestor Giant's son loved his descendants and subordinates the most. Lord Ancestor even had a nickname. He was known as the Protective Immortal Venerable. The venerables of the past have made arrangements. They want to use their influence at this crucial moment. But after being eroded by the river of time, most of these arrangements have already changed. Rank 9 venerables cannot calculate everything, they will make mistakes. Many arrangements have become completely different because of the vicissitudes of time. Most of these arrangements were discovered by venerables later on, they were modified. And after Genesis Lotus and Thieving Heaven, Ancestor Giant Sun is only followed by Spectral Soul and Paradise Earth. The venerables who were at the back naturally had a greater advantage in this aspect. Our surprise attack on the heavenly courts this time was like a hot knife cutting through butter along the way. This shows the clues. Bing Saichuan's words caused 5 Elements Grandmaster to be stunned. Bing Saichuan chuckled lightly. "So, what can Duke Long do? Can he compare to Ancestor Giant Sun's arrangements? You don't need to worry too much, you need to have confidence in winning. This time, my Longevity Heaven will definitely obtain Fate Gu." Obtain Fate Gu? At this moment, 5 Elements Grandmaster finally understood why Longevity Heaven attacked Celestial Court. That's right. Bing Saichuan nodded, admitting it openly. There was no need to hide it now. Celestial Court came to snatch our fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. Why can't we snatch their Fate Gu? Why is Celestial Court the #1 force of humanity? Among them, Fate Gu plays a crucial role. If our Longevity Heaven obtains it, we will definitely be able to become the #1 force of humanity. Central Great Hall. Fairy Myrtle looked at the approaching Calamity Luck altar with a solemn expression. "They are coming." At the side, Old Man Jing Yuan was also deeply worried. Even though Central Great Hall was the center of the immortal Gu House, its defense was very weak. Who could have thought that the Central Great Hall of Celestial Court would be attacked by enemies? Even though this Central Great Hall had once been attacked by 3 demon venerables and was even destroyed. But Celestial Court's Gu Immortals concluded that they did not strengthen the defense. Because against venerables, no matter how strong Central Great Hall's defense was, it could not block them, there was no need to do so. Looking at it now, back then, when Giant Sun Immortal traveled Celestial Court, he had probably seen through this weakness. Longevity Heaven's sudden attack caught Celestial Court unprepared, Fairy Myrtle and the rest fell into a passive state. It seems that the true weakness is not the weakness in defense, but the weakness in thinking. Fairy Myrtle expressed her thoughts, but she suddenly went into a daze. I seem to have missed out on something important. What is it? How much longer until Fate Goo is completely repaired? Right at this time, Duke Long asked. Fairy Myrtle controlled Central Great Hall and understood the situation inside Refinement Cauldron's formation. Her mood became heavier as she answered. At least 6 hours. 6 hours? Duke Long was slightly happy inwardly. My lifespan is almost up, but heaven has taken pity on me. 6 hours is not a long time. I will be able to see Fate Goo completely repaired. Let me do the rest. Fairy Myrtle said worriedly, Lord Duke Long, your injuries have not. Even though Celestial Court tried their best to heal him, Duke Long's injuries were still there. This was the result of the joint attack of Eastern Sea's rank 8 Goo Immortals. Duke Long could not heal him in a short period of time. Duke Long smiled lightly. I am about to die. Some injuries do not matter. Moreover, I have the killer move Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand. At the final moment of my life, who in the 5 regions can match me? He had an indifferent expression, but he revealed absolute confidence and dominance. Calamity Luck Altar was like a giant beast as it charged towards Central Great Hall. The air was torn apart, intense winds howled. If it collided, Central Great Hall would definitely turn into ruins. But right at this time, a tiny figure suddenly appeared, blocking in front of it. Tklong. 5 Elements Grandmaster shouted. Crush him. Bull Demon said. Boom. Calamity Luck Altar, which was like a small mountain, suddenly stopped in mid-air. And it was blocked by a dragon claw. Duke Long floated in the air, his body did not move. His right hand had already turned into a ferocious dragon claw, grabbing onto Calamity Luck Altar, preventing it from advancing any further. This? 5 Elements Grandmaster was shocked. Bull Devil's expression also turned pale. He actually managed to block Calamity Luck Altar so easily by himself? Unbelievable! If I did not see it with my own eyes, I would not believe it. Crack crack! The dragon claw exerted force, grabbing onto Calamity Luck Altar's surface. Cracks started to spread from the dragon claw. Calamity Luck Altar quickly let out a dazzling light as it prepared an immortal killer move, bombarding the nearby Duke Long. Within the flames of the explosion, Duke Long's figure stood tall. Roar, roar, roar. A surging aura burst out from his body. These auras condensed into long dragons that coiled around Calamity Luck Altar, suppressing it. What method is this? Duke Long did not use it in the Battle of Eastern Sea. Bull Demon narrowed his eyes. He suddenly had a flash of inspiration as he muttered, There are no invincible immortal goo, only invincible goo immortals. 5 Elements Grandmaster was shocked again. The Dragon Chi killer move had immense power. 5 Elements Grandmaster was clear that if he faced it personally, he would not be able to last more than 2 or 3 rounds. Calamity Luck Altar was a rank 8 immortal goo house, but it was suppressed by Duke Long. Longevity Heaven's group was close to victory. Heaven Overseeing Tower was right in front of them, but because of Duke Long's obstruction, victory became an unreachable dream. Duke Long was just one person, but he was like a heavenly chasm, an impregnable fortress. We are both rank 8s. Why is the gap so huge? Lord Bing Sai Chuan, what do we do? 5 Elements Grandmaster was at a loss. The gap between them could not be bridged with bravery. 5 Elements Grandmaster looked at Bing Sai Chuan, but Bing Sai Chuan had vanished. Where did he go? At the next moment, Bing Sai Chuan suddenly appeared behind Duke Long. The Time Path killer move that he had prepared for a long time was unleashed, hitting the back of Duke Long's head. Success? Bing Sai Chuan's pupils shrunk. Duke Long did not move at all. A surge of dragon chi shot out with a loud dragon roar. The dragon mouth bit onto Bing Sai Chuan as it rose up and restrained him in the air. Bing Sai Chuan relied on his own defense to hold on while using killer moves to break the dragon chi restriction. But all his efforts ended in failure. Dragon chi was not indestructible, but its recovery speed was too fast. You are clearly injured. This is not your normal battle strength. Bing Sichuan gritted his teeth. How do you understand the profundity of my heavenly dragon's last stand? Duke Long glanced at Bing Sichuan plainly before focusing his gaze on Calamity Luck Altar. Calamity Luck Altar's surface was already filled with cracks. It was surrounded by countless dragon chi auras, pressuring and killing large numbers of goo worms. Calamity Luck Altar could not break free. If this situation continued, Calamity Luck Altar would only be destroyed. Five Elements Grandmaster gritted his teeth. Let me out, I would rather die in battle at Duke Long's hands than die here. Bull Demon was silent. Bing Sichuan suddenly laughed sinisterly. I am not your match, but so what? I still have a trump card. Please, Limitless, turn around. Chapter 1727. A million years ago. Olden Antiquity Era. Limitless Demon Venerable attacked Celestial Court. He charged forward. Celestial Court's goo immortals disregarded their own safety and blocked him with all their strength. Limitless Demon Venerable walked leisurely. None of Celestial Court's goo immortals could match him. They suffered heavy casualties. Central Heaven Gate was destroyed. Name Plaque Palace could not even fly away. Sun Palace and Five Deity Hall were as fragile as paper in front of Limitless Demon Venerable. They were like a joke. Finally, when Limitless Demon Venerable arrived at Central Great Hall, Celestial Court shook. Star constellations will descended and activated Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's backup plan, 9 consecutive unceasing formation. Limitless Demon Venerable was trapped in the formation. He broke through 100 formations before escaping. Below Heaven Overseeing Tower. Limitless Demon Venerable looked at Star Constellation's will. Star Constellation, we are both venerables. You painstakingly arranged all sorts of methods to restrict me. Even though I hate you, I also admire you. Now that we are in a life and death situation, so what if you left behind many methods? You want to stop a living goo venerable? This idea would definitely not come to fruition. Rank 9 venerables are invincible in the current world. Only venerables of the same level can deal with them. Star Constellations will smiled bitterly. She actually opened up a path to the inside of Heaven Overseeing Tower. How can I not know what you are saying? But I have to try, otherwise, how can I be willing to give up? Please come in. Limitless Demon Venerable's eyebrows rose. You are not going to stop me? Star Constellations will said calmly. Since I cannot stop you, why bother? Limitless Demon Venerable, since you want to destroy Fate Goo, let me accompany you. The Limitless Demon Sovereign was stunned for a moment. Then, a faint smile appeared on his sharp face. Interesting, he said softly. Accompanied by Star Constellation's will, he entered Heaven Overseeing Tower. He walked to the top of the tower and saw Fate Goo. Not long after, Limitless Demon Venerable walked out of the tower. What made the heavily injured Celestial Court Goo Immortals shocked was that Limitless Demon Venerable did not destroy Fate Goo. Fate Goo was still perfectly preserved in Heaven Overseeing Tower. Nobody knew what happened inside the tower, or what star constellations will discussed with Limitless Demon Venerable. In short, the Limitless Demon Sovereign's expression was still cold, but there seemed to be a thin layer of anger hidden in his eyes. He looked around. Wherever his gaze landed, the Celestial Court's Goo Immortals shuddered. Their morale fell to rock bottom. Finally, Limitless Demon Venerable's gaze landed on Star Constellation's will. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, the two of you definitely left behind more methods and arrangements than this, right? Are you looking down on me? Bring them all out, I want to have a good look. The will of the constellation sighed bitterly. But since the Limitless Demonic Venerable challenged her, she had no choice but to comply. Thus, the bloody battle resumed. Celestial Court's Goo Immortals died and were sacrificed under Limitless Demon Venerable's hands. Wherever the Limitless Demon Venerable went, he would leave behind a pool of blood and corpses. The star constellations will followed behind him, calmly witnessing his slaughter. The Forgotten Tao Lake's water had already been dyed blood red. The Limitless Demon Venerable squinted his eyes. This round of slaughter made him feel delighted. At this moment, he looked at the waves on the surface of the lake and asked, "What lake is this?" Forgotten Tao Lake. Forgotten Tao Lake? As the name suggests, it is a good lake, a good lake. It would be a pity if I destroyed it, so be it. Limitless Demon Venerable's interest suddenly waned. Forgotten Tao, who can forget Tao? After a moment of silence, Star Constellations will said, Limitless Demon Venerable, it is rare for you to come to Celestial Court, why don't you take a look around? Limitless Demon Venerable looked at Star Constellations will deeply, are you not afraid that I will destroy your Celestial Court? Star Constellations Will's tone was still calm, you cannot destroy the Celestial Court. Not to mention when the Celestial Court is truly facing the danger of destruction, Master's Supreme Method would be activated. Even if you destroy the Celestial Court, can you destroy Fate Gu? Saying this, Star Constellations Will's expression became solemn. The most important thing is, the true Celestial Court is not here, it is in our hearts. Even if the Celestial Court is destroyed, it will be rebuilt by a new generation of people. Limitless Demon Venerable, you can't have eternal life, right? Limitless Demon Venerable stood on the spot, staring at Star Constellations Will with a bone-chilling gaze. Star Constellations Will looked at him with a calm expression. After a long while, Limitless Demon Venerable nodded, as expected of Star Constellation, you are right. Star Constellations Will was not surprised, let's take a walk? Limitless Demon Venerable walked up Star Zone Mountain. At the highest peak, he saw a pavilion. This was an immortal Gu house. Limitless Demon Venerable walked into the pavilion, looking at the huge celestial court. Other than the bloody path he created and the tragic state of the place, the rest of the place was still a beautiful and prosperous land. Limitless Demon Venerable breathed in deeply, he focused. Good pavilion, what is its name? Imperfection Regret Pavilion. Star Constellations Will replied. Limitless Demon Venerable's eyes shined. This rank 8 immortal Gu house had no secrets in his eyes. He saw through its structure and usage at one glance. He nodded. Imperfection Regret Pavilion, it is a good name, it is appropriate. Imperfection, I could not achieve my goal in this trip, it is truly a huge regret. Who can live a perfect life, without any flaws or regrets? He seemed to be asking Star Constellations Will, but also like he was talking to himself, his tone was melancholic. Star Constellations Will was silent. Limitless Demon Venerable suddenly laughed lightly, his melancholic expression disappeared as he regained his usual cool demeanor. He clapped and praised, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, your arrangements were truly amazing. But now, I am interested. Star Constellations Will's expression changed slightly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's arrangements were not just the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. In fact, Forgotten Tao Lake and Imperfection Regret Pavilion were all part of her meticulous planning. Limitless Demon Venerable was invincible in the world, he could not be stopped directly. Only by eliminating his fighting spirit and killing intent could he preserve the strength of the Celestial Court to the greatest extent. And this was what Wisdom Path Gu Immortals were most proficient in. Even though Limitless Demon Venerable was tricked by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, his fighting spirit only dimmed for a moment before rising again. Limitless Demon Venerable did not attack again. He looked at Star Constellations Will and said, I was born at the wrong time, there is nothing I can do, I cannot participate in the great era a million years later. Star Constellation, you are the same. Thus, I have a suggestion. Please speak. Why don't we play a game of chess in this pavilion? Play chess? Star Constellations Will was slightly stunned. All right, we both need this game of chess. For the next few days, Limitless Demon Venerable stayed in Imperfection Regret Pavilion, playing chess with Star Constellations Will. When Limitless Demon Venerable left, Star Constellations Will also vanished from the pavilion. Imperfection Regret Pavilion became a forbidden area of the Celestial Court. Normally, Imperfection Regret Pavilion would be normal. But sometimes, the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals would accidentally see two figures in the pavilion. No matter from which angle one looked at it, the two figures were facing the outsider sideways. The two figures were a man and a woman, they looked like Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Limitless Demon Venerable. But any celestial court Gu immortals who saw this would mostly die a few days later. Only a small number of lucky people managed to survive the ordeal and continue to live on. Their strength improved tremendously. Many years later, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable wanted to get rid of the threat of Imperfection Regret Pavilion, but he shook his head and left Star Zone Mountain. Many more years passed. Giant Sun Immortal was invited to visit Celestial Court. He saw Embroidered Tower, he saw the 3 bloody skins left behind by Reckless Savage Demon Venerable, he entered Heaven Overseeing Tower and saw Fate Gu. Finally, he came here but did not ascend the mountain, he only took a glance at Imperfection Regret Pavilion before leaving. These records flashed past Duke Long's mind in an instant. Giant Sun Immortal is too crafty, he must have seen something back then. Bing Sai Chuan can actually use the strength that Limitless Demon Venerable left behind? Duke Long thought rapidly. He wanted to stop Bing Sai Chuan, but he did not have any methods to do so. He acutely sensed that an extremely profound aura burst out of Bing Sai Chuan's body and vanished in an instant. Far away, at the peak of Star Zone Mountain, the originally empty Imperfection Regret Pavilion slowly showed the figures of 2 people playing chess, as well as the chessboard between them. They were a man and a woman, even though only the side of their faces could be seen, the woman's peerless beauty and the man's cold expression could be seen. It was the scene of the 2 venerables playing chess. Ripples appeared in the air, the unmoving scene of the 2 venerables suddenly became lively. Star Constellation had a complex expression as she looked at Limitless. The person you are waiting for is here? Limitless Demon Venerable shook his head, sighing, the person I am waiting for is still here, but there is someone from my hometown who inherited my true inheritance. In that case, I have to help. Saying so, he grabbed a chess piece on the chessboard and flicked it. Throughout the entire process, Limitless Demon Venerable did not even turn around to look at the battlefield, much less turn around. The chess piece flew out of Imperfection Regret Pavilion. The figures of the 2 venerables faded away, leaving behind an empty pavilion on the peak of the mountain. The chess piece was extremely fast. It had just flown out of the pavilion when it hit Duke Long. Duke Long's body shook intensely. He had a look of shock on his face. Plot. At the next moment, Duke Long fell from the sky in a daze, crashing on the ground. The chess piece's power turned into a set of silver-white illusory chains that tied him up and stabbed deep into his phantom aperture, restraining all of the goo worms in it. Duke Long's eyes were wide open. He could breathe normally, but he could not move at all. He found that he still had strength left, but whenever he tried to break free, the chains would send an equal force that negated all of his efforts. This was a rank 9 immortal killer move. Duke Long was tightly restrained. The dragon chi he activated naturally crumbled and disintegrated. Calamity Luck Altar and Bing Sai Chuan regained their freedom. Bing Sai Chuan roared as he pounced at Duke Long. But when he activated his strongest killer move, the moment it reached Duke Long's head, the silver chains let out a bright light that easily blocked Bing Sai Chuan's killer move. Duke Long was unharmed. Bing Sai Chuan's heart sank. Even though this rank 9 killer move is restraining Duke Long, it seems to be protecting him as well. Is it because even though Limitless Demon Venerable strength is used, Star Constellation Immortal Venerables will is also mixed in? Unable to kill Duke Long, Bing Sai Chuan decisively gave up. He jumped into Calamity Luck Altar. At the next moment, Calamity Luck Altar crashed into the central Great Hall with a loud sound. Fairy Myrtle had no choice but to bring Old Man Zheng Yuan away in a panic. Chapter 1728. Fairy Myrtle's expression was grim. Central Great Hall was the center of all the palaces in Celestial Court. It was destroyed. Fairy Myrtle's control over her forces fell sharply. If she continued to mobilize them, she would have to spend more time and energy. And in such intense battles of life and death, every breath of time was precious. Central Great Hall was in ruins. In front of Calamity Luck Altar, there was a tall tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sai Chuan had a heated gaze. Heaven Overseeing Tower was famous in the world. Every Gu immortal in the 5 regions knew of it. Right now, it was standing still, a refinement path formation was shining brightly beside it, enveloping it. Fate Gu is at the top of Heaven Overseeing Tower. It is being controlled by the refinement path formation and is being repaired. Bing Sai Chuan frowned slightly. Celestial Court's defenses were very tight. At the crucial moment, there was even a Heaven Overseeing Tower protecting it. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention had not ended yet, only the finals were left. Because countless Gu masters had failed in their Gu refinement, infallible Blessed Land had already formed many success Dao marks. These Dao marks had already been extracted by Celestial Court. They were now being used to repair Fate Gu to ensure that nothing went wrong. We cannot destroy this refinement path formation directly, otherwise, the formation's backlash might cause Fate Gu's repair to go to waste. It will return to its original damaged state. It seems that we can only enter the formation and snatch it. Thinking of this, Bing Sai Chuan immediately ordered Bull Demon and 5 Elements Grandmaster. Bull Demon accepted the order, but 5 Elements Grandmaster was hesitant. Lord Bing Sai Chuan, I am afraid we cannot handle this well. If we have the chance to snatch Fate Gu, but Fate Gu has not been repaired completely, what should we do? This was a problem indeed. Celestial Court had methods to repair Fate Gu. They relied on human path killer moves to hold the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention and accumulate a vast number of failures before using infallible Blessed Land to collect the success Dao marks for Gu refinement. Longevity Heaven did not have such methods. Bing Sai Chuan looked at 5 Elements Grandmaster. At this point, there was no need to hide anything, he said honestly. We want Fate Gu in this state. It had been painstakingly repaired by the Celestial Court for countless years and was finally close to full recovery. Such a Fate Gu is what we want. A completely repaired Fate Gu cannot be used by anyone. Even the Celestial Court could only use the immortal Gu House Heaven Overseeing Tower to observe the trajectories of life in the world. If someone could truly grasp Fate Gu, they would be able to determine the trajectory of fate and arrange the course of life. Unfortunately, the previous generations of celestial venerables of the Celestial Court have made countless efforts, but all of them have returned in failure without a trace of success. 5 Elements Grandmaster was surprised. In that case, what is the use of snatching Fate Gu that is on the verge of completion? Bing Sai Chuan smiled. We cannot control Fate Gu directly. Past venerables have deduced the reason. It is likely that Fate Gu's activation standard is too high. Only Providence can use it. But this does not mean we cannot use Fate Gu. The Celestial Court's Heaven Overseeing Tower is the best example. It is just that the usage of Fate Gu is too shallow. Other than that, the Celestial Court has another method, that is to use Fate Gu as a Gu material and refine it together with a Luck Path Immortal Gu to create Destiny Gu. Destiny Gu? 5 Elements Grandmaster's pupils shrunk. Bing Sai Chuan's smile became more obvious. This is also the reason why the Celestial Court invaded Northern Plains and snatched fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. So that's it. 5 Elements Grandmaster realized. Bing Sai Chuan continued. But they did not know that the idea of the so-called Destiny Gu was first proposed by Ancestor Giant Sunday. The Celestial Court wanted to refine rank 10 Destiny Gu. They were too ambitious. But we are different, we only want to refine rank 9 Destiny Gu. Thus, Fate Gu, which is a Gu material, does not need to be repaired. As long as we have rank 9 Destiny Gu, our Longevity Heaven will be able to contend with the Celestial Court. We can dominate the Great Era and replace the Celestial Court. We can even rule over the 5 regions and become the ruler of all living beings in the world. 5 Elements Grandmaster was tongue-tied. He was shocked by Longevity Heaven's ambition, and was even more amazed by Giant Sun Immortal's plan. So Longevity Heaven's attack on the Celestial Court had been planned since Giant Sun Immortal, and it was only carried out today. Getting Bing Sai Chuan's explanation and encouragement, 5 Elements Grandmaster no longer hesitated. He flew out together with Bull Demon, entering the Refinement Path formation. Heaven Overseeing Tower was at the center of the formation. They had to enter the top floor of Heaven Overseeing Tower and take Fate Gu away. Someone has entered the formation. Old man Jing Yuan watched from afar with a worried expression. Fairy Myrtle, however, was not flustered. This refinement path formation was specially set up by us. It is not the refinement cauldron formation from before. Moreover, Yuan Qiongdu is not the only one inside. There are 2 other rank 8s assisting him in refining Gu. Even though the refinement cauldron formation had great effect in repairing fake Gu, because it was an imitation of Langya Blessed Land's refinement cauldron, the celestial court decisively gave up on it. After all, Longevity Heaven had already annexed Langya sect. The construction method of the immortal Gu House refinement cauldron was definitely in Longevity Heaven's hands. In the refinement path formation, Yuan Qiongdu was the main controller. He had to maintain it at all times. He could not leave. But the 2 celestial court rank 8s assisting him could temporarily give up their work and protect Yuan Qiongdu. Thoughts flashed in Fairy Myrtle's mind. Since Longevity Heaven sent someone to barge into the formation, it means they want to snatch Fate Gu and not destroy Fate Gu, thus they have some reservations. Only otherworldly demons can destroy Fate Gu, while Fang Yuan is still in Emperor City's battlefield. We still have time. Thinking of this, Fairy Myrtle was not in a hurry to join the battle. She first helped Old Man Jing Yuan settle down. Old Man Jing Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation level. He did not have the qualifications to join the battle. But his role was crucial. He was the key to activating the human path methods left behind by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. After helping Old Man Jing Yuan settle down, Fairy Myrtle immediately returned to the battlefield. Calamity Luck Altar floated in the air, blocking the entrance of the refinement path formation. Inside the formation, Bull Demon and 5 Elements Grandmaster were already fighting with the 2 rank 8s of the Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle gave a growl. Countless thoughts rained down on Calamity Luck Altar like a storm. This was an immortal killer move with extraordinary power, especially after being amplified by Star Constellation Chessboard. Even Calamity Luck Altar did not dare to underestimate it. Bing Sai Chuan healed his injuries while controlling Calamity Luck Altar to resist Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle controlled Star Constellation Chessboard. This was also a rank 8 Immortal Gu House. Calamity Luck Altar was created by Giant Sun Immortal, while Star Constellation Chessboard was created by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The battle between the 2 Immortal Gu houses could be seen as a small contest between Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. At once, the scene was extremely intense. Both sides displayed their abilities and exerted their full strength. Rank 8 Immortal Killer moves had incredible power, but thankfully, the Celestial Court was protected by the methods of past Immortal Venerables. It was not heavily damaged. As the battle dragged on, Fairy Myrtle's aura became heavier. Even though she controlled Star Constellation Chessboard, the latter was very small. She could hold it with one hand. In comparison, Calamity Luck Altar was huge. It dominated the entrance of the formation and defended its position. It had a slight advantage. During this period, Fairy Myrtle wanted to save Duke Long. But the silver chains on Duke Long were limitless Demon Venerable's methods. The moment Fairy Myrtle got close, she faced intense resistance. Her immortal killer moves were also blocked by the silver chains. But this could also be seen as a form of protection for Duke Long. Thus, even though Duke Long was in the battlefield and could not move, he was unharmed. The palaces around him were in ruins. The flat ground was filled with holes and ditches. It was a mess. Damn it, damn it. Duke Long gritted his teeth. He did not give up on struggling, but it was useless. If this continues, it won't be good. Fairy Myrtle's mood was heavy. She had been fighting for a long time but could not reinforce Yuan Qiongdu, who was in the refinement path formation. Even though Longevity Heaven did not send many Gu Immortals this time, they were all rank 8 elites and had a clear division of labor. At this rate, they might really be able to take away Fate Gu. Right when Fairy Myrtle was at her wit's end, a certain corner of Celestial Court shook. Auras appeared from nowhere, from weak to strong, rising rapidly. That is, the Immortal Graveyard. Fairy Myrtle was overjoyed. In the Immortal Graveyard of Celestial Court, there were many rank 8 experts slumbering. The situation was too complicated. Even Fairy Myrtle did not know how many rank 8s were slumbering here. At the crucial moment, Celestial Court finally activated its foundation. The slumbering Gu Immortals sensed it and woke up from their slumber. You dare to invade my Celestial Court? You are courting death. With a loud shout, a burly goo immortal with a bare head and human body flew up, looking down at Calamity Luck Altar with a cold and domineering gaze. Saying so, he vanished far away. Such speed! Bing Sichuan was shocked. At the next moment, with a loud sound, Calamity Luck Altar toppled over like a mountain. It was sent flying by a huge force. A black bear that was larger than Calamity Luck Altar stood in front of Calamity Luck Altar. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined. This is the transformation path great expert of Celestial Court, Senior Zhang Fei Xiong. He is most proficient in bear transformation. His strength can shake the earth and lift mountains. The juniors are useless. They actually allowed others to invade the depths of Celestial Court. Even the central Great Hall was destroyed? Another voice resounded in the sky. An old goo immortal appeared in the sky. His skin was pale, he was emaciated and had a sickly expression. Right now, he was sitting on a wheelchair. He looked weak, but his eyes shined with cold light. It made people's hearts tremble in fear. Fairy Myrtle gasped, "It is Lord Gu Lu Ru. Sigh, he is a time path great expert. If he had awakened earlier and guarded the river of time. With him replacing Senior Li Huang, Fang Yuan would not have been able to escape." Calamity Luck Altar flew into the sky again. Gu Lu Ru pointed at it. The entire rank 8 Immortal Gu house immediately slowed down by several times. Zhang Feixiong laughed loudly and pounced forward, taking the chance to press Calamity Luck Altar to the ground, suppressing it under his body. "Who's the one who woke me up? Sigh, I am getting old. If I sleep less, I will have more wrinkles. I will lose my beauty. Little sister, am I right?" A charming figure suddenly appeared beside Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle was shocked. She had not sensed it at all. Junior greets Senior Wan Zihong. Fairy Myrtle quickly bowed. "Don't call me Senior, just call me Sister. Look, do I have more wrinkles at the corners of my eyes?" This female immortal who had awakened from the immortal graveyard approached Fairy Myrtle and asked in concern. Fairy Myrtle looked at the beautiful face that was as smooth as a peeled egg. She was speechless, but her expression became more respectful. "There are no wrinkles at all." "Sister, you are overthinking." She was very careful. Because this female immortal, Wan Zihong, had an extraordinary origin. Most of the members of the Celestial Court were chosen from the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. But this Wan Zihong was a great demon who had once wreaked havoc in Western Desert. She was recruited by the Celestial Court. Zhang Fei Xiong, Gu Lu Ru, Wan Zihong one after another, the Gu immortals of the Celestial Court woke up from the immortal graveyard. At once, the difference in numbers between the two sides increased. The situation changed completely. So many reinforcements came all of a sudden? Are there more? Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sichuan's laughter could be heard. Under such a grim situation, he could actually laugh out loud. A bad feeling flashed past Fairy Myrtle's mind. Since Longevity Heaven attacked the Celestial Court, how could they not expect the immortal graveyard? "Do you know why I brought Calamity Luck Altar here? Because the killer move of a demon venerable is attached to it." At this moment, Bing Sichuan's gaze was deep and unfathomable. Chapter 1729. Hidden Dragon Cave Battlefield. The super-immortal formation that was suppressing Di Zongxing was broken by Eastern Sea's rank 8s. Most of it was destroyed, only the core of the formation was left, barely holding on. Old man Bei Feng was heavily injured. He was barely holding on. His grandson Feng Chanzi was by his side, waiting for reinforcements from Celestial Court, but they were nowhere to be seen. Feng Chanzi's expression became more and more desperate. Outside the core, Eastern Sea's rank 8 surrounded the core of the formation. Hua Clan's first supreme elder Hua Kai-yun let out an immemorial cloud beast. It attached itself to the core of the formation and continued to grind down the formation. This is the work of Celestial Court after all. Even though only the core of the formation is left, it can still resist the corrosion of our cloud beasts. Hua Kai-yun sighed. Roar. At this time, from deep within Earth Trench came another dragon roar, shaking heaven and earth. The sound waves rumbled, shaking the entire Earth Trench. Countless rocks fell from the cliffs of Earth Trench. Eastern Sea's rank 8s looked at the eerie darkness below them worriedly. Shen Zongxing urged, "The formation is mostly damaged. It cannot suppress Di Zongxing anymore. To prevent any problems, we need to act now." Di Zongxing was a unique, legendary, immemorial, desolate beast. Because it was formed from the power of Central Continent's earth veins, it was formed from human hatred, fear, and other negative emotions. Therefore, it naturally harbored hatred and murderous intent towards the human race. More importantly, unless its source of energy was destroyed, it would be immortal. It had once caused huge trouble to Celestial Court. Eastern Sea's Gu Immortals did not want to fight Di Zongxing for no reason. They wanted to take away Dragon Palace and wash away their humiliation, then let Di Zongxing escape and continue to cause trouble to Celestial Court and Central Continent. "That's enough." Song Qiyuan nodded. "Puff," he called out softly. "Immortal killer move, broken mirror light fragment." Puff. There was a crisp sound, like a mirror falling on the ground, shattering into countless pieces. The entire formation's core shattered into countless pieces like a broken mirror, revealing Old Man Bei Feng and Feng Chanzi. "No!" Feng Chanzi retreated in fear, shouting in fear. Song Qiyuan's killer move was very mystical. At the start, there were no signs of it. Once they had accumulated enough energy, they would erupt in a single day, often catching people off guard and catching them off guard. This mirror-shattering light move was also Song Qiyuan's proudest move. It was best at dealing with immobile objects, such as formations. Once the formation shattered, Di Zongxing roared. His voice shook the entire Earth Trench. "Quick, seize the time." Eastern Sea's rank 8s charged forward. "I am going to die." Feng Chanzi immediately fell to the ground and closed his eyes in fear. His body trembled and his face twisted as he waited for death to descend upon him. Di Zongxing Feng Clan's Dragon Continent. Qi, Dragon Sect's Ling Ling Dragon King, Shen Tian Dragon Spirit Sect, King Qi. "Don't kill him, I will capture him alive," Shen Zongxing suddenly said. The Eastern Sea Gu Immortals' attacks slowed down. They were surprised. Did Shen Zongxing have a method to capture rank 8 Gu Immortals alive? Everyone watched carefully. Shen Zongxing smiled confidently. Here, the Eastern Sea Immortals saw that countless threads of light appeared on Old Man Bei Feng's body. They were like strands of silk that bound him tightly. "This is a killer move that I recently cultivated. It is called Lingering Sound," Shen Zongxing explained. Old Man Bei Feng showed a look of grief and anger. He had planned to die in battle, but to think that the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals wanted to capture him alive, this was an even greater humiliation. The Eastern Sea Immortals were silent. Looking at the situation, Shen Zongxing could really capture a Gu Immortal of the same level alive. Even though a large part of the reason was that Old Man Bei Feng's battle strength had fallen to rock bottom, Shen Zongxing's method was enough to make them wary. Rank 8 Gu Immortals often had deep foundations. Shen Zongxing's actions showed this. Old Man Bei Feng could not retaliate. As for Feng Chanzi, he was already shivering in fear. The Eastern Sea Immortals saw that he only had rank 6 cultivation level and was acting like a coward. They could not be bothered to care about him. Shen Zongxing used his immortal killer move with all his strength, wanting to capture Old Man Bei Feng alive. A living rank 8 Gu Immortal had much more value than a dead one. Ignoring everything else, just capturing a great expert of the same level alive was a glorious achievement. Shen Zongxing and Shen Clan's reputation in Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world would rise by a large margin. The other immortals started to search for the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. They came together for this rank 8 immortal Gu House. Soon, Zhang Yi noticed something was amiss. "Over there." He pointed with an excited expression, using an investigative immortal killer move. After the killer move, an immortal Gu House appeared, floating above the immortals' heads. It was tens of feet away from Old Man Bei Feng. The Eastern Sea Immortals were overjoyed. If this was not Dragon Palace, what else could it be? Other than Shen Zongxing, the other Eastern Sea Immortals quickly gathered. They had excited expressions. Shen Zongxing was focused on dealing with Old Man Bei Feng. He was not anxious. Before coming, the Eastern Sea Immortals had made an alliance agreement. It was quite restrictive. The agreement stated, if the Eastern Sea Immortals obtained Dragon Palace, everyone would get a share. As for the share, it would depend on how much effort the Eastern Sea Immortals put in. Since Dragon Palace appeared, Song Qiyuan and the rest tried to subdue it. But after 2 or 3 killer moves were used, Dragon Palace only shook intensely. It did not submit to them. This immortal goo house is truly extraordinary. Dragon Palace's stubborn resistance made the Eastern Sea Immortals even more excited. They were even more determined to obtain Dragon Palace. Gradually, as they worked hard to subdue it, they discovered a huge secret. So that's it. Celestial Court placed the immortal goo house Dragon Palace here to use it to subdue Di Zongxing. Even though Di Zongxing is a combination of earth veins and negative emotions, he has a dragon form and is countered by Dragon Palace. Thus there is a possibility of subduing him. Duke Long made a good plan. The earth veins of the 5 regions are about to merge into one. One of the sources of Di Zongxing's strength is the earth vein. Once the earth vein merges, Di Zongxing's strength will rise by 5 times. Don't forget, once the earth vein merges, the 5 regional walls will vanish, the world will descend into chaos, conflicts will erupt everywhere. At that time, there will be intense fear, hatred, jealousy, and other emotions. This will make Di Zongxing's strength rise again. The Eastern Sea Immortals conversed, many of them sucked in a breath of cold air. This way, among the legendary immemorial desolate beasts, Di Zongxing would become the undisputed number 1. Its battle strength was at the peak of rank 8 to begin with. After this growth, it might even have the possibility of advancing to pseudo-venerable battle strength. No wonder Duke Long did not hesitate to take Dragon Palace. He wanted to subdue a pseudo-venerable battle strength expert to suppress the situation. Thankfully, we came to stop Celestial Court's scheme. Otherwise, the 5 regions would be in trouble in the future. The Eastern Sea Immortals were glad. No wonder the formation was broken. We only heard dragon roars but did not see Di Zongxing escaping. Right now, Dragon Palace is suppressing Di Zongxing. We need to wait. That's right. When Dragon Palace subdues Di Zongxing, our Eastern Sea Goo Immortal world will not only obtain a rank 8 Immortal Goo House, we will also obtain a super strong expert. If Celestial Court finds out, they will vomit blood. This is too amazing, too amazing. Emperor City Battlefield. Immortal Killer Move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. Fang Yuan activated it again and again. Wherever he went, Celestial Court's immortal goo houses were all forced to retreat. Great Thief Ghost Hand could steal goo worms. Fang Yuan's killer move could even steal rank 8 immortal goo, even if the immortal goo were hidden in the Goo Immortals Grotto Heaven. The essence of an immortal goo house was the combination of many goo worms, forming a fixed form. It could be seen as the fusion of many immortal killer moves, or a mobile immortal formation. Be it immortal killer moves, immortal goo houses, or immortal formations, they were all methods of using goo worms. Although they looked different, their essence was the same. Great Thief Ghost Hand could even steal goo worms hidden in the immortal aperture. Not to mention immortal goo houses, which were mobile immortal formations that exposed their goo worms. Undeniably, Great Thief Ghost Hand countered immortal goo houses. Fang Yuan relied on Great Thief Ghost Hand to steal many goo worms. He had attacked immortal goo houses before, but that was Great Space Temple. It had methods to deal with Great Thief Ghost Hand. In fact, most immortal goo houses did not have the ability to resist Fang Yuan's Great Thief Ghost Hand. Celestial Court's meticulously arranged immortal goo house defense line was shaken up because of Fang Yuan. The situation was in chaos. Scoundrel Fang Yuan, hand over your life. At the crucial moment, Li Huang shouted and charged at Fang Yuan while wearing Verdant's Sun Flame cloak. Celestial Court's immortal goo houses could not deal with Fang Yuan, but goo immortals could. Great Thief Ghost Hand was far more difficult to steal goo worms from immortal apertures than immortal goo houses. Especially when Li Huang had Verdant's Sun Flame cloak, he could defend against Fang Yuan's Great Thief Ghost Hand. Fang Yuan saw that Li Huang was chasing him. He advanced instead of retreating. Li Huang, You are finally willing to come out. I have been waiting for you for a long time. At the next moment, Fang Yuan turned into the immemorial year monkey as he spat. Immediately, spring scissors flew out, piercing through the air as it shot towards Li Huang. Next, Fang Yuan quickly breathed in deeply. Year Monkey's two hands grasped in the air as a huge fan with a long handle appeared out of nowhere. It was Immortal Killer Move, Summer Fan. Cut. What? Under Li Huang's shocked gaze, his flame cloak was cut, its defense was greatly damaged. Winds blew as the sky changed color. Li Huang was hit, he was sent flying far away. How could his strength grow so rapidly? Li Huang looked at the tiny flame left on his verdant sun flame cloak. He had an unsightly expression. One had to know that he had activated the verdant sun flame cloak when he sensed that something was amiss when he was being attacked. Chapter 1730. Li Huang, don't tell me this is your full strength. Fang Yuan shouted, his body moved rapidly as he chased after Li Huang. As Li Huang retreated, he activated the verdant sun flame cloak. The spring scissors were still flying around him, cutting off the flames from the flaming clothes on his back. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a cold light, the aura of an immortal killer move flashed past. Damn it! Li Huang felt a sense of danger, he quickly changed directions. Fang Yuan's time path killer move did not hit Li Huang. Li Huang had rich battle experience. Lord Li Huang, we will lend you a hand. At this time, Wind Sweeping Building came to help. Its entire body was shrouded in a thick wall of wind, which had a certain resistance against the great thief ghost hand. Fang Yuan snickered in disdain. Get lost. Immortal Killer Move, Summer Fan. Winds blew in all directions. Wind Sweeping Building's momentum was halted. There was no helping it. Summer Fan's wind was only a facade. The true essence was the power of Time Path. Wind Sweeping Building was a wind path immortal goo house. It was not specialized in dealing with time path killer moves. Li Huang could only continue to escape. Fang Yuan's strength had increased tremendously, causing everyone to raise their eyebrows. Inside Emperor City, the Goo Masters were still in the final round of the competition. The Goo Immortals defending Emperor City had already isolated the outside world, allowing these Goo Masters to focus on refining Goo. To think that even Lord Li Huang is not Fang Yuan's match? This demon is too powerful. He obtained many venerable inheritances. His demonic might is truly terrifying. But don't worry, even though our Emperor City is a mortal Goo house, it contains human path methods. At the crucial moment, immortal moves can be activated to protect us. The Goo Immortals consoled each other, raising their morale. Emperor City was the #1 city of humanity. It was built using a vast number of mortal Goo. Even though the city had been relocated more than 10 times, it was no longer in its original location. But it had a very long history. It could be traced back to the era of humanity's rise. It was primordial origin immortal venerables that created the first Emperor City. Fang Yuan, don't be arrogant, I will fight you. Rank 8 Goo Immortal Qin Yi saw that the situation was bad. He had to step down. Li Huang saw the opportunity and advanced instead of retreating, fighting alongside Qin Yi. Fang Yuan shouted and activated killer moves repeatedly while disregarding his immortal essence consumption, and he charged towards Emperor City brazenly. Li Huang and Qin Yi stood in front of Fang Yuan and were pushed back by Fang Yuan's explosive attacks. This scene made the Western Desert Goo Immortals dumbfounded. Fang Yuan is so fierce. No wonder he could challenge the Celestial Court for so many years, and the Celestial Court couldn't do anything to him. Let's go around him and try not to provoke him. Exactly, the main objective is to destroy Imperial Emperor City. Infallible Blessed Land Battlefield. Farewell Friend Wind. It is actually Farewell Friend Wind. Seeing that Wu Yong used this move to deal with Qin Yi, the Central Continent Goo Immortals guarding the Immortal Formation were all shocked and fearful. This Farewell Friend Wind had a huge origin. It was created by a strange genius in the past. This strange genius was called Taoist Blackheart. He cultivated Wind Path, but in his later years he studied the legends of Renzu and made great progress. After he went into closed cultivation for nearly 10 years, Farewell Friend Wind was created. This was a wind path method, but it contained the profundities of human path. Its power was extraordinary. Ever since Taoist Blackheart obtained this method, he made friends everywhere, often sacrificing himself for others. Initially, the 5 regions Gu immortals did not know the reason. Facing Taoist Blackheart's precious gifts, they all called him brother. Some did not want to befriend Taoist Blackheart, but did not want to offend him. They pretended to be polite on the surface. They fell into Taoist Blackheart's trap. Any killer move would require a sensing process. Like Feng Yuan's lead soul into Dream Killer move, it first needed to sense the enemy's soul. If it could not be sensed, this killer move could not be used. Even if many Gu immortals could not unravel immortal killer moves, they would try to defend against it by sensing it. Farewell Friend Wind's sensing was rather special. Could only sense friends and attack friends. The friends here, regardless of whether they were true confidants, scoundrels, or even superficial friends with ulterior motives, were all within the range of his senses. Taoist Blackheart used this move to become famous in the 5 regions. For a while, almost no one dared to offend him. Later on, as more and more people suffered from it, Wisdom Path Gu immortals worked together to deduce the profundity of Farewell Friend Wind. Many Gu immortals knew the secret of Farewell Friend Wind's sensing ability. They cursed at Taoist Blackheart's shamelessness. Countless Gu immortals who had befriended Taoist Blackheart felt a chill in their hearts. They felt uneasy. In this world, there was no unsolvable killer move. Soon, another flaw of Farewell Friend Wind was discovered by the Gu immortals. That was, to activate Farewell Friend Wind, it had to hit a certain part of the Gu immortal's body. Even though Farewell Friend Wind was strong, with these 2 flaws, it could be easily dealt with. Taoist Blackheart was in the limelight. After reaching the peak of his life, he suddenly became a loner. Everyone's expression changed when they talked about him. They avoided him. In his later years, he was alone. His ending was tragic. Wu Yong grasped Farewell Friend Wind. It shocked all the immortals present. But no matter what, Wu Yong succeeded in activating this move. Chen Yi was already hit. He was going to die. Everyone was aware of this. Bai Tsong Shui screamed as she charged at Wu Yong. Wu Yong's body flickered, vanishing on the spot. Bai Tsong Shui snatched Chen Yi, but even though Chen Yi was no longer floating, he could not move. His eyebrows and skin were dispersing with the wind. Wu Yong reappeared in front of the Southern Border Immortals. This time, the Southern Alliance Immortals looked at him with even more complex gazes than before. There was even more wariness and respect in their eyes. Wu Yong has Farewell Friend Wind. It is like Feng Yuan has Reverse Flow Protection Seal. This is a great killer move. Once it is used, it can greatly influence the battle. When did Wu Yong become friends with Chen Yi? How is that difficult? When doing business in jewel yellow skies, don't they all call each other friends? Compared to this, I am more wary of Wu Yong's scheming. Wu Yong was still standing in front of the Southern Alliance Immortals. He looked at Chen Yi from afar as he praised. As expected of a Gu immortal of Celestial Court, the former First Supreme Elder of Heavenly Lotus Sect. He has outstanding defense. Even after being hit by my Farewell Friend Wind, he dissipated so slowly. This is the first time I have seen something like this. Even though he said this, he was actually praising his opponent. It was the best way to show off his own battle strength. The Southern Alliance Gu Immortals quickly agreed. That's right, there has never been anyone who survived after being hit by Farewell Friend Wind. Chen Yi is dead meat? With Lord Wu Yong here, the Gu Immortals of Celestial Court are just useless. Celestial Court Battlefield. Inside the Gu Refinement Formation, the 2 big battle groups were fighting fiercely. Spear. Che Wei, rank 8 of Celestial Court, shouted. Immediately, a huge black iron spear that resembled an ancient tree shot out, piercing towards 5 Elements Grandmaster. Arrow. Che Wei shouted again. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless sharp arrows appeared out of nowhere. They rained down like a torrential rain, enveloping 5 Elements Grandmaster. But 5 Elements Grandmaster did not fall. Even though he was being attacked, he still had the leisure to say, Amazing, Che Wei, you seem to be creating a new path. These killer moves are all very creative. But it is useless. You cannot break my 5 elements ring's protection. Saber. Che Wei ignored 5 elements Grandmaster. He held his saber and charged towards 5 elements Grandmaster, continuing to fight. At the same time, in another battle, Bull Demon was attacking, while Celestial Quartz Gu Immortal Tsong Yen was defending. Bull Demon's attacks were ferocious. Each of his movements created layers of phantoms. Most importantly, these phantoms often went berserk and cooperated with Bull Demon. They could often unleash unexpected powerful attacks. Every time Tsong Yen was punched, his body would shake. He specialized in Rule Path. His skin was like a tattoo, with many blue lines coiling around it. These lines were thick and thin. They crisscrossed each other like a net, firmly protecting Tsong Yen. It seems that they will not be able to get here in a short while. Yuan Xiongdu was still refining Gu. His tense heart relaxed slightly. These two from Longevity Heaven have chosen to fight in close combat. They are also restraining the power of their killer moves. They are afraid of disrupting the refinement path battle and causing my efforts to go to waste. It seems that they want to snatch Fate Gu. They also have a certain standard for Fate Gu's recovery state. Yuan Xiongdu was recruited by Celestial Court. He was naturally shrewd. He immediately analyzed some information about Longevity Heaven. Calm down, I must calm down. If I do not calm down and make a mistake, even if I have success Dao marks, it will be useless. Persevere. The Gu Immortals in the Immortal Graveyard have already awakened. Our battle strength will continue to grow, to the point where Longevity Heaven feels despair. Yuan Xiongdu was thinking this when he heard Bing Sichuan's cold laughter. Do you know why I brought Calamity Luck Altar here? Because a demon venerable's killer move was attached to it. As he said this, Calamity Luck Altar was already being attacked by the Celestial Quartz Gu Immortals. But soon, Calamity Luck Altar shined with a golden halo. Next, the entire battlefield was filled with the sound of waves. A majestic illusion of the River of Time appeared above Calamity Luck Altar. Next, the immortal killer move activated. Figures walked out of the River of Time one after another. The tall figure at the front saw Calamity Luck Altar being pressed to the ground by a giant bear and immediately roared. Such big bear guts, eat this old man's explosive thunder. There was a loud rumble. The giant bear that Zhang Fei Xiong had transformed into was forced back by 5 to 6 steps. His face was badly injured. It was covered in blood. Who are you? Report your name. A Celestial Court Gu Immortal charged at the tall figure. The tall figure laughed wildly. You don't even recognize me, new Air Bao Xiong? Then let me show you my explosive lightning killer move. I will blast you to pieces and you will remember my name. Boom boom boom. Violent forces exploded one after another. The Heavenly Court Gu Immortals that charged forward were like kites with broken strings. They flew backwards. Before they landed, they were already unconscious. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. To think that I could use this move to come to the future and participate in this battle, I am truly fortunate. The second Northern Plains Gu Immortal who walked out of the Phantom River of Time said with a smile. He pointed at Calamity Luck Altar. The Time Path killer move that Calamity Luck Altar suffered was dispelled. It regained its usual speed. You actually broke my killer move. Or you. Gu Lu Ru, who used this move, had a dark expression. The Northern Plains Gu Immortal smiled as he looked at Gu Lu Ru. What a coincidence. We both cultivate Time Path. Let's have a contest. As for my name, it is very ordinary. You can call me Hey Fan. Next, the third person followed Hey Fan and walked out of the Phantom River of Time. Wow. This is a huge battle. Oh heavens, I need to hide. The third Northern Plains Gu Immortal had a white face. He had a crafty expression. After saying that, he disappeared. One after another, Northern Plains Gu Immortals walked out and joined the battlefield. Fairy Myrtle's heart shook intensely. New Air Bao Xiong, Hey Fan, and the vanished Lu Lu Lu. They are all rank 8 experts of Northern Plains Huangjin tribes in history. What killer move is this? It can actually drag these people from the past to the present in the River of Time. This immortal killer move was too unimaginable. Fairy Myrtle felt like she was dreaming. Fairy Myrtle had doubts, but Duke Long did not. Seeing this familiar scene, Duke Long's expression froze. A scene that was deeply etched in his memories surfaced in his mind again. As the dust settled, Red Lotus was heavily injured and coughing out blood, while Duke Long stood unmoving. Red Lotus, are you still not going to attack? Even though you have Future Self, you only have rank 8 cultivation level after rebirth. Future Self is only rank 8, you are still lacking if you want to recover your immortal venerable strength. Duke Long's expression was cold as ice. The anger in his eyes burned like fire, burning Red Lotus's heart. That's right. My Future Self killer move still has some flaws, but even if it did not have any flaws, how could I attack you, Master? Red Lotus smiled bitterly. So, since the start of the battle, you have been avoiding me and not attacking me. Duke Long snickered. Red Lotus, if you really respect me, stop messing around. Accept fate's arrangements and become a goo venerable again. I can let bygones be bygones. Master, I understand your intentions, but you do not understand mine. Red Lotus sighed. Duke Long became even more furious. Since you do not want to attack me, but want to fulfill your wishes, are you forcing me to kill you? Of course not. Red Lotus shook his head. A smile appeared on his flawless face. Master, I have endured for so long. The killer move is finally ready. Please give me some comments. Saying so, the phantom of the river of time appeared behind him. Goo Immortal stepped on the waves and walked out. Duke Long was moved. What killer move is this? I created a killer move with 2 moves. It is called Call of the Ancient, Help from the Future. This move can summon Goo Immortals who are close to the Goo Immortal themselves from the river of time to fight. What I am using now is only the latter move. It is called Help from the Future. Red Lotus smiled. Duke Long's expression was grim. His body was shaking from anger. This move is heaven-defying. You are actually using the river of time to interfere with the normal flow of history. You have a deep demonic nature. What about your previous move? Show me all of them. No, Master. The previous move, Call of the Ancient, will appear in front of you at some point in the future. Red Lotus smiled. Chapter 1731. Celestial Court Battlefield. Figures were either flying in the air or fighting on the ground. Rumbling explosions reverberated continuously. Sparks flew in all directions, and intense light flashed. Northern Plains Goo Immortal experts fought with Celestial Court's members, one with D. Boom. Suddenly, with a loud sound, the right shoulder of the black bear that was as large as a mountain exploded. Large chunks of flesh and blood flew away. The shoulder bone was also shattered. The black bear's expression froze in pain. It closed its eyes and fainted on the spot. Rumble. Next, its mountain-like body slowly fell down. With a loud sound, a huge crater was created on the ground. In the sky above its head, a Northern Plains Goo Immortal laughed loudly. My new Air Bao Xiong's killer move, Dim Lightning, is not so easy to receive. Don't rely on your transformation path's thick defense. I have already killed countless transformation path Goo Immortals. Ha! He cultivated Lightning Path. He was a berserk-killing god that had once dominated Northern Plains Goo Immortal world. Without leaving Heaven of Longevity Heaven, when he was the first Supreme Elder of New Air Tribe was the #1 force in Northern Plains without a doubt. But New Air Bao Xiong had just finished laughing when a clear and pleasant female voice resounded. Shameless boasting, I also cultivate transformation path. Come and kill me. Which idiot? New Air Bao Xiong had just turned his head and started speaking when he saw a red light flashing in front of him. Before he could react, he heard an explosion. Flames shot in all directions, and smoke and dust billowed. He fell from the sky, his whole body still burning with raging flames. Now, save Zhang Fei Xiong. Gu Lu Ru, who was sitting in a wheelchair, shouted as he pointed. Immediately, the black bear that Zhang Fei Xiong had transformed into shone with a bright light, temporarily protecting his life. I like killing people, not saving people. A phantom tore through the sky, diving down and quickly approaching Zhang Fei Xiong. This person was Wan Zihong, She had a seductive appearance, she cultivated wood path and was originally a demonic path gu immortal, she had a murderous nature and was recruited by celestial court. This Zhang Fei Xiong has some skill, even though he fainted, his transformation has not faded. Wan Zihong's eyes flashed with caution, she did not slow down, she directly charged into Zhang Fei Xiong's right shoulder. The moment she collided, Wan Zihong suddenly scattered, turning into pink flower petals that landed on the bloody wound. The petals exuded a strong fragrance, and then flowers began to grow on the wound. The flower petals fell again, landing on the surrounding flesh, more flowers started to grow, forming a sea of flowers. Zhang Feixiong's damaged flesh and blood grew back at a speed visible to the naked eye. Humph! In the sky, New Air Bao Xiong's face was gloomy. His lightning path killer move was extremely powerful, but Heavenly Court's Gu Immortal's methods were not weak either. It was like Wan Zihong would path Dao marks that did not conflict with Fei Xiong transformation path Dao marks on. A Gu path. It was as if Wan Zihong's would path Dao marks did not conflict with Zhang Fei Xiong's transformation path Dao marks. New Air Bao Xiong only took a quick glance before his opponent found a flaw. A red light flashed, New Air Bao Xiong was hit by a killer move again, his whole body was burning with flames. Seeing this, New Air Bao Xiong completely gave up on chasing Zhang Fei Xiong, he extinguished the flames and focused on the enemy. Who are you? Do Celestial Court Gu Immortals hide their faces and hide? The red light in the sky had a crisp laughter, the red light itself was still moving left and right, it did not stop for a moment. New Air Bao Xiong could only look left and right, he could not attack. It should be Senior Zhu Ke Air. She cultivates fire path and transformation path, her battle style is similar to New Air Bao Xiong's. Seeing this, Fairy Myrtle showed joy on her face. As time passed, more and more Gu Immortals woke up in the immortal graveyard, Zhu Ke Air was one of them. But Longevity Heaven's time path killer move is too strong, it is also summoning more people. Fairy Myrtle looked towards Calamity Luck Altar's direction, looking at the phantom river of time in the sky, her heart shook. This is likely Red Lotus Demon Venerable's killer move, Lord Duke Long might know something about it. Fairy Myrtle had been looking for a chance to enter the battlefield and save Duke Long. But Duke Long's location was not good. He was near Calamity Luck Altar, under the phantom river of time. There were Northern Plains Gu Immortals moving around at all times. If Fairy Myrtle wanted to go in and save him, the risk would be huge, she also had a heavy responsibility. Earlier, the two venerables appeared in Imperfection Regret Pavilion. Lord Duke Long was hit by a rank 9 killer move, even though he was restrained, his life is still safe. I still have a heavy responsibility. Firstly, I need to transfer Immortal Gu to the Gu Immortals who wake up in time, and secondly, I need to protect Old Man Jing Yuan, he is one of the crucial figures in this battle. Fairy Myrtle squinted her eyes, staying at the back and not moving. Before Duke Long attacked, he had instructed her to stay at the back and take charge of the situation. Clang! A golden light suddenly flashed in front of Fairy Myrtle, the golden light faded and a Northern Plains Gu Immortals figure appeared. He had dark skin and sharp eyes, emitting a sharp aura. He was an expert of Yi Lui tribe, Yi Lui Ko. He cultivated Metal Path, he was one of the strongest experts in history who walked out of the phantom river of time. Yi Lui Ko had stood out when he was young, he had a fierce nature and extremely sharp insight, he could often see the most crucial point of a battle. During the Imperial Court contest, he often charged alone against an enemy formation of 10,000 people, killing them in front of everyone's eyes. He was unstoppable. After becoming a Gu Immortal, he plundered everywhere, attacking the weaknesses of his enemies. As a righteous path Gu Immortal, he had a terrible reputation of being a demonic path Gu Immortal. But this reputation changed after he cultivated to rank 8. Back then, everyone in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world feared him. The condemnation and curses towards him turned into flattery on the surface, while slandering him behind his back. Fairy Myrtle's heart jumped. Facing Yi Lui Ko's gaze, she felt like a rabbit running on the plains, being targeted by a falcon in the sky. She quickly retreated, her figure vanishing among the palaces. This damn Chi Wall. Yi Lui Ko had an unhappy expression. He had a keen sense towards any battle. He could see through the enemy's weakness and strike at the most crucial point. This was an innate talent. But his attacks were blocked by the Chi Wall Killer move that Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable left in Celestial Court. This Chi Wall Killer move could distinguish between friend and foe. It did not pose much obstruction to Celestial Court's members. But to Longevity Heaven's side, it was like a heavenly chasm. Northern Plains Gu Immortals could only move around the route that Limitless Demon Venerable created back then, and fight against Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. Precisely so, the intense battles between rank 8 Gu Immortals were restricted to a fixed area. Celestial Court had many important areas, like Demon Judgment Board or the Immortal Graveyard. These places were heavily protected by the Chi Wall. Northern Plains Gu Immortals could not touch them. But on the battlefield, Northern Plains Gu Immortals had the clear upper hand. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals often needed to rely on the Chi Wall to advance and retreat at times to maintain the battle. Our Gu Immortals have just woken up from their slumber. They do not have a complete set of Gu worms. The mortal Gu are fine, but the immortal Gu are very incomplete. They cannot display their full strength. Fairy Myrtle was very worried. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals were sleeping in the Immortal Graveyard. All their immortal Gu were given to Celestial Court. On one hand, they needed to make full use of their resources. On the other hand, they needed Celestial Court to feed their immortal Gu. Most of these immortal Gu were used to construct immortal Gu houses. They were used to create the luxurious buildings and palaces of Celestial Court. A portion was also given to people in the lower sects to use, like Fate Armor Immortal Gu given to Feng Jioga. There were very few immortal Gu that were left and used in the treasury. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals were elites and experts among rank 8s, but because they lacked immortal Gu, they could not display their full strength. Even with abundant immortal essence, they could not change the situation. In contrast, on Northern Plains' side, Red Lotus Demon Venerable's Call of the Ancient Killer move was truly amazing. It immediately countered the vast foundation that Celestial Court had accumulated over countless years. Duke Long's heart was filled with pain and anger. At this crucial moment, he could not move. He could only watch the intense battle unfold in front of him. Chapter 1732. This Call of the Ancient should be similar to Call of the Future. It does not truly summon the Gu Immortal from the future or the past to the present. It is similar to the profundity of future self. It only summons the state of a certain person in the river of time. Precisely so, these Northern Plains Gu Immortals are all in their peak condition. They have immortal essence and immortal Gu. Unraveling this move should be similar to how I unraveled Call of the Future back then. It is to shake the person using the killer move. In front of me, I just need to cripple Calamity Luck Altar, and when the damage reaches a certain level, I can interrupt Call of the Ancient. Duke Long gritted his teeth so hard that they almost shattered. His deduction was not wrong. But unfortunately, he could not control himself. He was restricted by the rank 9 killer move. He could not use methods to communicate with others. Wow, what a beautiful scene. Another person walked out of the river of time. He had a jade-like face. He was elegant and suave. The intense battle of life and death in front of him made him feel intoxicated. He breathed in deeply, opening his arms as he said, "It seems that this is the stage for me, Dong Feng Yu." A Northern Plains barbarian will be a Northern Plains barbarian. Stop acting suave. Come and fight. A Celestial Court Gu Immortal who had just obtained an Immortal Gu saw Dong Feng Yu and was very unhappy. He charged over. He had the appearance of a boy. His hair was black and shiny. There was a small tip, together with his round face. His head shape was like a peach. It was very comical. But his surging aura made Dong Feng Yu's expression change. She quickly dodged. The boy's killer move did not hit. Seeing Dong Feng Yu's pathetic state, he chuckled. "Now do you know how powerful I, whirling boy, am?" Dong Feng Yu was furious. "My playfulness is my nature. You old monster is the one pretending. You are about to die. You are still acting so young." Whirling boy's smile disappeared as he pounced at Dong Feng Yu again. Dong Feng Yu had only been caught off guard earlier. She was already prepared now. She attacked instead of retreating. Boom. The two of them exchanged blows and clashed fiercely. A huge chi wave assaulted another Northern Plains Gu immortal who walked out of the river of time. What a strong wind, it almost blinded my eyes. This Northern Plains Gu immortal had the appearance of an old farmer. His pants were rolled up, his limbs were muddy, his back was hunched and his face was wrinkled. He had a cigarette in his mouth. So I said, the old farmer had no killing intent. He sighed, I am Nyen heir, Nyen Gu immortal Gu immortal Gu. Indeed. Nyen Gu immortal Nyen Nong was not the strongest rank in Gu immortal Gu immortal Gu. But he was the one who had the deepest influence and brought the greatest benefits to the 22nd tribe. Gu Nyen Gu immortal Nyen, God Gu immortal Gu God Gu Gu, Gu immortal Tian immortal Gu Imo Gu, Li Tu immortal Gu Gu, He Gu Dong. Gu Nyen immortal Nyen of Gu, Gu Nyen to be, a Nyen of Gu Yi of Gu of immortal to of. Sir, Nyen, Gu of Nyen Gu Nyen? The heavenly court Gu immortal smiled. I cultivate wood path and am skilled in nurturing resources. I see. The 22nd farmer smiled. The atmosphere between the two seemed to be harmonious as they talked and laughed, but in fact, they had already made their moves and were fighting each other fiercely. They were even more ruthless than the people around them. New heir Bao Xiong's face was solemn. He kept pushing his palms, causing countless thunderstorms. The Scarlet Rainbow's aura suddenly surged. It was Zhu Ke heir using her killer move. It immediately split into eight. 8 scarlet rainbows flew towards New heir Bao Xiong from 8 directions. New heir Bao Xiong snorted coldly and took a deep breath. Suddenly, a layer of electric net flashed around him and formed a sphere to protect him. Bang bang bang, 7 scarlet rainbows smashed into the lightning net barrier, causing an intense explosion, and the remaining one was Zhu Keir's true body. It's my turn. New heir Bao Xiong stretched out his hand and pulled out his beard. Go! Strand after strand of beard shot out explosively like a torrential downpour, transforming into lightning spears in midair, forming a dense net of firepower that enveloped Zhu Keir. Zhu Keir gave a delicate shout. The scarlet rainbow stopped and revealed her true form. A colorful aurora rose around her as the temperature of the air rose. Seeing that the two were about to exchange killer moves, the nearby Gu immortals tacitly distanced themselves. On the ground, Wan Zihong raised her head with an envious expression, cursing in her heart, "Damn it, I lack offensive immortal Gu the most, I have no offensive methods at all. To think that I would actually become a healing Gu immortal one day? Wan Zihong felt a sense of danger. Her pupils shrunk as her body flickered, turning into countless flower petals and vanishing on the spot. At the next moment, with a clang, golden light flashed. Yelu Ko appeared on the ground and snorted, thinking, the Celestial Quartz Gu immortals are truly amazing. I actually failed twice in a row. But unless you fly behind the chi wall, you cannot escape. Saying so, he stretched out his index finger and pointed towards a direction where there was no one. A golden ball condensed at the tip of his finger, it exploded and a grand pure golden pillar shot out, causing the air to explode at an astonishing speed. He actually discovered my true body. Wan Zihong wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. The pure golden pillar was already behind her. She had no choice but to turn around and face it, clenching her teeth as she defended with all her strength. Yelu Ko laughed sinisterly. This move was not so easy to receive. But at the next moment, his smile froze. The pure golden pillar shrunk and was completely thrown into the mouth of a Gu immortal. The Gu immortal swallowed Yelu Ko's powerful killer move, patting his belly as if he had not had enough. To think that I would have the chance to have a full meal right after waking up? This Celestial Quartz Gu immortal was very fat, his skin was white, and when he smiled, he looked very satisfied. Who are you? Yelu Ko's gaze was cold. Zhao Shanhe. The white fatty laughed. I won't let you kill our healing Gu immortal so easily. Yelu Ko did not speak, his aura rose steadily, evidently he was preparing another powerful killer move. Wan Zihong snorted angrily, I don't want to do anything like healing. If I have all of my immortal Gu, I can take on 5 at once. On the other side, Several Goo immortals gathered together under Fairy Myrtle's guidance as they charged towards Calamity Luck Altar. Duke Long, who was lying on the ground and unable to move, saw this and was overjoyed. Good, it seems that Fairy Myrtle did not drop the ball at the crucial moment. She must have deduced the weakness of Call of the Ancient, so she mobilized her troops to attack Calamity Luck Altar. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Saichuan had been leading Northern Plains side. Seeing that the Celestial Court's Goo immortals were charging over, he snorted coldly. Even though this Call of the Ancient killer move is strong, it can only be used once. If Celestial Court interrupts it now, it will not be able to continue. But I have already left some troops behind to defend against your attack. There were also several Northern Plains Goo immortals hiding inside Calamity Luck Altar. They flew out and blocked the Celestial Court's Goo immortals. Far away, Fairy Myrtle let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Bing Saichuan is not a Wisdom Path Goo immortal. This way, the situation is slightly stabilized. Fairy Myrtle used the most appropriate tactic. Even though Celestial Court's side was at a disadvantage, Fairy Myrtle dared to gather her troops and attack Calamity Luck Altar. This way, in order to be safe, Northern Plains side could only gather more people to defend. The weaker Celestial Court was attacking while the stronger Northern Plains was defending. Everyone knew that the attacking side had the initiative. Thus, the Celestial Court's members had more time to breathe. Once they were injured or lost, they would retreat behind the Qi wall to recuperate. When Northern Plains side focused on protecting Calamity Luck Altar, the Celestial Court's Goo immortals felt the pressure on them lessening. They could easily retreat to the Qi wall to recuperate. Boom! Two Time Path killer moves collided. Hei Fan and Gu Lu Ru coughed out blood as they flew backwards. Gu Lu Ru was about to retreat to the Qi wall when a figure appeared. Die! The figure flashed and vanished. Gu Lu Ru was only a few steps away from the Qi wall, but he fell to the ground with a look of disbelief. He had lost his life. The one who succeeded was Lu tribe's expert, Lu Lu Lu. This person had a crafty and cunning nature. He was called the shame of Northern Plains when he was alive. Because he never fought openly, he bullied the weak and feared the strong. He always sneaked attacks and stole. His enemies often suffered heavy losses, but could not even catch a hair of Lu Lu Lu. He was extremely angry. Gu Lu Ru's death shook the Goo immortals of both sides. Since the invasion of Longevity Heaven, this was the first casualty of Celestial Court's side. Gu Lu Ru did not have all his Goo worms. And more importantly, as more Goo immortals joined the battle, the intensity of the battle increased. It had already reached a certain limit. It was like a signal. Soon, the second and third victims appeared one after another. Yelu Ko finally succeeded and killed Wan Zihong, but he was also heavily injured by Zhao Shanhe. On Northern Plains' side, Hei Fan died. He fought too fiercely with Gu Lu Ru, and most importantly, he did not have a good defensive killer move. He was unfortunately attacked by several Celestial Court Goo immortals. All in all, Celestial Court naturally lost more Goo immortals. Damn it! These Goo immortals are the foundation of our Celestial Court. They actually died just like that. It was not worth it. Fairy Myrtle felt it was not worth it, because the other party's casualties were only a part of the killer move. When the killer move was activated again, these dead Northern Plains Goo immortals could reappear and fight again. These Northern Plains Goo immortals were not their true bodies. But even though Celestial Court's Goo immortals did not have much lifespan left, their lives were real. This rank 9 Time Path killer move should be Red Lotus Demon Venerable's handiwork. Damn it, he is too ruthless. He is completely targeting our Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle was furious but also helpless. Bing Saichuan's expression was similarly unsightly. Because as time passed, he found that the battle strength of these Northern Plains experts that he summoned was declining, and the decline was very obvious. Soon, Fairy Myrtle also noticed this. Chapter 1733. Fairy Myrtle's analysis was not wrong. Because of Fate Goo, ancient Goo immortals could not travel to the future, and future Goo immortals could not travel to the present. But along with Fate Goo's damage, the restrictions on Time Path became much looser. Spring-autumn cicada was the best example. Even though it could not allow the Gu immortal to return to the past completely, it could transmit a portion of their will. Future self, call of the ancient, and support of the future were the same. They borrowed the state of a person from the past or the future and projected it into the present. When Fate Gu was completely repaired, these killer moves would lose their effectiveness. Fairy Myrtle knew the reason. Bing Sichuan naturally knew about it. But he had no choice. He could not destroy the refinement path formation, because once he did, Celestial Court's efforts in repairing Fate Gu would be ruined. Fate Gu was too damaged. Even if Longevity Heaven obtained it, it would be useless. They would have to copy Celestial Court and continue to repair it. But Bing Sichuan knew that Longevity Heaven did not have a deep foundation like Celestial Court. They did not have human path methods or the infallible inheritance. They could not repair Fate Gu at all. Without destroying the refinement path formation, Longevity Heaven could only charge through the formation and enter Heaven Overseeing Tower to forcefully seize Fate Gu. Regarding this, Bing Sichuan had already sent 5 Elements Grandmaster and Bull Demon. But this was already his limit. It was not that he did not want to send more troops. Northern Plains experts were continuously coming out of the River of Time's illusion. But this refinement path formation itself had its limits. This formation's purpose was to repair Fate Gu. It was not used for battle. The formation space inside could only hold 5 rank 8s at most. Any more and this refinement path grand formation would explode. Thus, Bing Sichuan could not send more reinforcements. Central Continent could only watch from the sidelines. The great battle that revolved around Calamity Luck Altar involved countless historical experts. The battle was extremely bitter. But most importantly, it was the battle inside the refinement path formation. Bing Sichuan gritted his teeth as he assessed the situation. Even though my side is strong, we have to focus on defense. But overall, we still have the upper hand. In the worst case, I will destroy this refinement path formation. Even if I cannot take Fate Gu, I will make the Celestial Court's restoration fail completely. Neither side was willing to destroy the refinement path grand formation, but if left with no other choice, Longevity Heaven's side would still have to destroy the grand formation, and both sides would suffer heavy losses. Of course, Bing Sichuan led Longevity Heaven to attack Celestial Court. His main objective was to seize Fate Gu. If they destroyed the formation, they would undoubtedly fail. It's all up to us now. The Ox Devil had been aware of the battle outside. In the distance, the 5 Elements Grandmaster nodded slightly with a solemn expression. Suddenly, 5 Elements Grandmaster's body shook, his aura surged as a powerful immortal killer move shot towards his opponent Che Wei with 5-colored aurora light. Che Wei shouted as he patted his chest with both palms, activating a killer move as well. Instantly, countless huge square-shaped shields appeared in front of him. With a series of cracking sounds, these shields formed a wall that blocked the 5-colored light. Damn it! 5 Elements Grandmaster increased his strength. Under the corrosion of the 5-colored light, the shields shattered one after another. But Che Wei's defense was impenetrable. When the old shields shattered, new shields formed, quickly filling up the gap. Che Wei's defensive method was very outstanding. 5 Elements Grandmaster felt helpless against it. Inside the refinement path formation, be it Che Wei or 5 Elements Grandmaster, they had to hold back their strength. They were worried that they might destroy this refinement path formation. On the other side, the battle between the Ox Devil and Song Yen was similar. Undeniably, this was very advantageous to the defending side. What do we do? 5 Elements Grandmaster transmitted to the Ox Devil. The Ox Devil only replied, "Attack, try to attract their attention." Saying so, the Ox Devil pounced at Song Yen again. The two fought fiercely. 5 Elements Grandmaster's heart jumped. The Ox Devil's words had a hidden meaning. He did not think much about it. He trusted Longevity Heaven and continued to fight with Che Wei. On the other side, Yuan Qiongdu was controlling the refinement path formation with full concentration, trying to repair Fate Gu. When no one noticed, a fresh flower floated down to Heaven Overseeing Tower like it was drifting with the wind. The fresh flower landed in Heaven Overseeing Tower and turned into a little girl. It was none other than the female immortal flower lady who had died earlier. Oh no, someone entered the tower. Sensing this, Yuan Qiongdu turned pale with fright. He quickly shouted a warning. He paid a huge price for this shout. Blood spurted out of his 7 orifices, his mind was heavily injured and split into 2, unable to fuse back together. Che Wei and Song Yen quickly retreated. They wanted to rush back to Heaven Overseeing Tower to stop Flower Lady from getting close to Fate Gu. Too late. Oxdevil laughed loudly. He exerted strength together with 5 Elements Grandmaster, restraining these 2. Che Wei and Song Yen became more panicked as they fought. They scolded Oxdevil for being shameless and despicable. He actually schemed against them. This was Oxdevil and Flower Lady's greatest secret. The 2 shared lifespan. Even if one died, as long as the other was still alive, they could revive for a period of time. When Flower Lady revived, she had already flown into Heaven Overseeing Tower. There were still only 5 Gu Immortals in the refinement path formation, thus it did not explode. It was still operating well. What do I do? Yuan Qiongdu's vision turned dark. He had a splitting headache. He was in the most difficult decision of his life. He had the refinement path formation. He could completely tamper with Fate Gu and make all of the Celestial Court's efforts go to waste. If he did not do this, he would have to watch as Fate Gu was about to be taken away by the enemy. This could preserve the restoration results, and Fate Gu could be taken back in the future. But if he could not take it back, that would be terrible. It would be like all of the Celestial Court's efforts had turned into longevity heaven. This was such a difficult decision, adding on the fact that Yuan Qiongdu's mind was heavily injured, his thinking speed fell sharply. When Flower Lady rushed to the highest floor of Heaven Overseeing Tower and saw Fate Gu, Yuan Qiongdu had not made up his mind yet. I got it. Flower Lady's eyes shined. She stretched out her small white hand, wanting to grab Fate Gu. If she obtained it, she would definitely become the greatest contributor to this longevity heaven operation. But right at this time, on the 4 walls of Heaven Overseeing Tower, a picture of a bamboo forest appeared. What is this? Flower Lady's face was first filled with suspicion, before it turned to shock. 300,000 years ago, medieval antiquity era. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable walked down Star Zone Mountain, smiling bitterly in his heart. This is a chess game created by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Limitless Demon Venerable. It has the power of 2 Gu Immortals, and it is constantly replenished by the Celestial Court strength. If I forcefully make a move, it would be the same as facing the joint attack of 2 Venerables. Of course, this is only the method of 2 Venerables. It is not a living person, it is more rigid. After I investigate it clearly, I can target it. But even if I get rid of it, it will still cause harm to the Celestial Court. Since Star Constellation Immortal Venerable agreed to Limitless Demon Venerable's suggestion back then, she naturally had her considerations. It is more beneficial to the Celestial Court. I don't need to be the villain anymore. But even so, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was not completely at ease. He pondered as he moved. When he raised his head, he found that he was already at the top floor of Heaven Overseeing Tower. He suddenly had no more worries. He smiled at the empty wall. I got it. I can leave behind a painting here. Unbeknownst to anyone, he painted a picture here. When he finished creating it, this painting vanished without a trace. It was completely hidden. Even the Celestial Court did not have any records of it. Other than Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, everyone else was kept in the dark. 300,000 years later, this bamboo forest painting that no one knew about appeared in front of Flower Lady. Flower Lady's hand was less than an inch away from Fate Gu, but this distance was like a chasm that could not be crossed. Flower Lady's body floated in the air. She could not move. Her gaze was also filled with confusion. She only took a glance at this bamboo forest painting before she fell into layers of illusions. The bamboo forest was deep. She was the only one left. She was lost and could not walk out. Flower Lady was extremely anxious, but there was nothing she could do. A gust of wind blew, the bamboo leaves swayed, jade green light shrouded Flower Lady. Flower Lady, who was in the bamboo forest, felt her world spinning. She fell unconscious. But the bamboo forest painting did not stop or disappear. The jade bamboos on the wall continued to sway. It was as if the wind was getting stronger. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At once, the immortals who were fighting could hear the sound of wind. On the wall, leaves that looked like they were made of jade were falling from the bamboo forest. It was a beautiful scene. This non-existent wind not only passed through the refinement path formation, it was transmitted to the immortals' ears. It even entered Duke Long's mind. Instantly, Duke Long fell into an illusion as well. He was sprawled on the soft ground. There were thick jade bamboos around him. Wind was blowing. The bamboo leaves were falling gracefully like jade. Duke Long's treatment was completely different from Flower Lady. He did not feel anything wrong. His thoughts became extremely clear. At this moment, he felt the pure power and profundity of Wood Path. He felt the shade of the bamboo forest, he felt the pressure of the trees, he felt the grass burrowing out of the soil, he felt the power of youth and growth. Then, like grass and trees growing, his limbs surged with new strength. With this new strength, Duke Long supported himself and slowly stood up in the bamboo forest. In a daze, he seemed to see Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. He had the appearance of a young man. He was cultured and elegant. He wore a green robe with a white belt on his head. His black hair was let down. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable smiled as he walked past Duke Long leisurely. The wind was like his words. Love is on the left, compassion is on the right, walking on the two sides of life, sowing seeds at any time, blooming at any time, decorating this long path with the fragrance of flowers. Even when walking through the branches and leaves, they will not feel pain, they will shed tears, but they will not feel sorrow. Saying this, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had already walked deep into the bamboo forest. You are Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable? Duke Long turned around. He could only see Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's figures slowly vanishing into the bamboo forest. Only his words were left. Remember, this move is called piercing branches and leaves. At the next moment, Duke Long woke up. He noticed to his astonishment that he'd already stood up, whereas the silver chains that had once tightly bound him had already transformed into numerous bamboo leaves that drifted down to the ground. These bamboo leaves looked like they were made of jade. Chapter 1734. At once, Duke Long understood, this was a Genesis Lotus true inheritance. He could clearly feel that his Wood Path attainment level had risen to an extremely high level. At the same time, all sorts of information regarding this Wood Path killer move piercing branches and leaves were deeply engraved in his mind. Rather than calling that bamboo forest an illusion, it was more like a mental state. And piercing branches and leaves killer move's power was to free the Gu Immortal, removing the harmful restraints on them. This is truly pathetic. Duke Long smiled bitterly in self-mockery. He felt the power of a venerable once again. In fact, he had a deep understanding of the two venerables' chess game in Imperfection Regret Pavilion. This chess game had endless power. It was one with Celestial Court, continuously absorbing the strength of Celestial Court. This was the product of the mysterious agreement between star constellations Will and Limitless Demon Venerable. Because of the power of two venerables, it was very difficult to resist them with just one venerable's strength. However, the silver chains that bound Duke Long was only a chess piece in this chess game. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's piercing branches and leaves killer move could help Duke Long get rid of this restriction. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable put in a lot of effort. It is truly a pity that this Wood Path true inheritance was given to me. Duke Long sighed, calming his emotions. His dragon pupils moved. He raised his head and looked at Calamity Luck Altar not far away. Calamity Luck Altar's huge body occupied most of Duke Long's vision. When Duke Long was bound, he was near Calamity Luck Altar. Now that he regained his freedom and stood up, he was naturally not far away from Calamity Luck Altar. Deep breaths. The surrounding sounds of battle, explosions, and shouts became softer and softer in his mind. When he was bound, Duke Long was filled with grief, anger, self-blame, and hatred. Now that he regained his freedom, these surging emotions were like a volcano that had been accumulating for thousands of years, about to erupt. Unknowingly, all the Gu Immortals in the battle felt the calm before the storm. Huff, huff, Duke Long primarily cultivated Chi Path, he also cultivated Transformation Path. Every breath he took in a vast amount of air, creating a huge commotion. Moreover, this kind of momentum even vaguely affected the stability of the air wall in the distance. Behind Duke Long, his dragon tail swayed slightly. His dragon claws and dragon horns rippled with a layer of purplish-golden light. He was indescribably noble and inviolable. Wisps of dust were stirred up in the surrounding air, as if they were suffused with a similar layer of purple-gold splendor. A peerlessly terrifying aura slowly rose from his body. He was like a giant beast that had once split the heavens and earth apart, and had been in a deep slumber for countless years. At this moment he was gradually awakening. Countless eyes quickly focused on Duke Long. Damn it! Bing Sichuan gritted his teeth. Hanako was in a coma, and Duke Long was free. Longevity Heaven had suffered the biggest setback in its history. Within the refinement path formation, Bull Demon and Five Elements Grandmaster also had a bad premonition. They charged forward with all their might. However, Che Wei and Song Yen defended with all their might, not giving the enemy any chance to break through. In the depths of the refinement path formation, Yuan Qiongdu coughed out blood as he struggled to maintain the refinement path formation's operation. He was already prepared to die. Bing Sichuan thought of a plan. The situation was turning for the worse. Cold sweat was dripping down his forehead. He had already used up all his trump cards. He could not ask Limitless Demon Venerable to turn around again. In fact, earlier, Limitless Demon Venerable did not even turn around. His attitude had already shown everything. Duke Long's aura rose to its peak, becoming grand and overwhelming. Even though he did not make any movements, he had already attracted the attention of everyone in the battlefield. He is Lord Duke Long? Celestial Court Gu Immortals looked at him with admiration and reverence. Duke Long's seniority was quite high. But there were people who had higher seniority than Duke Long. An elderly Gu Immortal did not recognize Duke Long. He is one of us? Lord Duke Long is finally free. Fairy Myrtle was extremely excited. She observed the situation. She was clear that in the current Celestial Court, Duke Long was undoubtedly the strongest expert. He broke free from his shackles and regained his freedom. He stood up again at the right time. No, more accurately, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's arrangements were too precise. Thinking of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, Fairy Myrtle could not help but feel reverence. An unbelievable method. After Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, Heaven Overseeing Tower had been repaired and modified many times. Many goo worms had been replaced. Especially in the last decade or so, it was heavily damaged and repaired several times. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's method is still perfectly preserved. It is hidden so perfectly that no one can discover it. His immortal killer move was hidden in Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower is the #1 investigative immortal goo house, but it was not discovered at all. And even more amazing is that Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's immortal killer move has never interfered with Heaven Overseeing Tower. Thinking of this, Fairy Myrtle suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Don't tell me that rumor is true? Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable really created Painting Path? According to the rumors, the greatest advantage and specialty of Painting Path is that it can perfectly avoid the effects of other immortals, immortal goo, and killer moves. This is similar to the non-conflicting Tao marks of the sovereign immortal body. Fairy Myrtle could only guess. The 10 Venerables were at the peak of goo cultivation history. They were the brightest stars in the world. They were extremely dazzling. Even though Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable did not cultivate Wisdom Path, he had already comprehended the laws of heaven and earth. He had comprehended the profundity of transformations. His foreshadowing influenced the future. And most importantly, this foreshadowing appeared at the right time. His grasp of timing was truly impeccable. Bing Sichuan was extremely nervous. He ordered, "Defend against Duke Long." Even without his reminder, all of the Northern Plains Goo Immortals could see the threat that Duke Long posed. After Duke Long's aura reached its peak, it actually started to retract. It was like someone putting away their raised fist. Once it erupted, it would definitely be earth-shattering. This gave Northern Plains side an extremely heavy mental pressure. Kill. A Northern Plains man shouted loudly, charging towards Duke Long. The second Northern Plains Gu immortal was silent. He followed behind the strong man, charging forward while protecting him. No, let me fight you. A third Northern Plains expert suddenly charged out. He was extremely fast. He arrived in front of Duke Long first. Duke Long had a calm expression. He stood on the spot without moving, like a statue. Roar. Suddenly, a dragon roar resounded. A beautiful purple-gold dragon-shaped chi flashed in the sky. When the Gu immortals wanted to see it clearly, they could only see the afterimages of the purple-gold dragon chi. The Northern Plains expert who arrived in front of Duke Long stopped moving. He lowered his head. He had a look of disbelief as he saw the huge hole in his chest. Through this hole, he could see the sky behind him. At the next moment, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Small dragon-shaped chi emerged from his body again. With a muffled sound, he self-detonated, turning into a lump of blood. He died on the spot. He was a famous expert in Northern Plains, but he could not block one attack from Duke Long. How can this be? Seeing this, the two Northern Plains Gu immortals who wanted to attack Duke Long turned pale with fright. What are you looking at? Duke Long's plain voice came from behind them. Oh no! The two Northern Plains experts quickly activated their strongest defenses. They did not think much. This acute awareness that was deeply rooted in their bones saved their lives. At the next moment, Duke Long's two ferocious dragon claws slashed down. The defense of the two Northern Plains experts was instantly shattered. They were like two meteors that crashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. With a loud explosion, the floor tiles were sent flying, smoke and dust rose. The two Celestial Court experts fainted at the bottom of the crater. Duke Long's attack was truly earth-shattering. In an instant, one died and two were injured. Longevity Heaven's side lost 3 rank 8 battle strength experts. Terrifying. At once, Duke Long's battle strength made the Celestial Court's side stunned. The old man who did not know Duke Long was even more surprised. After I died, there was actually such a talented junior? He is Red Lotus Demon Venerable's master. He is also a Tao Guardian. The Celestial Court Gu Immortal explained. The Celestial Court old man realized, oh, no wonder. In history, as long as a Venerable's Tao Guardian matured, they would be the #1 battle strength below the Venerable. Of course, there were exceptions. For example, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable or Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. But no matter what, these Tao Guardians played an important role in the growth of a Venerable. He's coming. Bing Sichuan breathed in deeply, fully concentrating. After Duke Long defeated the three, he charged towards Calamity Luck Altar with a ferocious aura that made people's hearts tremble. At this moment, Bing Sichuan suddenly felt that even the sturdy Calamity Luck Altar was showing signs of weakness. Protect me! Bing Sichuan shouted. Longevity Heaven's Gu immortals quickly returned. Duke Long's actions were like poking a hornet's nest. A large number of Longevity Heaven's Gu immortals attacked from both sides, forming a huge encirclement. Countless immortal killer moves flew towards Duke Long. They were like dazzling fireworks that contained a fatal threat. Purple-gold dragon-shaped chi flashed again. Duke Long vanished far away, causing many killer moves to miss. The remaining killer moves changed directions under the guidance of the Gu immortals. Duke Long appeared again, showing disdain towards the incoming killer moves. Open! He shouted, using a chi path killer move this time. Surging chi waves surged in all directions, repelling all killer moves and clearing the surroundings. Several Longevity Heaven's Gu immortals had no choice but to attack Duke Long. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Have a taste of my killer move. Duke Long smiled sinisterly. 2 more Longevity Heaven Gu immortals died. Duke Long continued to charge towards Calamity Luck Altar. Calamity Luck Altar was controlled by Bing Sichuan. It had to retreat rapidly. Duke Long chased after them. No matter which Northern Plains expert he faced, he tore through their defenses with ease. Of course, if the killer moves were too powerful, he would evade them. Shock flashed across Bing Sichuan's eyes. Impossible! How can Duke Long become so strong in such a short time? Is this Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's method as well? He had guessed wrong on this point. Duke Long's strength came from himself. Immortal Killer Move, Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand. As his lifespan decreased, Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand gave him a terrifying amplification. This amplification covered all aspects. Duke Long was unprecedentedly strong. His battle strength was rising at every moment. Chapter 1735. The killer move, Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand, made Duke Long stronger with every breath of time. Looking at the illusion of the river of time in the sky, Duke Long's eyes shined with a complex light. He sighed lightly. "O Red Lotus, I have seen your call of the ancients and future successors. Now, I will show you my Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand." Duke Long's words made the Northern Plains experts furious. He clearly did not care about the Northern Plains immortals, he only had eyes for Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Northern Plains experts were all famous figures in history, they had their own pride and arrogance. But they could not refute Duke Long's words. Because they were here because of Red Lotus Demon Venerable's immortal killer move. "Old man, you talk too much. Don't look down on us. Have a taste of my power." Several Northern Plains rank 8s pounced at Duke Long. Duke Long smiled coldly. At the next moment, a dragon roared as purple-gold dragon-shaped chi flickered continuously. Boom boom boom. Amidst the loud explosions, Duke Long charged left and right under the encirclement of the Northern Plains Goo Immortals. No one could stop him. In contrast, the Northern Plains experts were being slaughtered by him. The number of casualties increased rapidly. Faster, faster, faster. Duke Long was too fast. The Northern Plains Goo Immortals could not stop him in a short time. Any strong killer move needed time to prepare. Moreover, Duke Long's attention was on Calamity Luck Altar. He did not bother with the Northern Plains Goo Immortals who tried to stop him. Stop him. Duke Long, don't even think of leaving, fight me if you dare. We must stop him. The purple gold dragon chi flashed. The battlefield became silent. Bing Sai Chuan raised his head. Duke Long had finally reached Calamity Luck Altar. His merciless dragon eyes looked down at this Luck Path rank 8 immortal goo house below him. Oh no! Cold sweat dripped down Bing Sai Chuan's forehead. At the next moment, Duke Long roared as he used his Chi Path killer move again. Myriad chi surged, heaven and earth changed color. Immortal killer move, chi engulfing mountains and rivers. At once, the rank 8 Goo Immortals shook intensely. They felt an unparalleled pressure pressing down on them from all directions. Many killer moves crumbled. The Northern Plains experts chasing after Duke Long fell to the ground like dumplings thrown into water. All things were silent, and the universe was silent. Creak, creak. Calamity Luck Altar operated with difficulty. The faint golden light resisted chi engulfing mountains and rivers. This Luck Path rank 8 immortal goo house could not fly anymore. It was suppressed to the ground by Duke Long. At once, Duke Long became the main character of the battlefield. The Celestial Court's Goo Immortals looked at him with shock, and joy. He single-handedly suppressed the entire battle situation. Even though the Northern Plains Immortals were strong, their arrogant heads were forcefully pressed down by Duke Long. Damn it. This chi engulfing mountains and rivers killer move, Duke Long had once used it in Eastern Sea. But now, this killer move's power has increased by more than 10 times. Bing Sai Chuan could not conceal his shock. Duke Long's strength was too abnormal. It was beyond his bottom line. This damn old man is quite strong. It seems that I will have to deal with him. Far away, Mao Li Chiu and its clone had been suppressing the two legendary immemorial desolate beasts of Celestial Court. Seeing Duke Long's power, Mao Li Chiu gritted its teeth and wanted to reinforce them. You want to leave? No way. The immemorial green jade crane screamed. It activated an immortal killer move and attacked Mao Li Chiu's clone. Stop right there. Shabi 95 grabbed Mao Li Chiu's right hind leg and bit it. These two fools. Mao Li Chiu was furious. It was helpless to find that it was being held back by these two fools. The two legendary immemorial desolate beasts of Celestial Court might not be able to fight head-on battles, but they were able to fight head-on battles. They were getting more and more powerful. Duke Long's strength was too inspiring. It had already ignited the fighting spirit of these two legendary immemorial desolate beasts. Open! Calamity Luck Altar suddenly shined with bright light. It slowly rose up with determination. Next, the Northern Plains experts who had fallen to the ground also used their killer moves against Duke Long. Even though Duke Long was strong, he could only suppress them for a while. After all, he was not only facing the rank 8 Immortal Gu House created by Giant Sun Immortal, there were also the Huang Jin tribe's experts in Northern Plains history. Go help Duke Long. Let Longevity Heaven pay the price in blood. How can the dignity of Celestial Court be offended? The Celestial Court's immortals reacted. They attacked like a tidal wave, reinforcing Duke Long. The Northern Plains experts had no choice but to split up a portion to defend against the Celestial Court's attacks. Meanwhile, the inner circle was to encircle and suppress Duke Long with all their strength. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sichuan's heart sank. Duke Long was standing firm in the inner circle. He had the upper hand, while the Northern Plains Gu immortals at the outer circle were far fewer than Celestial Court's side. They were also losing ground. Bing Sichuan understood. If not for the Venerable's help, Longevity Heaven's attack would have failed already. Their goal was to snatch Fate Gu, but now they could not even protect themselves. How could they snatch it? In fact, Longevity Heaven's side was just a step away from success at a certain point in time. The problem was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's arrangements. Longevity Heaven's plan failed. Even though Longevity Heaven failed, your Celestial Court might not succeed either. Bing Sichuan's eyes shined with a cold light. He gave the order, destroy the Refinement Path formation. Since he could not snatch Fate Gu or destroy Fate Gu, he would make sure that Celestial Court's restoration failed as well. Only then would this Central Continent Refinement Path Convention not be the last. Celestial Court would hold it again to continue repairing Fate Gu. This way, the other 4 regions would have a chance to catch their breath. But if that was the case, in the future Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, Celestial Court would be even more vigilant. Longevity Heaven would not have the chance to attack again. But he had no choice. The situation forced Bing Sichuan to make this choice. But Bull Demon and 5 Elements Grandmaster received the order. They immediately attacked the Refinement Path formation around them. Song Yen coughed out a mouthful of blood. His expression turned pale. But he showed a smile on his face. Humph, why do you think Lady Fairy Myrtle arranged for me to guard the formation? It is to prevent you from doing anything out of desperation. Bull Demon and 5 Elements Grandmaster frowned. They found that their attacks on the Refinement Path formation were all taken by Tsong Yen alone. This was Tsong Yan's unique rule path method. He could shift the damage to himself. How can we destroy the formation? With us here, don't even think of succeeding. Outside the Refinement Path formation, Celestial Court's Gu Immortals formed layers of defense, blocking the Northern Plains experts' attacks. Bing Sichuan changed his target and tried to destroy the Refinement Path formation. He was also attacking the enemy's weakness. Celestial Court had no choice but to defend the Refinement Path formation to the death. This way, both sides attacked and defended. They were in a stalemate. On Celestial Court's side, most of its members defended the Refinement Path formation, while Duke Long attacked Calamity Luck Altar alone. On Northern Plains' side, they defended Calamity Luck Altar while attacking the Refinement Path formation. Even though Duke Long was being attacked by many Northern Plains experts, he still had the strength to attack Calamity Luck Altar. Calamity Luck Altar endured Duke Long's attacks again and again, but it still remained standing. It showed the immense defense of this rank 8 Immortal Gu House. In fact, Calamity Luck Altar's methods were not limited to this. It still had the potential to retaliate against Duke Long. But currently, Calamity Luck Altar's main goal was to maintain Call of the Ancient. If it used its other methods, this Call of the Ancient would be interrupted. In the end, Call of the Ancient was a time path killer move. It was incompatible with Calamity Luck Altar's own methods. If it had the painting path method that Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable displayed earlier, the situation would not be so awkward. Bing Sichuan was clear. Once Call of the Ancient was interrupted, the situation would turn for the worse. Only by maintaining this killer move could they resist the awakening members of Celestial Court. As time passed, the battle became more intense, more and more Gu immortals died. Duke Long's attacks from time to time caused Bing Sichuan's heart to shake. He did not know how long Calamity Luck Altar could last. At the next moment, Call of the Ancient might be interrupted. If that happened, then Longevity Heaven would definitely suffer a huge loss. Even though both sides were attacking and defending, Duke Long's explosive power had already changed the situation. Celestial Court had a slight upper hand while Longevity Heaven's side was at a disadvantage. Boom! A lightning path killer move landed on Duke Long's back. But Duke Long's body did not even tremble. The dust on his back dispersed, revealing his broad back. His back was already covered in purple gold dragon scales. Following the effects of Heavenly Dragon's last stand, Duke Long's body became larger and larger. It had already expanded to twice its original size. His dragon claws became sharper and sharper. His dragon tail became longer and stronger. His dragon horn was originally only a short segment, but now it was growing rapidly. It was already the size of an adult deer's horn. It was like a crown on his head. It was incomparably noble and majestic. At every moment, Duke Long was getting stronger. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sichuan and the Northern Plains Gu immortals who fought with him could feel it deeply. "This is a monster," a Northern Plains expert said hatefully. "Monster? Haha, we 7 Big Dipper immortals love to deal with monsters." Right at this time, from the illusion of the River of Time, 7 Gu immortals walked out. "It's them." Bing Sichuan saw this and was surprised and joyful. These 7 Big Dipper immortals came from the Huangjin tribes. There were 3 rank 8s and 4 rank 7s. They were people of the same era in Northern Plains history. During their era, legendary immemorial desolate beasts rampaged, causing the righteous path to suffer huge losses year after year. Thus, the Huangjin tribes gathered together and selected 7 people to train in the ancient battle formation, spending years to quell the rebellions, capturing immemorial desolate beasts and suppressing legendary desolate beasts, restoring peace to the super forces of Northern Plains. Ancient battle formation, 7 extreme desolation. In an instant, the 7 Gu immortals turned into a black gold giant with 3 heads and 4 arms. A huge metal wheel floated behind it. Immortal killer move, Winged Blade. The black gold giant's right arm was like a blade, creating a huge phantom blade light that slashed towards Duke Long. Chapter 1736. Winged Blade had a great reputation. It was the publicly recognized #1 offensive method in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. It could even split the winds of assimilation. One could imagine its terrifying power. He dodged it. The purple gold dragon-shaped chi flashed. Duke Long suddenly appeared far away with a bewildered expression. At the next moment, he saw the dragon horn on his forehead slowly falling to the ground in front of him. At the crucial moment, Duke Long barely dodged the winged blade, but his right dragon horn was cut in half. Duke Long was moved. At this time, the black gold giant hooked its arm at Duke Long immortal killer move, Immortal Binding Rope. This was the publicly recognized #1 capturing method in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. A purple gold rope appeared on Duke Long's body, coiling around his waist 3 times as he was pulled towards the black gold giant. Immortal killer move, Winged Blade. The black gold giant raised its right arm, targeting Duke Long again as it used its ultimate killer move. Duke Long gritted his teeth as he shouted. His body shook violently as he broke free from the immortal binding rope, retreating rapidly and dodging the winged blade. The black gold giant wanted to restrain Duke Long again, but Duke Long retreated rapidly as he spat out 2 sharp dragon fangs. The dragon fangs flew out of his mouth and expanded. They were like 2 peerless scimitars, flying and protecting him. It was Immortal Killer Move, Spiraling Dragon Fangs. Spiraling Dragon Fangs were offensive killer moves, but Duke Long used them for defense. The Black Gold Giant's 7 Extreme Desolation's immortal binding rope was powerful, but once it trapped Duke Long, it would be cut in half by the spiraling dragon fangs. Bing Sichuan saw this, feeling bewildered and regretful. The original spiraling dragon fangs were only the size of an arm. To think that they are 2 doors now. What method did Duke Long use to raise the power of his immortal killer move to such an absurd level? A pity about 7 Extreme Desolation. Now that Fate Gu is close to completion, Call of the Ancients' power has fallen by a lot. If it was at its original level, Duke Long would have been heavily injured by that attack. 7 Extreme Desolation was an ancient battle formation. It was made up of 3 rank 8s and 4 rank 7 Gu immortal experts. Each of them was an outstanding expert of the Huang Jin tribes of the past. They were famous in northern plains. What was even rarer was that the immortal killer moves they had were the signature methods of their respective tribes. For example, Chanyu tribe's Winged Blade or Yi Lui tribe's Immortal Binding Rope. With 7 Extreme Desolation's protection, Duke Long's attacks were obstructed. The situation was in a deadlock again. Calamity Luck Altar was temporarily safe, but Longevity Heaven could not destroy Heavenly Court's Refinement Path formation no matter what. Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals had 3 layers of defense and 3 layers of defense. Northern Plains experts' methods could not even get close to the formation, not to mention charging in. In 1 Gu Gu 1 1 Gu, Gu of Gu and 2 1 1 1 1 Gu. It looks like a stalemate on the surface, but the initiative has already changed hands. If this goes on, Heavenly Court will definitely gain control of the situation. Bing Sichuan had a cold expression, but his eyes were still burning with fighting spirit. Northern Plains Gu Immortals loved to fight. They had fought countless battles in their lives. They far surpassed the other 4 regions. Bing Sichuan was a rank 8-time Path Great expert. It was even more so. He had experienced countless dangers and battles in his life. Even though the situation was getting more dangerous, it could not shake his fighting spirit. He was trying to find a way out. Invading Celestial Court is my Longevity Heaven's plan. We have thought about it and have countermeasures. Now, we can only contact Fong Yuan and the rest and attack from the outside world. Bing Sichuan immediately contacted Fong Yuan and the rest, giving orders. Luck Path method again, they are contacting the outside world. Once Bing Sichuan made a move, several members of Celestial Court sensed it. Fairy Myrtle smiled bitterly. The highest profundity of Luck Path had always been in the hands of Giant Sun Immortal. Celestial Court could not stop Bing Sichuan's method. Emperor City. Fong Yuan had already used Yama Emperor's killer move, flying around in the sky. Intense winds blew past his ears. Li Huang and Qin Yi in his vision were like a ball of fire, a black light chasing after Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan pointed as countless Yama seeds flew out, obstructing Li Huang and Qin Yi. Next, he charged towards the nearest Immortal Gu house. The Gu Immortals inside the Immortal Gu house turned pale with fright. They quickly retreated. Fangjing quickly used that move. A Gu Immortal shouted. Gue Fangjing was inside the Immortal Gu house. He immediately took action. The Immortal Gu house shot out a blood-red light that pushed it forward. Increasing its speed by several times, Fong Yuan missed. Using this chance, Li Huang and Qin Yi attacked again, fighting against Fong Yuan. Western Desert's Gu Immortals could not stand it. Someone sneered. This is clearly a blood path method. The Great Celestial Court is of the righteous path. They are actually using a blood path killer move in front of everyone. Bullshit. The means of Zhongzhou state are unimaginable and have thousands of changes. How can a layman like you comprehend them? Western Desert scoundrel, you covet our central continent's riches. You even slander our righteous path. This is unforgivable. How could the Central Continent Gu Immortals admit defeat, even though most of them knew about Fangjing's blood path methods? Damn it. Fong Yuan gritted his teeth. Li Huang and Qin Ye's fight made him feel like he was stuck in a swamp. In this situation, his best method was Great Thief Ghost Hand. He could use this move to destroy most of the Immortal Gu houses on Celestial Court's side. But Li Huang and Qin Yi were fighting with all their strength. He could not find a chance to use it. And Western Desert's side was also very wary of him. They did not want to cooperate. Even though Fong Clan had colluded with Fong Yuan in the past, In this situation where everyone was watching, how could they dare to cooperate with Fang Yuan? Fang clan obtained Divine Bean Palace several years ago. Western Desert's righteous path joined forces to create trouble for them. They had been living with their tails between their legs. Using the opportunity of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, they finally reached an agreement with Western Desert's righteous path forces. If they cooperated with Fang Yuan now, they would be giving Western Desert's righteous path a new weakness. When they return, they would be pressured by Western Desert's righteous path forces again. This is not good. The final competition is probably coming to an end. Fang Yuan had participated in the Refinement Path Convention. He was familiar with the situation. Most importantly, why are those fools from Longevity Heaven not making a move yet? At this time, Bing Sichuan contacted Fang Yuan. Towards Fang Yuan, he would not use a commanding tone, but Bing Sichuan knew how to convince Fang Yuan. He told Fang Yuan everything about Longevity Heaven's invasion of Celestial Court. This was the truth. It could withstand any kind of scrutiny. Bing Sichuan did not hide or fake it, because he knew about Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment. These damned fools. Fang Yuan learned of everything that happened in Celestial Court. His eyes shined with sharp light. He gritted his teeth. He used Longevity Heaven to treat Bing Sichuan and the rest as chess pieces. Wasn't Bing Sichuan the same as well? Longevity Heaven had its own benefits. It confessed the situation now because it wanted Fang Yuan to stop Celestial Court from repairing Fate Gu. Inside Celestial Court, Longevity Heaven could only maintain the situation and delay the experts of Celestial Court. They could no longer advance. But as long as Fang Yuan destroyed Emperor City and ruined the final competition, Celestial Court's human path methods would stop. They would no longer be able to extract success Dao marks from infallible blessed land. Without success Dao marks, how could Yuan Qiongdu dare to repair Fate Gu? This was the only chance of victory now. Taking a deep breath, Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a bone-chilling cold light. Even though he knew that Longevity Heaven was making use of him, such an overt scheme was for his own benefits, he had to do it. Activating an immortal killer move, Fang Yuan moved like a phantom, moving around the battlefield with shocking speed. Everywhere he went, Celestial Court's immortal Gu houses evaded him rapidly. Because of Fang Yuan's existence, Celestial Court's immortal Gu houses would often fall into chaos. Unfortunately, at such times, Western Desert's immortal Gu houses would be heavily guarded by Celestial Court. Western Desert's Gu immortals did not have the spirit to fight to the death. They could not charge in. Li Huang and Qin Yi charged forward again, trying to hold back Fang Yuan. In the past, Fang Yuan would be forced to fight Li Huang and Qin Yi at this time. Celestial Court's defensive line would have time to adjust. But now, it was different. Fang Yuan roared as he turned into the immemorial Year Monkey again. Immortal Killer Move, Spring Scissors. Immortal Killer Move, Summer Fan. Be it Spring Scissors or Summer Fan, Fang Yuan attacked Emperor City below. This scene made Li Huang and Qin Yi pale with fright. Be careful, old demon Fang Yuan is going all out. Quickly stop him. Li Huang and Qin Yi's killer moves landed on Fang Yuan's body. Winter Coat killer move resisted them with difficulty. His rank 8 immortal essence was expended rapidly. The immortal Gu houses panicked. They used their bodies to block the attacks and protect Emperor City. Using this chance, Western Desert's immortal Gu houses attacked. Fang Yuan ignored everything else. He used killer moves continuously, only attacking Emperor City. Winter Coat killer move could not hold on any longer. It broke with a crack. Fang Yuan's bones were fractured and his blood splattered. Fang Yuan endured it forcefully. Ignoring the damage to his core immortal Gu and his own injuries, he activated Winter Coat killer move again. But Winter Coat's core immortal Gu was already damaged. Now that it was activated, its defensive power was far weaker than before. It was broken again and again under the continuous attacks. Eventually, Immortal Gu winter injury was too severe to recover. It was destroyed. Fang Yuan could not use Winter Coat anymore. He lost his main defensive method. Thankfully, the immemorial Year Monkey's body was extremely strong to begin with. Fang Yuan used all sorts of time path methods. It was better than nothing. Fang Yuan's disregard for his own safety had many effects. Emperor City was on the verge of collapse. The Gu masters who were participating in the competition were disrupted and failed. What is going on? The whole city is shaking. The Gu masters were shocked and uncertain. The central continent Gu immortals inside Emperor City made their moves. Protect these Gu masters. Don't let them lose their lives. These people are blessed by central continent's human path luck. They are people with great fortune. If many of them die, our luck will not be able to resist old demon Fang Yuan. It turned out that the Celestial Court's arrangements were also based on luck. Even though the Celestial Court did not have much confidence in luck path, they could use this stupid method to negate Fang Yuan's advantage in luck path. Battle opportunity. Fang Clan Immortals, the supreme battle achievement is right in front of us. Within the Immortal Gu House Chicken Dog Coop, Fang Clan's rank 7 Gu Immortal shouted with bright eyes. Under the control of Fang Clan's Gu Immortal, Chicken Dog Coop flew close to the ground as it crashed towards Emperor City. The attention of the Celestial Court side was almost completely attracted by Fang Yuan. If Chicken Dog Coop used an immortal killer move, it would be detected and delayed, Celestial Court would return to defend, they would lose their chance. But at this moment, Chicken Dog Coop abandoned all methods and crashed towards them directly, using time to its limit. Oh no! Li Huang, Qin Yi, and the rest were pale with fright. Undoubtedly, Chicken Dog Coop's timing was too perfect. At this moment, the Celestial Court could only watch as it crashed towards Emperor City. Even though they had a few immortal killer moves because of the short preparation time, they did not have enough power, they could not stop Chicken Dog Co-op closer, even closer. The Gu Masters in Emperor City were still in a daze, while Li Huang and the other Gu Immortals had expressions of despair. The fatal blow was at this moment. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.